All right, ladies and gents, welcome to the second day of the 2020 Russian Cyber Games. We've got another batch of 10 best of threes lined up for you today. I'm here with Curiosity. How you doing, Alex? You well? Are you hype after yesterday, just as I am?
Yeah, very exciting today. Even better matches, I think, on paper. And I just want to jump right in and cast these games. Look at these groups. These groups are stacked. We have probably the favorite in Group D, and then we have a very exciting Group C as well with Dandy, Rhett, XGX, and Babo. And Rhett, I don't know anything about. This is a totally new player for me, so
Yeah,
surprising
I
to
think
see someone new in the round of 16 of a tournament like this.
I think this is the day that everyone's been waiting for, because I mean, Group D, arguably the group of death, with Bonyth, Oya, Garinic, and kogeT, really strong foreigners. Bonyth, obviously the favorite to win the whole thing. And then Group C, we've got Rhett coming back to Starcraft after a bit of a sabbatical, after having switched to Starcraft 2, playing that for a couple of years, doing relatively well. Now coming back to Brood War, the OG Starcraft. I think everyone's, like, all the eyes are on Rhett, just to see how well he manages to do in this tournament. Just qualifying is an achievement in itself. I think he took out Shiki in the qualifier, if I remember correctly. So I'm really looking forward to what he brings to the table here. We're going to be kicking the day off with two ZVTs between Dandy and Rhett, and then Babo and SBX. And then going to be switching over to Group D with Bonyth going up against OYG in a PvP, and then Garinic going up against kogeT in a TVZ. So, I mean, without further ado, I think we're just about ready to start with Group C. Just going to check in with Zero. And yeah. We're going to take a quick look at the bracket first. So this is Group C, the one we'll be starting off with. Dandy going up against Rhett in a TVZ, and then Babo going up against SBX. Likewise, the same matchup. Who do you expect to win here, Alex?
I think Dandy, just because I know literally nothing about Rhett. All I know about Rhett is he played really well in the last qualifier tour, and he actually race picks TVZ. He doesn't ZVZ. Am I correct in that?
I believe so, yeah. He's always been known for playing a super macro-oriented style, especially in StarCraft 2. Likewise, I'm not as familiar with his exploits in StarCraft 1, save for the fact that he went to Korea a couple of times, or at least once, and tried to play in the courage tournaments. I played against Rhett in one of the IEMs in StarCraft 2, I think. He wrecked me, obviously. But still, yeah, really looking forward to that. Dandy, the clear favorite here. I think his TVZ is on point. But then, the other matchup, I would be leaning towards Babo a little bit, just because he's so strong at ZVT as well.
I think that's a pretty close matchup there.
Definitely. But we'll be starting with Dandy going up against Rhett. We've got the player profiles. So Peru going up against the Netherlands. I think we're just about ready to have a look at what map was drawn.
Yeah, every first map is going to be randomly drawn. And then from there, we're going to go into loser's pick in these best of threes.
Exactly. So let's have a look at which map has been drawn for this series.
Sylphid.
And it's going to be Neo Sylphid once again. Do you think this map favors any particular race in this matchup?
I think it's pretty comfortable for Zerg. I don't think it's super favored either way. We did see a lot of TVZs on this map yesterday. I'm remembering Eon Zerg against Terran, that game with the crazy stop lurker. And I think every time this map was picked, it was picked by Zerg. So I think Zergs are pretty happy on this map. And I think we're ready to jump into the first match.
All right, let's do it. Spawning is the orange Terran in the 12 o'clock. On Neo Sylphid, he is Dandy, hailing from Peru. And his opponent in the bottom right, spawning is the ochre greenish Zerg. He is Res.
Alright, so Red's gonna get that first scout, and I always mention this because it's super important to get that Overlord right over the natural to see.
Well, I'm expecting a relatively standard game from both players. I do believe that Dandy is quite confident playing a standard bio TVZ. So something like, you know, a 12 rack expo or 11 rack expo is definitely on the table without any gas. We'll see what Rhett chooses to go for. Probably going to be something like a 2-hatch or a 3-hatch muta, I would guess. You know, likewise, I think he feels confident in transitioning into a later macro game off of a standard opening.
Dandy, I've seen go mech, and from everywhere I've seen him go mech, it doesn't seem as impressive as his bio. Like, I think Dandy's bio is far above anyone else's bio among foreigners, but his mech, I think it's somewhat lacking.
I think mech has fallen out of favor recently. Like, it used to be quite popular maybe 2 years ago, especially on the Korean scene. Everyone just kept going for two factory Goliaths and whatnot. But nowadays, you hardly ever see anyone going for mech. So yeah, I would expect something like bio coming out of Dandy here, and that's exactly what is what's going to be happening here. He's going to be going for that gasless expansion, and likewise getting the early scout, choosing the right location to send the SCV to.
Rip, in the meantime, is actually gonna go for 12 hatch, 11 pull, and then there's that gas. So 2 hatch right away.
Yeah, this game is going to take a while to pick up some steam, as we're still waiting for the tech choices to come in. We've got our command center being planted down in the natural of Dandy. We'll see if he follows up with a gas.
Dandy did get that first scout, so you see that command center going down right away on 15 before that second depot. He's only making the depot now.
Yep. He skipped the depot, skipped the marine. He didn't really need to invest in either of those, seeing as he scouted his opponent on his first try, confirmed that it was a 12 hatch. There was no shenaniganry.
Already made that second barrack, so Dandy optimizing his build here, very clean. We see Rhett, he's actually going to make 4 lings, and 4 lings is pretty good at killing the SCV. With 2, you're going to have a really tough time chasing that SCV around.
All right, so this is looking like a 2-hatch muta going up against this 2 racks response from Dandy. Now, we can't really rule out anything like a lurker bust, but seeing it is red, I wouldn't expect anything other than mutas at this point. So settling into a standard TVZ.
Okay, if you see what Rhett did there, he actually sent the links out immediately and came back, and that forced Dandy to make a bunker because Dandy was cutting Marines during that time. Now Dandy sees the links return and he cancels that bunker. So that was like a 25 mineral invested there for Dandy. So good play there by Rhett. Yeah,
any advantage you can get, these things really compound on one another. So nice play by Rhett. A little bit of a mind game there to start the game off. And we've got that spy going up in the natural. It hasn't been confirmed by Dandy. He's still circling around the main hatchery. I think the SCV has been picked off. We're going to have to confirm that in just a moment. The academy is halfway done. And Dandy didn't manage to confirm that this was indeed a spy, but, you can expect it to be that tech building. Still don't see an engineering bay anywhere, if I'm correct. Just massing Marines, getting that stim started in a moment. The ComSat station is also going to be planted down on the command centers to try and confirm what Rhett is doing.
This is a pretty fast academy from Dandy, and he's immediately going for ComSat. He wants to get that confirmation. Then he's going to have 9 Marines with his first bio push. And here we have Rhett setting up to make those mutiliths. Oh, does he get that one SCV? Looks like, unfortunately, no. 5 HP left. And I think Dandy's going to just push right away.
Dandy just went up to 3 barracks. I don't think he's added an eBay. Am I correct? Yeah, there's no eBay anywhere in sight. So if these mutas pop and the push gets stopped in its tracks, then, Dandy might be in for a bit of trouble. But right now, there aren't any units to be seen in the natural of Rhett. There's only one creep colony going up. It's not even a sunken, so this timing might come back to bite Rhett as the Marines get closer and closer to the natural. They're going to stim in, and there's hardly anything to defend. The drones get pulled, and this is a massacre. Oh my god, Rhett is falling apart in the first 6 minutes of the game. The sunken is going to get focused down. The first mutalisks do pop as well, but it might be a little too late. Rhett is down to 13 drones, and these mutas have to fight these Marines head on likewise. This is not looking good for the Dutch player here as he taps out of game number 1. And that was a quick game if I've ever seen one, mate.
That was an unfortunate timing for Rhett. And he didn't see the bio move out. That Overlord was just slightly out of frame to catch the edge of those units moving out. And he just missed it. And Dandy stimmed across the map. I think he moved across the map. He scanned the natural, saw there was nothing stimmed, and got there just in time before the mutas.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. He had those 3 lings outside the natural, but he committed to killing 1 SCV, which he didn't even get in the end. And if he had those when Danny was moving out, then maybe he could have prepared a little bit better for the push. But, you know, that wasn't the case. And Dandy managed to pull a quick one out here in game number 1.
Yeah, Dandy's bio, I think, was a few seconds faster than you'd expect because he only had 9 Marines. Normally, you had to have a control group there, but he went for that faster academy and it worked out for him. Very nice timing.
Definitely. But now, you know, we're going into Rhett's territory as this is loser's pick, so he gets his pick of the map for game number 2, and I think we're just about ready to find out what map he's picked for this game.
The score, Danny is currently up 1-0. And we're going to Eclipse, so 2-player map. Interesting choice from Rhett.
I think it was to be expected. Once again, this is a super defensive map, especially for Zerg, because you get that third, which is really difficult to attack for any race, and especially Terran. The ramp is super narrow. The third gas is easy to take, and when you get your third gas, you then get your fourth gas as well, pretty much as a bonus. So a very sensible choice from Rhett, considering his playstyle and the matchup he's currently in. And I think we're just about ready to load up the second replay here, as I'm being told by the voice in my head. So let's jump right in. All right, spawning as the Grey Zerg in the top right-hand corner. Here is Rhett. And his opponent in the bottom left with the unfortunate choice of color is the black Terran Dandy. This is going to be a menace to cast as far as the colors are concerned. Grey versus black, but maybe not as bad as you would think.
I think Dandy will just do the same thing build order wise. It's still a good map for Turax Academy. I mean, Turax Academy is probably the most flexible Terran build. You can do it against all kinds of Zerg openings. And then after losing that game 1 like that, I'm sure Brad is just thinking it wasn't the build, it was just the scouting, my reaction. So we'll probably see the same thing from him. Could mix it up though. I'm not familiar with his style. You say he's a macro-oriented player.
You know, I'd like to build a case for mech here on a map like this, because when you play bio, like the main strength of bio is the fact that you can attack multiple locations at the same time. Your bio is relatively mobile, but on a map like Eclipse, you don't necessarily have to worry about attacking multiple locations at the same time, right? Like you've got the natural, and then you've got the third that is very close to natural, but isn't even like assailable because the ramp is so narrow. So if we were expecting Dandy to play mech at all, then this is the map to do it. Because again, with mech, you can quite easily just batten down the hatches and play macro and wait for the Zerg to just lose attacking into you constantly. And I just think this is a good map to do it if you were planning on playing mech.
All right, but Dandy is gonna go for bio again, and he is scouting. And then this is going to look similar opening wise for Dandy. He's going to scout see that 12 hatch, and then see the follow-up, which is going to be 2 hatch again. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see that 15 command center, and all these kinds of corners you cut as Terran in the early game really allow you to get that economic boost, and that's why you get that faster academy, those faster timings. Like, we're going to see that now. Red's going to get here and scout everything as well, and we see that command center being made at the natural there.
It's a little bit different because he didn't cancel the Marine. But yeah, he is cutting corners wherever he can. The supply depot still hasn't been placed down by the Terran player. And that means the command center is going to be ever so, quicker.
That drone was very close to death, but I think that's why Dandy baited the Marine this time, just to get this drone out of his base.
Yeah, that's possible, definitely. Now, one thing that you really have to worry about as Terran here is defending against muta harassment in your natural, because it's not the most comfortable position to be in. This isn't the most comfortable natural to defend, is what I'm trying to say, against mutas. Could be worse, obviously, but still. So we'll see if Dandy manages to pull out a similar timing on Rhett hit as he did in game number 1. The Lings are once again heading across the map. Now, as we remember, Dandy got baited into building a bunker in game number 1. This time, this bunker might actually come in handy if he were to plant it down, as the Lings are going to make it into the natural of the Terran player. Difference
here is Dandy only saw 4 Lings, doesn't realize there were 6 because Rhett made 2 at the natural, and it's a good reaction to pull these SCVs. He's kind of holding position at the ramp. Rhett doesn't really want to commit either. The Marines are kind of exposed here, but with that 4th Marine, I think he'll be able to fend these off pretty easily. Yeah, he should be safe here. Although the Lings do come in once again to try and pick off as many Marines as he can now. Any Marine Dandy loses here is one less Marine that Rhett is going to have to worry about when those mutas finally pop. And he manages to pick off the last one as well on the tail end there. So only 2 Marines remaining right now as the spy gets planted down in the main base of our Dutch player. I think getting that last Marine made it really worthwhile for Rhett. He got, 4 Marines? 4 6 Zerglings and 1 SCV. That's definitely a trade Zerg would like to do. Yeah. Now Red is taking this very close third, and this might be because he's new. Because on this map, you definitely don't want to take this third. You want to take either one of those 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock thirds farther away via ground from Terran. Terran can't pressure your third and natural at the same time, so it's easier to defend. You can just follow where the bio is going, and we see Danny's currently only on 7 Marines, very small. Well, I'm going to moving that Overlord. I'm going to have to disagree with you here, because this is the feature of the map. This third is so easy to defend when you're Zerg against Terran that you can just afford to take it there and not worry about any Terran attack coming to kill it there. Plus, obviously he lost those Marines in the early game, so this push is going to be, much weaker than it would be if he hadn't lost those units to the Lings. And it's already looking much better for Rhett. The Sunken is going to go up in time to defend this push if it were to make its way to the natural. 2-link counterattack here. This is actually pretty annoying, but he has enough coming out of his barracks to defend from this. And with the Sunken, the mutas are going to be out in time anyway. This should be a pretty easy defense. These Marines won't have range, so even if they bust the Sunken, the mutas will be able to clean up this bio group. Now, it looks like Dandy has once again gone up to 3 barracks. I don't think there's an eBay in the main base of our Terran player. We'll have to wait and see in just a moment as the mutas do pop. And look at this ramp. It's so difficult to go up this ramp because the Marines go single file, and then they get, they're vulnerable to being picked off by these mutas. That's exactly what's happening. I'm not sure why Rhett, was so hesitant to engage these Marines as they were on the ramp, because it's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick them off when they're on the high ground. But he should still be fine. There's only 4 Marines there. He might end up losing a drone or 2. But overall, again, the Marines don't have range, so pretty easy to fend this off with Mutalist. Dandy did trade away. It was only 7 Marines and 2 medics, but it does allow him to get up his turrets in his base. He's not being harassed in the meantime, so that's not a terrible trade for Terran. But what happens now is Dandy's pretty much giving away all semblance of map control. We're not going to see Dandy out on the map. He's also teching up super quickly behind this factory. He's already on the way.
Yeah, the momentum has definitely shifted in favor of Rhett here as the Mutas do make their way to the natural. We'll see how many SCVs he manages to pick off in the end.
Couple SCVs already gone down, and Dandy there finally has some medics. I only saw Marines. I was a little bit concerned there. Factory floating, and Dandy starport at around 7:30. That's a really fast starport. But we see he's only on 3 barracks, and that's the reason for it. He's prioritizing his tech. Nice turret placement here. Rhett having a tough time finding an opening.
He's probably going to be looking to do some kind of tank push to the natural as he's got that super quick factory. The starport is also going up. He's only on 3 barracks, so we know that the investment into bio isn't going to be as severe as it would be if you were going for, I don't know, 4 racks or 5 racks. So definitely can't really afford to lose any Marines at this stage of the game. But that also means he's not really going to be moving out anytime soon. Although as I say that, Dandy moves out.
He's moving out with about 15 Marines. This is a very small number at this point. Actually, not even. It just looks like a control group here. And Rhett, with these mutas, should be able to clean this up pretty easily.
Yeah, Dandy really needs to watch out because losing these Marines could spell doom in the long run.
Rhett pulling away the weakened mutas, keeping them away, and there we go. Easily cleaned up. It was only a control group of Marines, and what really hurts here is losing these 4 medics. Then he's gonna have to remake these medics. Oh, Rhett fell asleep there on a little bit. Looks like Dandy's not gonna be able to rescue them. And this is 100 gas, and when you're taking up like this, you're gonna be pretty tight on gas. Don't really want to be making tons of medics.
He's got very limited production capabilities so far. As I said, he only had 3 barracks at that point, so losing this bio boat is going to come back to bite him in the long run. As yeah, we can see that he's only got Marines here. Anytime they stim, they're going to lose quite a lot of HP, so he needs to get back on remaking those medics ASAP.
And we see Dandy's gas is already completely gone. He's only on 1 starport because he's mixing in tanks. And like you said, he's going to go for that siege tank push. But I don't think he's going to have enough bio. It's going to come down to how the irradiates land, if Rhett can split quickly enough, because these mutas are going to have +1 carapace as well.
Yeah, we already see that. Rhett is going up to his hive, needs to get into those defilers ASAP. Try and prevent this push from killing him outright. But, you know, he's macroing on 3 bases quite comfortably. Oh, he's actually got quite a lot of lurkers moving out to try and slow this push down. Is he actually going to go into the natural to try and kill Dandy right here, right there?
This I don't know about. It looks like it's working. The lurkers are in turret range, so now the mutas have an opening here. The tanks are able to siege away, and Rhett doesn't really have to attack here. All he has to do is buy time for the defilers. And there's ramps everywhere on this map.
Well, you know, it's actually worth doing this when the Terran player is on 2 bases. Anytime you shave off any units, you know that this push is going to be ever so weaker when it finally does come out. Now, unfortunately, he didn't manage to pick off any tanks because these are going to be the key units to breaking this position that Rhett has built up so far. But anything he can do to slow this push down is going to come back, or, you know, play into his hand. As the Defiler Mountain is just about to finish, this is still a scary push from the Terran player because the Defilers are not going to be there in time to come into play. So he might need to resort to different units if he wants to defend here.
I'm surprised Rhett didn't utilize any of the high grounds to buy some time, but I think he could just engage this outright.
And there we have it. The tanks are not sieged. They're at the front. The lurkers do run in and burrow. A great move from Rhett to try and collapse on this army and prevent this push from killing his natural. The mutas do get picked off, but the lurkers still remain. A lot of the Marines get picked off. The tanks do siege. One of them in range of the lurkers. Oh, this is gonna hurt if you're Dandy.
Right, losing that vessel critical. He's only on the 1 starport, so he's going to be very low on the vessel count. Rhett, very nice engagement, losing all the mutas, but I think the time for mutas is over, and he's already having his first defilers out. Dandy already teched up all the way. He's getting 2 E-base to get our upgrades, and he's no longer going to be making tanks because he really wants to just get his vessel count up.
Yeah, the tanks are not as strong as like a regular part of your composition. It was a good idea to go for a timing, but if you're playing SK Terran, you know, you can't really afford to have those tanks. Because first of all, they're slow. Anytime, you know, they're sieged and you get a Dark Swarm cast upon them, they're pretty much dead because you're not going to manage to pull them back in time to save them. So they're a bit clunky and they don't really help too much in breaking these positions, I don't think. Irradiates are much better. For killing lurkers, killing defilers.
We have a small counterattack here. Brett sent these units out through the side, and they're gonna be able to get right up to Dandy's natural. And this is super obnoxious for Terran to deal with. But it looks like Dandy suspects this, and he's setting up to defend. Dandy already has +2. I missed that. So very nice weapon upgrade. Dandy's staying on top of that.
Yeah, he's actually added his second eBay, so there we go. That +1 armor trailing a little bit. The fourth base has been planted down by Rhett in the top left-hand corner. That has 2 Vespene geysers. A little bit late on putting that fourth down, but you know, all things considered, this might be the right timing to go for it. The defilers are out. He's getting he's consuming lings, and I think he's going to look to try and break this Terran position. See, that's what I was talking about. Anytime a Dark Swarm comes down, these tanks are dead because you're not going to be able to unsiege them and pull them back in time. So it might be time to just switch to SK Terran, as you were saying.
Oh, nice Scourge here. Dandy not able to target them as the Marines. The Marines were hitting the lings, unfortunately, there. Dandy not looking or misclicked on those Scourge. And just losing vessels over and over again. This is where it gets difficult for Terran. Although Dandy does have very nice upgrades, 2-1, the Marines will be able to ignore the Lurker Spines, basically. 3 Lurker Spines to kill Marines here. Look how easily the Marines cleaned up that Lurker field, and all of a sudden, Rhett looking like he doesn't have much.
Yeah, but it still was a worthwhile trade for Rhett, I would say. Definitely on getting those vessels, because they're the key units to breaking defilers and breaking lurkers later on in the game. Now it looks like Rhett might need to pull back those units from the south to try and reinforce or bolster the defense, as we do have a dropship heading its way or heading on towards the 12 o'clock base, or actually the base in the top left-hand corner. There is a Nidus there, so he should be able to defend. This is only just one dropship worth of units.
Looks like he's gonna head towards that there. He doesn't know about that top left base, and that top left base has 2 gas. So quickly, Rhett's gonna go from 3 to 5 gas. Oh, no defense here at the third. Looks like 1 lurker going back.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder from Dandy not scouting that base in the top left-hand corner, because when you're Terran, you kind of need to expect your Zerg opponent to go for a fourth somewhere.
And Dandy putting on the pressure in multiple ways. He's attacking the front while also dropping. So Brett's attention here is being occupied, and he's gonna have a tough time dealing with this drop. Scourge coming, and oh, looks like they're able to kill the dropship, but 1 firebat and 2 Marines is plenty annoying. He's gonna have to deal with this now.
Yeah, Rek is getting stretched a bit thin here by these drops and these constant attacks by Dandy, but he's got his fourth. As we said, he's got 2 geysers there, so that's plenty of gas to keep remaking lurkers, keep remaking defilers, and comfortably switch into ultras as well. But he still needs to defend against this massive push that Dandy has going on in the natural. Meanwhile, it looks like Dandy is thinking about switching into battle cruisers, as that physics lab has been added to the science facility.
And I think the battle cruiser switch is actually a big mistake, because this vessel count is already low. Battle cruisers take a very long time to build, and we're looking at nice plague here by Rhett, but we're looking at 1 vessel switching into battle cruisers. On top of that, Zerg already has +1 carapace, so these battle cruisers are going to be 2-shotting Scourge. All of a sudden, Scourge are 50% or 100% more effective against battle cruisers. So I don't think this is going to be effective at all. He really needs to keep on the pressure, but Rhett is already going to be switching into ultras. He has nice upgrades, and this is looking tough for Dandy.
Yeah, this is the defensive nature of Eclipse that is really coming into play here in favor of our Dutch player. These science vessels are as good as dead.
Oh no. Okay, looks like he's still going to be able to get them. No, these ultras are irradiated, but they won't die with just 1 irradiate.
That's actually a lot of bio. Oh, nice, that's a massive plague as well. He doesn't actually have that many medics, does he? In that bio. Yeah, only about 3, 4, something like that, 5 maybe. All right. Looks like Dandy is setting his sights on that base in the top left-hand corner. But as we said, there is a Nidus Canal. And Rhett is getting ready to defend there. The Defiler ready to cast the Dark Swarm as well. Not needs to pull the trigger. There we go.
And just with 2 lurkers, it doesn't matter how much bio there is. This position is unbreakable. And now we have Rhett out on the map, taking some map control with these ultras. We have the battle cruisers arriving, but we're gonna see they're not gonna be able to one-shot these Scourge. And easily gets cleaned up. And you're trading 2 vessels every time you make a battle cruiser, pretty much. So that's a big investment. And for them to do nothing like that, now Danny's getting pushed back. Nice plague there. Oh,
look at how many ultras come in. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I think this might be it, really. See, this is what happens when the Terran can't really find an opening anywhere, right? Like, it's been 15 or 16 minutes of Dandy constantly trying to attack Rhett and not gaining much for his efforts. As now the 3, 4 ultralisks do make their way into the third base of the Terran player, and things are slowly falling apart. I think Rhett is actually leading in supply right now, which is something you don't really see in ZVT.
Bio is very well upgraded, so outside of Swarm, Danny still can compete, but every time he loses a vessel, it's going to make Swarm more effective. Another couple vessels go down.
And these science vessels...
Another vessel goes down, so Rhett really doing a good job at just killing every single vessel he sees.
Yeah, definitely on point. That's what I was trying to say, that the science vessel snipes have been just on point this game. Now, Dandy has gone up to 3 starboards to try and reinforce, his science vessel reserves. But yeah, he's lost so many this game. When we had a tab to check how many science vessels have been killed this game.
Zerg is gonna have a pretty big power spike here once Carapace 3 finishes, and once ultras are even with marine weapon upgrades, the fight starts looking completely different. Ultras just steamroll, and it's just, I mean, Rhett took the entire top half of the map. He's on 6 gas soon. This is gonna be so many ultras.
I mean, Rhett is at 57 drones to the 45 SCVs of Dandy. If the Terran player doesn't manage to finish the game in the next two minutes, it's just slowly slipping away. A massive play comes down on half the bio. And this might be all she wrote. Despite the relatively high supply of Dandy, he's just losing too much here without having the ability to replenish his army as quickly as the Zerg player, who's now, by the way, on 5 bases and 6 gases.
Yeah, Danny has a ton of bio, but it's not with Swarm, with upgraded ultras, plus the fact that Rhett has been using Plague so well, it's not enough. Let me see. Needs a few more medics here, but the ultras are just too strong, and the non-stop reinforcement from Rhett might be able to just break this position.
Yeah, as we can see, the longer the game goes on, the better Rhett feels in TVZ, as he's got a very solid grasp on this game on Eclipse. Now Dandy still hasn't tapped out. He's still going to put up a fight. Getting that 4th base up would really come in handy at this point, but I mean, he's sub 100 supply to the 133 of Rhett, and I just don't see a way back in. I mean, he's got a few vessels coming in. They don't quite have the energy for radiate. Oh, never mind.
Bio
spoke there.
Getting pushed back here a little bit, but nice irradiates there. Now Rhett, it's ridiculous. Zerg, even with 6 gas, or I guess currently 5 gas, look how they're always starving for gas no matter what. This is like Zerg always prioritizes gas first, because ultras, defilers, Scourge, everything costs gas.
I mean, he's got so many minerals at this point. There's hardly anything he can do with them. It's the gas that counts. That's why he got his 5th base up there with a 6 gas. Really going to come in handy. As you've got another counter attack coming into the 3rd base of the Terran player. Going to pick off maybe the comps out, maybe a few SCVs and a medic.
Yeah, these are well upgraded cracklings, and Dandy taps out, no way to defend that base, and Rhett already had the entire top half of the map.
Well, they
That was
have
very
it.
impressive.
Yeah, Rhett manages to tie up the series with a really impressive macro game on Eclipse. I think this might be the key to victory, you know, just dragging the game out for as long as possible. You know, if you're Rhett, this might be the way to go.
I guess the most impressive part was just his constant Scourge usage and his Defiler control. Lots of plagues, well-timed and well-placed swarms. And that's like the last thing that comes when you play Brood War. Like your spell unit utilization, that's the most difficult part. And the fact that he had that already, I mean, Rhett just seems like a really strong player in late game, like you said.
Yeah, it's really not possible to break lurkers and defilers if you don't have those Science Vessels. So staying on top of sniping them over and over again really came in, you know, it paid dividends there for Rhett. But we're now going to move to game number 3, where Dandy gets his map choice. What are we expecting here? I would expect something that would allow him to pull a quick one out once again, just like in game number 1.
Could be Fighting Spirit, to be honest.
Yeah,
Could just be Circuit. Polyport is still, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see match point. I don't think we're going to see match point.
Oh, yeah.
So 101, and it is Fighting Spirit.
No, good call. All right, let's jump into game number 3 of Rhett versus Dandy. And spawning as the grey Zerg in the top left-hand corner of Fighting Spirit, he is Rhett. And his opponent in the bottom left as the pinkish Terran, he is Dandy. Not making it easy for us with the colours. Tell you what.
All right, so Rhett with this Overlord, it's gonna go to top right. Look for that. Advance for the colors.
Incoming. Somebody call kicks. This wasn't hosted on top versus bottom.
We've seen Rhett go for 2 hatch mute every game, and we see Dandy going for 2 racks academy every game. One difference: last game he went for 2 racks and he teched up quickly. But he combined teching up quickly while also going out on the map and losing his bio. So, okay, no, we're not gonna see that. We're gonna see an 8 racks. Dandy has had enough. Doesn't want to go into the late game. Wants to get some damage done early.
Yeah, I mean, considering this is Fighting Spirit, like the most standard map ever in StarCraft, you could expect Rhett to go for that, you know, that standard 12 hatch once again. So, I mean, the 8 racks might be a good way to take advantage of the fact that Rhett keeps playing the same opening over and over again.
Yeah, Dandy's the one mixing it up here. And Rhett, as expected, taking that 12 hatch. Now he will drone scout Dandy. I mean, he's been drone scouting every game. There's a drone heading out.
Well, the question is he going to go cross spawns or vertical?
Dandy double scouting now to find Rhett's position. And here comes the drone, and it looks like it
Cross
is
spawns.
actually gonna go cross.
This might be a quick one once again, as the SCV of Dandy is going to make its way into the natural. Now, as soon as Rhett spots the other SCV in the bottom right-hand corner, he might know that something's up. He's actually turning the drone to the bottom left. It looks like it. So it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, just checking the middle for checking the middle for BBS, and now he's gonna confirm if Dandy is adjacent to him, and he sees the 8 racks.
We'll see how well he responds to it. Still no bunker going up. The first SCV is going to get focused down in the main base of Rhett, so taking a little bit more damage than maybe he wanted to. But there's more SCVs being pulled. Is it going to work? Still no bunker being built in the natural of Rhett.
Unfortunately for Rhett, he doesn't have great drilling options here. The Overlord being at top right is his only option to drill, and he's trying to get on top of these Marines, but he can't drill to them. It's like he's able to get 1 Marine. He's already lost 3 drones, I think.
This is massive amounts of damage. 9 drones left for the Dutch player. He's only got 2 mining in the main, as he's struggling to defend against this 8 racks.
He's not able to cut off this Marine from reinforcing. The bunker isn't done yet. Drones are getting on top of the Marines. Nice SCV block there by Dandy. There's only 3 Marines left. 2 go down. Only 1 Marine left.
But a lot of drones have gone down. Likewise, the Ling's getting focused down. Blocked by the SCVs close to the bunker. Rhett is down to 6 drones. 4 of them not even mining at this point. Oh, this isn't looking good for a Dutch player as another Marine makes its way into the bunker and Rhett taps out of game number 3. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. That's all Dandy needed to close the series out.
Have the best options to drill. Like limited when you like that drone that was out on the map, it could have stayed elsewhere to give him some more flexibility with his drilling. But nice ARAX from Dandy, and he's gonna go on into the winners match, which leaves us with Babo and XPX coming up.
Yep, another TVZ coming up in just a moment. The winner of which is going to go up against Dandy in the winners match, and then the loser will have to contend against Rhett. You know, for another chance of making it into the quarterfinals. Any favorites? I think this is the matchup that is going to be a little bit more balanced, or at least like even than the first one.
I think I'm gonna lean slightly XPX, but I don't think he's been as active.
You think
So
SPX? I think SPX has much better like TVT or TVP than he does TVZ. And Babo
I've heard that as well. I've heard that from Zerg players that XPX's worst matchup is TVZ. But I think when he was interviewed, he said his favorite matchup was TVZ. So,
oh, is that right? Oh well, we'll see. We'll see. So far, two of the Terran players we've had have made it through to the quarterfinals. So you know, as a Terran player, I am rooting a little bit for more Terrans because you know, as I was talking to Duck Holiday yesterday, TVT is my favorite matchup to play to watch as well. But we'll see, you know, a little bit of variety never hurt anyone, and having a Zerg in the winners match would definitely make things a little bit, you know, spicier. So I think we're just about ready to jump into this game, or at least the map draw, because once again, as a reminder, we do have the first map of every series drawn by Rustbrain's team. And just a quick reminder before we move on that we still need around $2,000 to have RCG 2021. So if you've got any money to spare, definitely make sure to go to the website that is probably somewhere on Twitch and Twitch chat and check it out, because we need a little bit more support from the community to have another edition of this tournament next year. So that was it for the plug.
yeah, pretty close to that $15,000 goal. And with that, we get another RCG event guaranteed for next year by Rustbrain. Oh, forgot to mention how Rhett actually got into this tournament. Rhett won the last qualifier, wildcard qualifier, after models dropped out, if I'm correct.
I do believe that is correct. Yep, where he had to play against. Let me just quickly check and confirm. Where is it? Why can't I use Wikipedia? There we go. Yep. He played against TTF, Hawk, Shiki, Venom, Boa, and Death Fate. So, you know, I mean, still a pretty stacked lineup in that last qualifier. You know, with people like Shiki, Boa, you know, TTF as well. Pretty good Terran player. But yeah, I think we're just about ready to jump into the map draw for this series. Match point. All right, going old school.
Match point ZVT. Would not be surprised if we see mech. Now XPX also likes to mix it up in TVZ. I've seen him go for 1 base, 2 port Wraith a lot. Now this isn't the best map for it.
Well, it's not the worst map for it either. Although I don't think you can get a full wall on match point, can you?
I
Terran,
think it depends on your spawn, but usually you get that one depot, one barracks block. Now in some spawns, I think in bottom left you can't do it because the edge of the map with the barracks isn't tight.
The beauty of Starcraft and SimCity. Remember, it's not a feature. It's not a bug. It's a feature. All right. All right. I think we're just about ready to load up the replay. So, without further ado, here's game number 1 of Babo versus SPX. Alright, spawning as the blue Zerg in the bottom left hand corner of match point, he is Babo. And his opponent as the purple Terran in the top right, he is SPX.
Way back in May when this, was it May I think? The South American qualifier was held. Babo came in second behind only Terran in that tournament to qualify for this event. So pretty impressive result there, and that's pretty much the last time I saw him play, but he looked very strong there. XPX sending out that SCV. Let's see if he is gonna go for that wall, or if he's gonna go for an 8 racks.
Could be a forward racks. Yep, that's what he's doing.
This is way forward racks, and on this map, the rush distance is actually pretty large.
Trying to think if you're Babo, right? Because these guys are quite far apart, and this is all online. Is this going to influence his choices in terms of build orders? Because microing meters isn't as easy when you're playing on, like, I don't know, TR12 probably, considering how far apart they are.
Definitely. I mean, the lower the turn rate gets, the worse I think it is for Zerg. It limits their ability to control mutas, and that's probably the most painful. And we have Babo going for 9-pull gas trick, and this is a very good build on this map. Terrans often like the early scout just to block the natural, so you get this 9-pull. It's not super all in. You don't take the gas, just make 6 slings, and you can avoid all that in the early game. And we're gonna see it's gonna work out wonders against this AREX.
Yeah, these things happen. These build order wins, giving one player a massive advantage in the early game. Sometimes these things happen. We had that happen in game 3 of Rhett versus Dandy, and now looks like Babo will get a little bit ahead thanks to his opening.
Yeah, we see XPX actually loses that SCV right away, and that's actually pretty important because he doesn't know now if this is 9-pull speed or just 9-pull.
Yeah, definitely. And we know that the gas is being built by Babo. The barracks will have to be floated back to the main base of the Terran player to prevent the links from getting in. They might not make it back in time.
This seems risky, lifting the barracks like this. Wouldn't it be better just to keep... Okay, it looks like he is going to wall here, and that was his plan all along, so that makes sense.
Yes, the question is, what kind of a transition is SPX looking for here right now? It looks like he's pulled out of gas, so I don't think he's going to be going into Starport. He's going to get a slightly delayed expansion with this.
Yeah, but this is really good opening for Babo. And
but do you want to go for speed in these positions? Like, that your opponent has been delayed, his build order didn't really do anything. Wouldn't you just want to go into a super quick lair and get those mutas out much quicker than... I mean, what are you going to do with his speed? You could try and delay the natural a little bit, but the mutas would do it better, I think, because you're still cutting corners to defend. And you end up with it, the result is very similar, but you've got mutas.
The one weakness... Was speed cancelled, or was just speed first then lair?
It's still being researched, I think.
Okay, so I think he's going to rely on speed links to defend from the early vulture. This vulture isn't going to have any upgrades. Look how the factory is placed on the edge of the map. There's no way to make an add-on there.
Yeah, but you could have just had could have built a sun and had quicker muters. And again, the result would be the same, but he would have quicker muters. I don't know. All right, the first vulture is on. He's going to get surrounded.
Oh, and that's one of the benefits of speed right away. And XPX has to be careful now. I mean, vultures with enough room do still kill speedlings, but you have to be careful. And he's following us up with a starport here, and it's not going to be 2-port Wraith, but it's going to be some kind of 1-base 1-1-1. And his expansion is severely delayed here.
Right, you can't really afford to lose that first vulture. Looks like SPX actually put a couple of FCs back into mining gas and got that starport out instead. He needs to get the Wraith out to try and confirm what his opponent is doing, because right now he knows Sweet Fanny Adams. He's playing completely in the dark as the vulture did get picked off. So he really doesn't know what is happening on the other side of the map, and he needs to confirm what Babo has chosen to go for.
We're getting that Hydra Dent to deal with these Wraiths before he has the mutas out. And this Overlord was here long enough to see that there was no command center being made. So he knows Babo, or he knows XPX is on 1 base for a very long time.
I mean, SPX is floating a lot of money right now. He's only just now planted his command center in the natural. He's got, what, 450 gas. Not really spending his resources as optimally as he could be. As the Wraith does make it into the natural, might be able to pick off one more Overlord before getting pushed back by the Hydras.
XPX really needs to scout, see that Spire time, see the follow-up, but he's just prioritizing killing these Overlords, and Babo was supply block there. He's only now going to get 1 Hydra, and 1 Hydra is just not going to be enough.
Actually manages to pick off 3 Overlords with that Wraith, but still hasn't confirmed that the mutas are on the way. Now he does have an eBay that's been completed, so as soon as he realizes that the mutas are just about to pop, we're going to see a few turrets going up in the base of the Terran player. And there we have the Flying Shrimp have popped out of the cocoons. Oh, he's going for Burrow. No, wait, what's he going for? What is that thing?
That's Cloak. That's Cloak from Terran.
Oh, you're right. I'm blind. Never mind. It's pixelated because we're using Zero's zoom feed and it's pixelated. I can't tell.
Mutas coming in to harass. It's only 2 mutas, so it's gonna. I mean, that's SCVs are so tanky there. We have this drop chip out of sight, and we have something to spot it right at the mineral only of Terran. Unfortunate there for XPX that it gets seen.
Why would you go for Cloak here, though?
Oh no, it was actually a Wraith. You need Cloak as a method of defense against Mutalisk. Even if you only have 2 Wraiths, it's more than enough, because then Zerg can't attack until they have Overlord speed. So it just buys you a little bit more time.
I think it's a waste of money. You would just get more turrets and defend without Cloak. I don't know. I guess that's why he's in this tournament and I'm not.
Here we have this drop not being seen. This Hydra was here, but it's just too slow. These Hydras won't have upgrades. And we already see 1 drone going down, 2 drones going down.
That's actually quite a lot of damage being dealt by SPX.
3 drones go down, and he's only on 2 hatcheries, so it's going to take him a very long time to build this back up.
Definitely. Quite a lot of mining time lost as well. Like, see, he's still invested a lot in turrets. He's built like 6 or 7 in total, so I just don't think the Cloak was necessary there. I don't know. Right, we're gonna have a relatively standard transition into bio from here on out. He's still just on 1 barracks.
Yeah, Babo is not making any drones. He's just going all in with this. He's making a lot of links. There's gonna be 2 bunkers here, but not that many Marines, only 5 Marines. The Wraiths aren't gonna really help out against the Lings a ton. And here are the mutas, but there's the Cloak.
Oh, I guess. Right. It's just a bit anticlimactic. I mean, the Lings do still get on top of the bunkers, but there's just too few of them to make a difference. The mutas are focusing down the turrets, but I mean, it's just a bit too late. Although, I mean, a few more Hydras and Lings do make it across the map. The tank is going to get focused down. It's struggling to get back to safety.
Nice drop
the
ship there.
Ship comes in clutch.
No, Lings are doing a ton of damage on the ground, and the Wraiths not very good against ground units, but eventually they will be killed. Mutas are still alive. Every Wraith that becomes uncloaked is just going to get picked off instantly. And babo's doing a ton of damage here, but again, he's being forced back by these cloaked Wraiths.
Yeah, Cloak is actually pretty good. Look at that.
Now we find an Overlord, but too many Mutas have died already. And I think with this, XPX has won the game.
Yeah, I mean, Babo is only on 14 drones here against 35 SCVs of a Terran player, so it's really going to be difficult to come back into this game. Babo is not producing any more workers. Only Mutas on the production tab right now. But he's a bit starved for gas right now, right?
Yeah, I think Babo only has 2 on gas at his natural. He wasn't mining gas from his main earlier after their drop. Only recently put them back on. He's finally making some drones, but I think it's too late to transition back into a macro game.
All right, looks like a very straightforward game for SPX from now on. Just needs to add a few more barracks, get those Marines out, and push across the map. Because I don't think Babo is going to have lurkers or defilers ready in time to defend, as he's still making pretty much only Mutas. A few more drones being added to the composition there to stabilize his economy a little bit. But I mean, SPX already has +1 attack. He's now getting +1 armor as well, if that's the right icon.
And we see Babo only now getting Overlord speed. It's going to be a while for that to finish. XPX was still a little bit vulnerable if there were Overlords with speed, but because they were just slow Overlords, the Mutas can't pressure. And that's why a low number of Wraiths, even with Cloak, forces Zerg to get this upgrade before they can commit to any attacks.
I think getting the Hydra Den so early was a bit of a mistake, because he could have instead, like sacrificed one more Overlord and got Overlord speed instead. So, how much gas does it cost?
150.
150. Pretty big investment though.
XPX playing super safe with these double bunkers. He knows he's ahead, not taking any risks.
Yeah, range just about halfway done. If again, I'm looking at the right icon. And I think this is the timing he's going to be looking for, that +1/+1 move out. As Babo is now looking to take his third in the top left-hand corner. Meanwhile, still harassing in the natural.
Here come the Wraiths. These Wraiths could actually pick off the Overlords that are reinforcing here. And again, with Cloak, they're strong against the Mutas, but once the Overlords show up, like 1-to-1, the Mutas just win easily against the Wraiths. We have a Vessel showing up. It's not going to have Irradiate for a little bit, but this is nice damage from Babo. Is it enough though? Can he get a stirred up in time, and can he transition into something other than Mutas by the time XPX is ready to move out?
Yeah, he's going to be hard pressed to defend here. The Lurker research has just been finished, so he might have something there. But again, this is going to be a lot of bio moving across the map. He's going to have +1/+1. He's going to have Irradiate on a few vessels at the very least. He's still got those Wraiths from the early game, which is, going to come in handy, I guess, later as well. Yeah, what's the next step for Babo here? Because you're not going to have time to get up to Defilers, right? The Hive hasn't been started. I don't think he even has a Queen's Nest.
Babo hasn't realized he only has 2 on gas at his natural, and that's hurting him a lot here.
No, you're right.
I think it's just buy time with lurkers and then mass lurkers so you can defend, but he's behind. He's definitely behind here. XPS is still only on the 4 barracks. I think Babo could potentially hold, but it's difficult on this map, especially with the Wraiths opening up paths for the dropship as well. And XPS is messing up bio with tanks and vessels. There's 4 tanks already. He's going to be able to pressure the natural here. And one feature on this map is you can actually hit the hatchery and the mineral line from below the low ground. So that could come into play here.
Yeah, but he still needs to be careful because there's a lot of Mutas there. And with good control, Babo could pick those tanks off quite easily. Now, we have to remember that they are playing on probably TR12 or something along those lines. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult than it normally would be. The vessels do already have a radiator, if I'm not mistaken. If we could just check how much energy they both have, that would be pretty cool.
Babo trying to set up on this high ground here. This third is completely undefended, but
Oh, he's misreading this really hard.
And again, tanks can just hug the edge of this terrain and they'll be able to attack from the low ground.
Yeah, so far no resistance being put up by Babo.
I think Babo's just going to go for a counterattack here.
Yeah, looks like it.
And I think XPX senses something is up. He doesn't. Okay, he scanned the counterattack, so he's going to prepare for that. He's loading these bunkers.
Yeah, he's going to be ready. Although that is still quite a lot of muters and lurkers. They are going to jump on top of the bunkers.
He's bringing the race back. This is going to help out a little bit. All the vessels back as well. Some of the bio, I think he only left the tanks attacking. He realized all he has to do is defend, and Babo is dead.
Yeah, that might be right. He is currently doubling his opponent in supply. The lurkers are all but cleared out in the natural, just 2 remaining.
Not the cleanest engagement there from XPX, but his Marines already have +1 armor, so they're taking 3 hits from the lurkers, and everything gets cleaned up.
Yeah, but he didn't manage to pick up the hatchery in the natural, so you know the tanks are now moving back, and I guess Babo did what he wanted to do, and that was to stop this attack. The question is, how is he going to stop this next attack that SPX is brewing?
He bought himself enough time here, but he just doesn't. He's not scaling well into the late game. He's still only on lair tech. Now this is a nice engagement. He's able to catch XPX before he can get up this high ground. But XPX still has 4 tanks. Not much bio though.
Yeah, definitely not much bio cover there for those tanks. But you know, he's not taking a lot of damage. He's not losing the crucial units here. Those are the tanks, the science vessels, even the wrights. They do come in handy, as there aren't any mutants there to try and contend against them. They're just picking off the lurkers for free, or relatively for free. Oh, needs to watch out.
This is a lot of lurkers. He's delaying hype to get out more lurkers, and it's actually working pretty well. Another vessel goes down there. There's 2 vessels that have been killed. Every time he gets a vessel, that's like more time he's being given.
Yeah, SPX's macro at this point is just too strong. Even though he's on 2 bases, he's still doing much more in that regard than his opponent. So that 116 supply to 48. And there's only like 3 lurkers remaining on that high ground plateau there, and they're getting picked up by wraiths. And there we have it. Babo taps out of game number 1. It's going to go in SPX's way as he takes the match point for himself. You know that your opponent's going for the star ball. You just get the speed anyway. I mean, it always happens to me. So.
All right, so Babo losing that game. He's gonna go down 0-1 in the set, and he's gonna get his map choice now. Now I think what happened early game. So it was 9-pool against Iraq. So it was a nice opening for Babo, but I think things will all fall apart. That Wraith got 3 overlord kills, then the drop came in, got several drones, and forced Babo into an awkward position, an awkward decision, and wasn't able to do enough with his all-in attack.
Yeah, Babo got a really good opening there with the 9-pool against the 8 rags. He then picked off the 1 Vulture that came across the map, which forced SPX into going into Stargate and the Wraith to confirm what the Zerg was doing. But then, you know, I don't really understand the decision to go for the Hydra Den. Maybe it was necessary, maybe it wasn't, but it still didn't feel like it did what it should have done, right?
Maybe it was the speed before lair, making his mutas that much later. Like every second counts in this game, and the fact that he went speed, then lair, delayed his Spire, delayed his Hydra Den. He probably wouldn't have lost 3 overlords if he had gone lair first.
Definitely. So yeah, as you said, we're now going to be going into Babo's map pick. I think we're just about ready to find out what it was. SPX currently leading 1-0 in the series, and it's going to be Neo Sylphid.
We've seen a ton of Zerg players pick this map in this matchup.
Yeah, for good reason, I guess. Although, you know, this map is one of the most balanced ones we've had in recent years. I think it had some like Protoss related problems before the Neo version. But again, you know, most people praise it for being relatively standard in all matchups. It's got a few cool features, just like that forward third with a reduced resource reserve and a full high ground. All right, I think we're just about ready to jump into this game, so let's do it, Zero. Let's load up the replay. All right, spawning as the pink Zerg in the 12 o'clock. He is Babo. We're finally getting a good color contrast here, as his opponent in the bottom right, spawning as the brown Terran. He is SPX.
I've seen XPX go 2-port Wraith on this map a lot, but
This
I
is a
think
good
being
spawn.
up,
This
a good spawn for it?
Yeah, because you can wall off really easily. You get two supply depots and barracks, and it's a tight wall.
and everything spawns on the inside.
Yeah.
But I think he's up 1-0. He might just play standard here. And Babo, I wouldn't be surprised if he just did 2 hatch unit again. Is he gonna go 9-4 again? Unlikely. Probably just gonna see 12 hatch here.
It's probably going to be something more standard from SPX because he's not going for that wall. Just placing the supply depot and the command center to push the SCVs a little bit closer to the minerals as they spawn. But yeah, this is looking like a 12 hatch here from Babo.
12 hatch and a barracks from XPX. So very standard so far. And this map, Babo, if he's gonna go into taking a third, it's probably gonna be that 11 o'clock spawn. And that's just an easy to defend third base. Very tight ramp there.
Could be, yeah, definitely. So SPX setting up for that standard Terran versus Zerg opening, the gasless expansion.
We have pool being made instantly, and there's a gas being added. So again, 2 hatch from Babo. He sees the SCV.
Yeah, he was confirming that there was no BBS.
Yeah, he checked the middle, and that's pretty smart on a 3-player map because the drone always is gonna confirm immediately if your overlord doesn't see where they are. So you just waste a couple, or you take a couple extra seconds with this longer path, but you confirm no BBS, and now Babo can scout. He went all the way in to see if there was a gas. Sees no gas, and now he's gonna retreat. 1 Marine, not enough to kill this drone.
Now, it's worth mentioning that SPX first sent his SCV to the left, and then upon seeing that there was no overlord coming from that direction, he went north, and that meant he got to the natural a little bit later than like Dandy, for instance, in his game against Red, and that meant SPX had to put down that second supply depot first. He had to make the Marine, and as a result, the command center is ever so slightly later than than maybe he would have wanted it to be.
Now this all matters. Everything is a little bit delayed. And Babo, how many links does he actually make? So he's gonna show 4 from his main, but he actually made 2 more at his natural. He's gonna go out with 5 links, and to leave 1 behind to deal with this SCV. But XPX immediately making a bunker. I mean, the response to make a bunker is fine. He's even adding a depot there to act as some form of a blockade. So just very safe and secure here.
Yep, definitely. He needs to invest in that bunker to stay safe. That's exactly what he's going to do. We've got a second barracks on the way as a response to this. I don't think he confirmed that the lair timing. You can expect that there's a lair being built in the natural, but I don't think he confirmed the exact timing. So the response to this is going to be a 2 racks, probably an academy coming down relatively soon as well.
No, we see there's a refinery being made, so soon after that usually comes the academy. And the SCV was still kept alive, so he's seeing everything in Babo's base. He's not gonna get caught off guard by anything. He still sees the links don't have speed, and there he sees the Spire at the natural.
Yep. So this time the mutas are going to be out a little bit quicker than they were in game number 1. We'll see if it comes into play in favor of Babo here. still keeping tabs on his opponent with the lings in the natural, making sure that there is no move out happening just yet.
Yeah, because he couldn't get his Overlord here, it's actually very important to have these links out. Whoa, is this a misrallied Marine there that just went down?
Could have been just pulled in by the links. And then we have the engineering bay. The academy is about to finish. We're going to have stim started and the comsat stations as well. Try and confirm what his opponent's doing.
Babo sending a drone to 11 o'clock already makes that hatchery.
Yeah, it's a really good location to put down a third. Quite far away from a natural. Gonna make it easy to intercept any Terran move out should he move towards that third. But yeah, it needs to get on top of scouting that this is 2-hatch muta. Needs to start putting down those turrets as well.
Yes.
2-hatch mutas come out at about 6 minutes in, so this is the time to start putting down those turrets everywhere in your base.
Well, we're getting +1 weapons, and we've seen this. A lot of Zergs go for +1 weapons with their 2-hatch mutas. We've also seen carapace. And this will make your mutas that much more effective for the window where Terran doesn't have vessels yet. Then we see XPX not even moving out. Like, this looks completely different from Dandy when he plays 2-Rex Academy. Dandy's out on the map with his bio. Here, XPX just staying, protecting his base, protecting his turrets. He's still only on 2 barracks, so he added these turrets up very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out, that Dandy added his 3rd barracks really quickly in both those games that he played against Ret. But SPX is not doing that. He's instead relying on static D, adding those turrets everywhere in his base to stay safe against the flying shrimp. And there we have, oh, that's a really quick factory. He's still on 2 barracks.
Yeah, around a 630 factory, so super fast, but he is going to be exposed here a little bit. He's going to have a very low unit count.
I think he forgot range for the longest time because it's only about halfway done if I'm looking at the right icon.
Okay, that's a little bit late. Usually range is done right before, right around 630. It's already complete. And here we have nice micro from Babo. He's targeting these exposed depots. Some SCVs trying to repair there, get picked off. And this is a ton of damage, especially so because XPX is only going to be on the two barracks. And Babo is following this up with like extreme aggression with mutas. He's getting +1 weapons.
Yeah, these mutas finding a nice sweet spot here in the main base. Going to be able to pick off this supply depot. Everything is, I mean, every bit of damage you can find is going to end up hurting the Terran player. The factory has been completed. 2 more barracks now being added to the production cycle of our Terran player. But we should also start seeing those starports coming down.
Babo, I mean, XPX is falling, like, he's switching this up. He's going up to 5 barracks right away, floating that factory, but I don't see a starport anywhere.
No,
this is interesting.
There's a starport. He's in 4 barracks and a starport.
Okay, I thought that was a 5th barracks. But he's relying on these turrets. He's not going to be able to put any pressure on Babo at all for a very long time. But Babo is going to eventually transition out of this, I think. He's already adding a couple drones. And his 3rd gas is mining, so he's going to have a ton of gas, a ton of flexibility here in the mid game. And here we have the +1, and these turrets are very exposed. Without Marines, the turrets just go down.
Babo is getting a lot of freedom to do what he wants. His choice is to keep making mutas, but at this point he could be easily adding a 4th or making a lot more drones going up to defilers. Could we check the status of his tech? Does he have hive on the way? Does he have a queen's nest? Yeah, there's a queen's nest. There's a hive just being started there as well. So good choice there by Babo to start getting ready for the next phase of the game as the Terran starts pushing out to have the right tools to defend.
Terran is pushing out here, and it's a little bit nervous. A nervous moment for Zerg when you see Terran doesn't come back to defend. Now we see Babo's reacting, he's pulling everything back, and it's just XPX getting caught off guard here. His Marines are split. Last thing you want to do against mutas is have your Marines split like this. Looks like he split them off. Well, half of them are going into the natural. These drone lines are very exposed, and Babo's pulling, but pulling right to where XPX is. Looks like babo's just gonna get here and clean up another bio group. Now, this is not normally worth it, but bio's economy took a big hit there. Babo needs to drone up here, but we saw in game 2, after he took economic damage, he just kept on attacking. Let's see if he does that again or if he switches it up.
Oh, it looks like, is he actually going for a Greater Spire? Is that the right item? Going for a massive attack now as well. That's going to get repelled.
I mean, I'm not really sure what he's doing because he went for a fast hive, but this isn't crazy Zerg. He's not having Ultralisk. He's not going to have upgrades. He only has Bonyth, but yeah, it is going to be Greater Spire.
Wow. What a madman. What is he planning on doing here? Like, how is he going to survive to Guardians?
I mean, that's his only option here. He's not. He doesn't have really much else. He's gonna have some links to support the mutas, but links and mutas don't do super well once the bio groups are in this large of a number.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to pick up quite a lot of units in that first attack when SPX's army wasn't really moving as a big, massive unit. But this time, he might be hard-pressed to... I mean, defending this third base might be a tall order. Now, he does manage to pick up a bunch of units on the tail end there of that attack, as he comes in with the Lings and the Mutas, buying himself a little bit more time for the Sunkens to finish. And yeah, SPX is going to think twice about moving up that ramp, as the Greater Spire has just finished. And we'll have to wait and see how Babo utilizes what he's planning to do with these Guardians. If you
we're low on scan. I don't think XPX has realized the tech switch option that's available to Babo now. But Guardians alone aren't that threatening. They do need support. They're gonna have +1 weapons, which is gonna give them a nice damage boost, but it's only gonna be 3 Guardians. He's gonna have 2 starports soon. The 2 starports will help him deal with that. And I just don't see what the next step is for Babo.
Do you maybe want to switch into Wraiths with Cloak at this point when you know that there's... I
think XPX is doing that because I see his starport finished and the add-on was cancelled. So he's just going to go Wraiths after a couple of vessels or just the one.
Yeah, there we go. So one of the Guardians is going to get irradiated, so, you know, they don't have the greatest damage output here.
Looks like the Guardians are stacked on each other. He's got to separate these. He doesn't want to lose 2 for 1 irradiate. There we go.
Whoopsie daisy. Alright. I mean, he's still finding quite a lot of damage. The natural is not mining at all. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of a counter-attack in the natural of the Zerg player. That's going to get repelled as well without too much of a hassle. Now, the problem here is that Babo still doesn't have a fort being built anywhere. 3 bases would be 30 minutes. And I mean, he invested in Guardian tech, so Defilers are not really going to be a thing in this game. He doesn't have lurkers or anything like that. He doesn't even have a Hydrogen, if I'm not mistaken.
This is so many medics to lose. But Babo, again, what's the follow-up plan? The Guardians have been dealt with. Terran is just going to keep scaling. They're going to get more upgrades on their bio. They're going to keep getting vessels. What is Babo's plan to deal with that? Is he going to just go more Guardians? Because look at his gas count. He's not really utilizing it. Lings, they probably have crack, they have speed, but they don't have any upgrades from an evolution chamber. And Terran is just getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Nice irradiates here from XPX.
He's struggling to split the right ones. That's gonna hurt. But yeah, I guess the name of the game here is just making more and more mutas for Babo. Now the Wraiths do come out, but they get countered by the mutas.
Looks like it is going to be ultras, but this is a very, very late ultra switch. Now, you can, like, normally you want to have the evolution chamber way earlier than this so you can get those upgrades. So that when you do switch, you already have +4 on your ultra list. You have another couple Guardians being morphed, but again, without any support, the Wraiths just picked them off right away.
Yeah, he's got Cloak finished and there aren't any overlords on the other side of the map, so the Guardians aren't really a thing anymore in this game for Babo. So I guess, yeah, it's going to be Lings, Mutas, and then trying to survive till Ultralisks. Oh, look at that Devourer. What a beast. Oh, seriously? One shot
4
away from
HP.
death. That's a bit unfortunate. Alright, we've got another massive attack in the natural.
Okay, Ultras finished just in time. We have a defensive matrix on that front Marine. But I think with these Ultras and the Mutas and Lynx coming from behind, Babo's actually going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, the Ultras came in clutch. If they hadn't spawned, then Babo would have been in a lot of trouble there. But he still might take a lot of damage. The Marines do survive. The Bio's staying strong. There's only 4 Sunkens that are...
These Ultras actually don't even have the carapace upgrade from the Ultralisk Cavern. So he's engaging right before he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he's struggling to stay alive here in the natural, but he's managing just barely. They're both on relatively low eco, by the way. 28 drones for the Zerg player, 31 SCVs for the Terran.
Yeah, I guess more economic damage was done with those Guardians than I thought. Or maybe it was the early muta, because 31 SCVs is not a lot for Terran. And if Babo can keep getting his upgrades on the carapace, he's soon going to have 3 carapace on the Ultras, and that's going to be a very important moment. XPX is going to have to wait until his +2 weapons kicks in before engaging. If he can keep his vessels alive, there we go. That's one of the ways to get a good chunk of health out from these Ultralisks.
Oh, but he might get surrounded here as more Ultralisks and Lings trickle in from the natural base. He gets a decent surround. The Scourge do come in. Not really managing to pick up any vessels.
Again, irradiated Ultras are actually pretty strong against Bio, but with only Ultras left, Babo is forced to retreat here. Again, more Guardians, but there's a Wraith still alive here. No Scourge. It's pretty hard to get Scourge to this position.
Definitely. A scrappy game here from both players.
Yeah, Babo with the bare minimum drone saturation here.
SPX is running out of time because sooner or later he's going to run out of money in his main and the natural, and it doesn't look like he's planning on expanding anytime soon. Now he's got a lot of vessels, right? That's 6. They've got a lot of energy as well, so he's got a relatively strong army. I think that SPX actually cancelled cloak because not using it. It's inconsequential at this point. So yeah, SPX is slowly but surely running out of time because Babo, he doesn't have as good of an economy as he maybe would want to, but it's still better than SPX's.
We're getting ultra speed, but again, this vessel count, this is really what's helping XPX stay in this game. His economy isn't great, but in low economy games like this, the vessel count becomes way more important. And if he can keep these vessels alive every time Babo decides to engage, you can see like there's the Ultras take a lot of damage before they even engage the Marines just from the irradiate.
Do you want to be moving out at this point as Babo? Isn't it just like smarter to defend when you know that your opponent is, on borrowed time basically in economical terms? All right.
Okay, 6 vessels moving out, but they're very exposed here. No Bio to support.
Ooh. 2 more, 1 more. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, they're all gonna go down. They're not coming back home. I think
just
the right amount. Yeah, there's still 2 more left somehow.
Yeah, but nothing to irradiate at that natural. Only drones and Sunkens.
Babo is throwing away a lot of ground units, especially in that attack. Meanwhile, SPX is actually getting his 3rd that I somehow didn't notice. It's going to be a mineral only, but he doesn't really need gas.
So we see Babo has +3 on his Ultras. The Marines have only weapons 2 upgrades, but they're still 1 weapon upgrades ahead of Zerg. So that's perfectly fine. And looks like XPX with 2 armor is going to commit to an attack. He's trying to bust a natural here. The Sunkens are all bruised up. There's only 3 Ultras, not any Lings.
Yeah, he's got a massive upgrade advantage here. 2-2 on that Bio. And Babo, a little bit indecisive in moving in. Definitely needs to collapse on this army with the entire might of the Zerg. He's got a lot of Ultralisks, granted, like, what, 8 or 9, something like that.
I think Babo is going to wait for that +4 carapace on the Ultras to finish, and then he will be even on upgrades with the Terran Bio, and that's pretty good for Ultras. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any weapons upgrades, so these Lings aren't doing too well against the Marines.
Now we've got a bit of a counter attack moving towards that mineral only third of SPX. It had to be lifted, so he's not really mining from it just yet, as he's run out of minerals in his main base. Oh, massive radiators coming down on those ultralisks, 3 of them getting absolutely shreked there, as defilers do join the fray, consuming lings left and right.
Counterattack shuts down that third base, but Babo's natural isn't mining here. It looks like, oh, XPX trying to move in here. But Swarm gets thrown down right away.
Yep, just in the nick of time to save that natural. Another one gets planted down to help these ultralisks chase this army away. Needs to watch out. Doesn't want to be losing ultralisks for free.
It's like XPX is very aggressive here. Surprising because he's fighting on top of a swarm. He only has the 1 fire bat. With enough fire bats, you can just move through swarms, but just the 1, not enough. He's positioning his Marines well, but they're very clumped up. Once Plague finishes, Babo should have. Like, these are very juicy targets.
This is a pretty smart thing to do, all things considered, because he's like SPX is still not mining from the start. There's a contingent of units still blocking the command center from being utilized, and you know it's just a good way to keep SPX occupied, as his eco is really hurting right now.
There's a nice plague. That was a
nice
massive plague by Babo. Looks like XPX finally did kill those units that were at his turn. And if we look at the economic situation, if XPX can saturate that base, his main and natural are basically mined out. So he's only going to be on that 1 base.
Oh no, the vessels are going to get sniped. Oh, that's going to hurt. They do manage to get a few irradiates off on a defiler and an ultralisk. But I mean, considering SPX's economic situation, it's not really something you want to be doing with these vessels, trading them away like that. Now, it looks like SPX is going to set his sights on the 3rd of the Zerg player instead. We still see that there is no 4th being built by Babo anywhere on the map. I think he's gearing up to take that mineral only 4th at around like 10 or 11 o'clock.
Babo is only on 4 hatcheries. That's how weak his economy is here. But I think what's really going to tell the difference now is that XPX has weapons 3 upgrades, and Babo isn't getting any more carapace. He's only getting melee now. He only has the 1 evolution chamber.
And SPX now has that 3rd base all secured, so his eco is back on track. He's making more. Is he making more SCVs? I can't tell. But this is something he would need. He needs to get on. You know, making those SCVs. He's just on 33 workers, and I mean, he needs more. He needs more. He definitely needs more bases as well, as he only now has access to 1 mineral line left. Still, this is a strong army. Look at how many Marines he's got. Look at how many medics he's got as well.
The vessel count is really going to help him bust through, but he still has the stronger ground army based on upgrades. Babo is trying to just buy time, get this mineral only up.
All right, looks like we're gearing up for another engagement in the middle of the map. Neither player really willing to pull the trigger, as a few irradiates do come down on the ultralisks. Looks like Babo might turn around to fight. No, not quite. Do we have any defilers?
Yeah, the defiler just died from irradiate. It was looking for a very juicy swarm, but it wasn't able to get in range of the bio. And instead of throwing down a swarm, that that defiler died. Now he's pressuring the front, but with these sunkens and ultras, I think Babo might have enough. Unfortunately, no defilers yet. Not too many links to support.
I mean, Babo is not getting the best surface area. The ultras getting clumped up there, struggling to get on top of the bio, and they all get mown down by SPX's army. And it looks like the Russian player is going to come out ahead here with a clean 2-0 victory over his opponent. Although we do have reinforcements coming in from the back as the links collapse on the army of the Terran, but there might be just too much bio as Babo taps out. And that's going to be it for game number 2.
That was a very nice attack. And if you notice, he used Eraser on his own vessels instead of irradiating the ultras. He irradiated his own vessel, so you can move them out farther in front of Marines, so his Marines don't take damage, and he effectively dealt with the ultras like that.
Yeah, a really nice move there to protect his bio from the detrimental effects of irradiate. So that's going to be it for game number 2 of Group C. as we're actually going to have a TVT in the winners match of Group A and a ZVZ in the losers match. We're now going to swap over to Group D to the two opening matches there as well. But I think we're going to go for a very short break, if I'm not mistaken, if we confirm that with a voice in our heads. And yes, we are going to see you in probably 5.
Offer you in exchange for coming all this way. What if I could offer you something you don't know you want?
Connection's still very laggy, but he told us this one never lags.
Are you sure? He asked not to use that as well.
He asked many things. Come on, I've already set up Op Studio. No problems here. Why can't I set up today's date?
November 29th, 2020? Who cares? Just leave as is.
It's an amazing location. Best organization, best players.
Yeah, pity that RCG2020 prize pool was not double, and we have just players today. Not too many games to watch.
Still, we want good times tonight. Let's get ready to...
Perhaps what I have is not as important.
Bata Bata is the name of the dance we do down Johannesburg way. Bata Bata is the name of the dance we do down Johannesburg way.
and gents, welcome back to the 2020 Russian Cyber Games. We've just had our 2 opening matches of Group C conclude. We're now going to be swapping over to Group D, arguably the group of death of the tournament with Bonyth, Oyagi, Gorinich, and kogeT. So 2 of my fellow countrymen that, I'm not going to beat about the bush. I'm going to be a bit biased here. I'm going to root for Bonyth and kogeT because, I mean, it's the only way for me. So you're going to have to balance things out in the other direction, Alex, by rooting for Oya and Gorinich.
I think all 4 players are all top contenders. Easily, wouldn't be surprised if this were a semi-final, to be honest. If these are the 4 players left in the semi-finals, not surprising at all. And we're going to start off with Bonyth against Gorinich, and these 2 have faced off in BSL several times, once in the finals, once in the semifinals, and Gorinich never won, but he was always competitive, always able to take games off Bonyth, and in a best-of-3 format, he could pull one out.
We're going to be starting with Bonyth versus Oyagi, so that's a PvP, but it is very likely that Bonyth and Gorinich are going to meet in
you're correct. I was looking at the bracket run.
Yeah. So we're going to be starting off with a PvP. Now, you can't really say that it isn't Bonyth's forte. Like, he understands every single matchup better than anyone else in the foreign scene. But if you were expecting him to lose in any matchup, then I think this is one to pick because it's PvP. It's a little bit random. There's a little bit of guesswork involved, and sometimes ladies' luck isn't on your side.
In these short series, best of 3s, mirror matchups are probably where you're going to see an upset. Just 2 build order wins, and all of a sudden the series is over. But Bonyth always manages to win, even from a deficit. So I would be pretty surprised if he lost, even though Oya's a strong player as well. Bonyth just seems to be on another tier right now.
Yeah, Bonyth just keeps winning everything. Every BSL, RCG. He's like 27-0 in Nation Wars tournaments since 2019. All right.
Yeah.
He hasn't dropped a single game, and he's got a very similar record in SCPL as well. So definitely one of the strongest players we've had on the foreign scene, in the modern age. Definitely somebody that most people expect to win this tournament. But again,
he did win the last edition, in a pretty convincing final. He won all 3 games against Terran. He was pretty unmatched in his tournament run. I think he only lost once to kogeT and once to Hawk in the group stages. Other than that, he beat Terran pretty convincingly. He won against kogeT pretty convincingly. So just a dominant run.
He's even stronger than he was last year. He's like, Goku. He just keeps raising the ceiling, right? He keeps getting on new power levels. His hair is probably blonde right now, and he's going to turn blue in a couple of years or something like that. I mean, he's just so incredibly good at StarCraft. It's sometimes just genuinely scary. But Oyagi, again, he's one of the players that has really progressed the most in the last few years, I would say. Because I remember him being like 2-3 years ago at Gosu League level, right? And now he's, he's a mainstay of Pro League. He's a mainstay of, the RCG. One of the best Protoss players we have in the foreign scene as well. So, this is going to be a stacked game either way.
Yeah, one of the younger players, I would say, in the foreign scene.
Is that 96 or 95?
That's 96.
So he's my age. All right. I think we're just about ready to jump into the map draw for this series. As a quick reminder, the first map of every series is randomized, randomly drawn there. It's got Polypoid.
PvP on this map is pretty interesting. We have these high ground pods where the mineral onlys are. If either Protoss player can take control of that, it becomes very, very difficult for their opponent to move out.
Definitely. It is the biggest map in the map pool, so there is some possibility for a macro game here. But a lot of this is going to rely on build order choices in the early game more so than their ability to macro and micro. But yeah, I think we're just about ready to jump into this game number 1 between Bonyth and Oyagi. So without further ado, let's roll the clip, Zero. All right. Spawning as the red Protoss in the bottom left of Party Point, he is the Protoss player Bonyth. And his opponent in the top left, as the blue Protoss, he is RCG.
Alright, so PvP, I actually think there's even if you're at a build order deficit, as long as it's not like outright death, like skipping observer against DT, you always can come back because of how high variance units like reavers are. Like basically, if you can control your reavers better than your opponent, even if you're at a build order disadvantage, you usually come out ahead. And Bonyth, known for his reaver control, so.
Yeah, I think the right way to approach playing Bonyth in a mirror matchup like this is to try and aim for a different composition. Because you know that Bonyth's control is so incredibly good that maybe the best way to counter that is by just simply getting a slightly different composition where like the interactions between units get a little difficult to predict, right? Because when you've got the same units, the person with the best control, with a better control is usually going to come out ahead. And we've got slight variance in that composition. That's when, you know, things get a little bit shaky. So this might be the right way to approach playing a PvP against Bonyth. But again, I'm not a Protoss player, so I'm just just a conjecture more than anything else.
Okay, we're seeing Bonyth go for one of his pet builds with double gate, and he usually follows it up with a 21 gas, not an expansion. So he's just gonna get 3 zealots, put on some pressure, and then transition into dragoons. And this is something he likes to do a lot. And because he scouts Oya first, just knowing that they're in adjacent spawns means these zealots are gonna get there faster. And this usually with Bonyth's control gets a ton of damage done.
Yeah, he really likes these aggressive openings in most matchups. Tries to make the most of these zealots in the early game in all 3 matchups pretty much. And it looks like RCG isn't going to confirm that his opponent is going for the 2 gate as the probe is making its way to the top right hand corner. So it's going to be some time before he realizes what is going on.
Now he knows he got scouted first based on the timing from Bonyth. And look, here we are, 21 gas. So Oya should cross scout now with this probe. Bonyth really wants to get a manor pylon in, just be as annoying as possible.
Yeah,
he's gonna wait for those 3 zealots to move out.
Yeah, exactly. He needs more zealots before he moves out, and there we have the 3 zealots making their way across to the top left-hand corner. As RCG is now getting his dragoon range.
Dragoon is about to pop out, but Bonyth can get a manor pylon in, and it'll allow him to get into the main more easily. Also bugs out the probes. Just overall annoying. And look at Oya sending out the dragoon. This is pretty smart because you do this in case it's 2 gate, right? Because now he can shoot these zealots a few times before they get to his base. So smart play there by Oya. He's gonna reduce the shields on one of the zealots.
He's still probably going to need good micro to defend against these zealots as they now jump on top of the zealot of Oya.
Yeah, Bonyth going right away for that zealot because it's going to be harder for Oya to run away with his own zealot. Dragoons have more movement speed, and here really is the goal of this build, which is just to get some economic damage done. Bonyth already ahead with 1 worker. If he can get another probe, that's 2 workers. And forcing that drill as well, like this is a ton of economic damage here.
Yeah. There's different ways to do economic damage.
Oh my god, these probes aren't mine for so long. And I would say that was, even though it looked like Bonyth threw away 3 zealots, only got, what, 3 probes, I think, and 1 zealot. That's a lot of damage because behind us, Bonyth is already on 2 gate. He's already transitioning out. And Oya's going to have to keep up somehow. Like, he's already behind on workers. So what is he going to do to cover that loss? He has a tech advantage, but not much else.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that Oya had going for him was that quick dragoon range, but because he was so preoccupied with defending against those zealots, he's not really going, like this tech advantage is not really going to come into play too much. The rover has been thrown down. Meanwhile, Bonyth, I think he's still on just 2 gate with no additional tech structures being planted down just yet. I don't think he has the money for that.
No, from what I've seen, Bonyth usually goes 6 dragoons and then a robo, and this gives him detection out in time against DT. He did have his units in Oya's base for a very long time. He was keeping tabs on what kind of tech Oya had.
All right, so Is that quick enough if he puts it down now? If IRG was going for DTs, would that still be in time with the observers?
Like if Oya had made a citadel right when Bonyth's attack had been dealt with, you get the observer out later than the DT gets to your base, but you can block your ramp. There are a couple of things you can do to buy yourself some time. It's pretty safe to do it that way.
Okay.
Bonyth is moving in. I don't think he has range quite yet, but if he can get up close to Oya's Dragoons, looks like range just finished. So nice timing here. It's 6 against 5, and Bonyth is going to get the first round of shots in.
One of the Dragoons of Bonyth gets picked off, but he gets 2 for his troubles. And he's still got the numbers advantage here. 4 against 2. Soon going to be 4 against 1.
Go back up his ramp. It's going to be 3 against 4, but it's 3 against 3 really. Bonyth still pressing, and he's actually going to be able to kill another one. Looks like the mischance actually worked on that bottom Dragoon.
Yeah, that was.
But again, another drill that was forced, and that was just very nice control to win so decisively. And Oya going immediately into reaver. So is Bonyth. They both know the other player doesn't have detection. Now, Bonyth can actually go for DT after Dragoon. It's not that common, but he could have just made the Citadel. Now he's pressing on. He's using the Zealot to tank the fire. Zealots only take half damage from Dragoons, so just finding an opportunity there to get some more damage done. And we're going to end up in a scenario where, like you said, Bonyth is going to have the same units as Oya. Is Oya going to be able to out-control him?
I mean, Bonyth is just eking so far ahead at this point. He's got that natural being built. He's got this robo on the support bait on the way. More and more Dragoons making their way across the map, so he's keeping the pressure, keeping tabs on what OYG is doing. That's, you know, being offensive is the best way, like being aggressive is the best way to protect your natural in this situation. That's exactly what Bonyth is doing, still poking in, trading with these goons, trading with these zealots. Oh, not being fortunate there with his attacks, although he manages to pick up that one last Dragoon. But look at how many units OYG has lost so far. Like, he's got 1 Dragoon, 1 Reaver, and 2 Zealots there. Meanwhile, Bonyth has got these Dragoons still pressing in. The natural pyramid has all but finished.
Yeah, Oya is still making probes, and I think this is just a mistake because he's going to want to expand. He's already more than well saturated here. He's going to want to expand to catch up to Bonyth. Bonyth already has a Nexus. They're on same probe count, but the fact that Bonyth has an extra mineral line to mine from is going to make his mining way more efficient. And Oya is now going to have to do something. He needs to get some kind of damage done.
Yeah,
he's going to have to do something to make up for the fact that Bonyth has this way faster Nexus.
Yeah, the bow is in OYG's core. Bonyth just needs to defend right now because he's like, look, he's already mining from his natural. Meanwhile, OYG has only just planted his pyramid. In the natural, he doesn't have a shuttle, so it's not like he's going to be able to be aggressive just yet. The shuttle has probably just been started in the robo, and he's still on 2 gateways. Meanwhile, Bonyth already added 2 more, so his production is just going to go through the roof compared to what the Swedish player has available to himself.
You know, Bonyth jumping up to 5 gateways right away, and Oya, because his Nexus is so much later, you can see his economy is just way farther behind than Bonyth's. He's gonna get shuttle speed, and this is good. This is one of the ways he can come back into this game. If he can get some scarabs off,
I would imagine
Bonyth's economy.
I would imagine Bonyth is going to go for shuttle speed. Do you want shuttle speed when you're just fighting Reaver, Dragoon versus Reaver Dragoon, or I would imagine that is the case, right? You don't want to lose that shuttle.
It's always useful. It makes it easier to micro reavers. I mean, mostly you think it gives you more things to do with your shuttle, because a couple of things you can't do without shuttle speed is like going to the main to harass. Impossible without shuttle speed. It's a suicide mission. But it's also going to make it way more effective for you to micro. Your ability to micro without shuttle speed compared to with shuttle speed is completely different. And it looks like Oya's going to go for a timing, but like I said, Bonyth jumped up and gave. Bonyth might even catch the shuttle here.
He's going to focus down the shuttle.
No vision there. Shuttle goes down. Reaver's at the front, very exposed.
I mean, this is just so much damage. He lost both Reavers, both the shuttle as well. He's on just Dragoons right now. Meanwhile, Bonyth still has that shuttle, 2 Reavers inside as well, and he's going to press the attack. Now, he doesn't have as big an advantage in terms of Dragoon count, But oh, that was a massive Reaver shot. Another one comes in. The Scarab's just doing so much damage. And IRG taps out of game number 1. That is going to go Bonyth's way. So the Polish player putting a point on the board for himself.
Yeah, that was very quick.
For Polypoint.
That's usually how games against Bonyth go. One mistake and just takes advantage right away and the game ends.
Yeah, he's got a really good read on like what he's able to do with like one extra Dragoon shot or one extra Zealot shot. He knows how to use these little advantages to then snowball into a much bigger, lead. Even not really having that many more units to his name. But yeah, a really nice game there by Bonyth, managing to win that first game against IRG. And we're now going to be moving into IRG's territory, right? This is going to be his map choice.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in seeing, because map choice is actually pretty important in PvP. These maps play way differently depending on what you get. Like Fighting Spirit, very defensive map. You have Circuit Breaker, where it's completely different because the third is below a ramp. Like Fighting Spirit, you just camp behind the bridges. Polypoid, we just saw the big pod plays a big effect. And Oyaji goes for Fighting Spirit.
Interesting choice. So once again, opting for that ramp in the natural. Definitely something you want against Bonyth, right? Because he's going to be aggressive in the early game. And if you know that your opponent is going to be aggressive and he's got better control than you, arguably, then the ramp really comes in handy. Which is something you don't really get on like Sylphid or Match Point.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see why he chose this map, but it's pretty good. It suits a certain style of play.
All right, we've just been informed that the replay has been loaded, so let's jump straight into game number 2 of Bonyth against Oya. And once again, spawning in the red trunks in the top right-hand corner, he is Bonyth, currently leading 1-0 in the series. And his opponent, the Swedish contender, in the bottom right, in the blue trunks, he is IRG.
Alright, so again, we got them close to each other. We saw Bonyth's 2-gate did a good amount of damage there, and he was able to gain a pretty small advantage from that, but small advantages in mirror matchups usually snowball into bigger advantages. And we have Bonyth making the pylon very close to the ramp. It's going to mean he's going to make his gateways pretty close. He might do the same thing.
Yeah, differences in build orders become much more pronounced in mirror matchups than in any other situation. Like, having one more SCV in a TVT is going to make a bigger difference than having one less worker in a TVP or something like that. Especially in the matchups where you tend to play on lower eco, something like ZVZ and then PvP, I would guess, in that order. So a good point to raise there.
Alright, so I'm looking, and it looks like Bonyth already moving out. It's gonna be what his gas timing is gonna be like, because it looks like Oya. No, yeah, Oya's just going for the same thing. He's going one gate tech. It looks like Bonyth is gonna do a repeat build of game number 1. It worked well enough for him there, so why not again?
But we do have a slightly quicker scout this time from IRG, sending that probe out. Also sending it out in the right direction, so he is going to be able to confirm that his opponent is going for the 2-gate opening once again. We'll see if that aids him in defending against these aggressive zealots.
Now OYG with the scouting information, let's see how he chooses to react, what he does. He could get a shield battery right away, and that'll help him in defending. It'll make it so that zealot doesn't die right away. You'll just keep regenerating the shield on it. But I don't expect too much variation. Just the fact that he's going to be able to send out his Dragoon, kite a little bit, and then hopefully defend better. Oh, can't lose this probe. Very important to keep this probe alive to confirm that gas timing from Bonyth. But knowing Bonyth is just going to be 21 gas again, and probably the same exact thing.
So does the interaction change when you know that you've been scouted, or do you just still send those 3 zealots out and hope to deal damage? Can you do like some kind of fake out with these zealots? Does this change your initial game plan? when you've been scouted like this?
Not usually. Usually you just go with the 3 zealots anyway, and then based on what you see with the 3 zealots, you change up your build. Looks like Bonyth. Everything is the same so far. And here come the 3 zealots. Oya's gonna have 1 Dragoon, 1 zealot when he gets there. The 1 Dragoon is gonna come out and start kiting a little bit. Every little bit counts in defending 2 gate. Looks like Oya took off gas to get a faster 2nd gate. That's his reaction to this.
Right, pretty smart. Looks like he also delayed his Dragoon range a little bit.
Yeah, he got the 2nd gateway before Dragoon range, and there we go. We see 3-4 shots off, and that's pretty valuable there. He's gonna want to target that low HP zealot with his own zealot. Doesn't want to use his other zealot to attack shields. You really want to hit zealot shields with your Dragoon and hit zealot health with your own zealot. But so far, much better defense. One of the zealots is already dead, the other one's low, and we have Dragoons popping out now. But Bonyth is gonna get the scout here, and we see even like despite 0 probe kills, I think only the scout went down. Bonyth is already up 3 workers.
Well, yeah, but now, I mean, Oya is going to have those Dragoons, right, with range.
And this is another drill, and that's, I think that's a significant mineral loss there. Every time you drill, you lose mineral mining. But
Oh, never mind.
2 gate, and it's going to look different. Bonyth is not going to be able to pressure as effectively. His range is a lot later than Oya's.
Yeah, I thought that Oyaji might have some kind of window to exploit here, given that Bonyth, you know, went for those 3 zealots in the early game and delayed his cyber courier a little bit. But it looks like, you know, I was mistaken there, as there are already 2 Dragoons at the top of the ramp, 2 more just about to finish. So he's absolutely in no peril whatsoever.
If this were Sylphid, Oya could probably put on some pressure because you can abuse the fact they don't have range. But on a ramp map, impossible basically.
Yeah. But, you know, there's going to be a bit of a window where Oyaji has range and Bonyth doesn't.
Yeah,
But
like right
Bonyth
now,
gets the
Oya,
few-
this
the
could be
shots
bad
first.
for Bonyth. Bonyth is still moving forward. Now it's going to be hard for him to retreat. Not going to have range.
Trading 1 for 1. Another Dragoon falls here for Bonyth. Oyaji taking a bit of a lead here. 3 Dragoons to 1. He's got range, if I'm not mistaken, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 against 3, but Bonyth doesn't have range quite yet. So Bonyth should be a little bit more careful. He doesn't actually know what Oya is doing. Like, Oya could be going 3 gate behind us. On top, okay, so Bonyth is going to go 3 gate himself.
Yeah, but look, this is the, you know, the psychology of playing against Bonyth. Even though Oyaji had the range, he had those Dragoons, he picked off like 3 Dragoons relatively for free in the middle of the map. He was still a bit hesitant about moving out, you know, lest he get attacked by Bonyth and lose those Dragoons himself. And now I don't really like this position for Oyaji, moving in single file there, getting one of the Dragoons picked off. Bonyth managing to snipe another one, and suddenly the Polish player is on top here.
All right, so that's 5 against 5, and Bonyth comes out 3 against 1. So that was a significant victory there. Oya just came in a line, not really how you want to engage other Dragoons with your own.
Yeah, a massive advantage here for Bonyth now as he plants a pyramid in the natural. How does he know that there are no DTs on the way? Like, this is a mystery to me. How do you play a PvP and you rule out, you know, DTs in this position to just go 3 gate into a pyramid?
I think because he knew it was 2 gate, and he's seeing the number of Dragoons, he just rules it out. But you could still, like, if this wasn't a Robo and was a Citadel instead, DTs would be coming out. But Bonyth is still going to get an Observer, and Bonyth's build is actually a lot better, or does really well against what Oya is doing. Bonyth is going to have a ton of Dragoons to defend from aggression. He's also getting a Nexus, and I'm pretty sure he's going to also get Reavers right after. So we're going to have a faster Nexus for Bonyth. And Oya, again, does have the faster tech, but is it going to be enough? Bonyth has a lot more units currently.
Is there a window of opportunity for Bonyth to move out with the Dragoons he has, knowing that he's got 3 gate? Or not quite?
It wouldn't make sense because Bonyth expanded. So, I mean, works in all matchups. You never usually have the opportunity to attack after you expand. Usually attack and then expand, but you can't expand and then attack. Does that make sense?
Not really. I would disagree with that. You know, sometimes attacking is the best way to protect your expansion. Even if you don't really want to commit, you can sometimes fake an attack, or at least try to engage and poke a little bit to, like, show some semblance of strength, right? Project, like, more an image of being able to attack when you can't. But looks like that's not going to be the case here, as Bonyth just going to be sitting comfortably back at home at his natural, smackering up, getting those reavers out as well.
It's working himself into a nice worker lead with this faster Nexus, and we saw last game Bonyth was just able to add those extra gateways up faster. Now Oya's adding those extra gateways. He's already up to 4, but Bonyth has been on 3 for a lot longer, and the first observers are heading out. Bonyth already has a reaver, so does Oya. So very similar in terms of production, but Bonyth just has everything a little bit faster here.
Yeah, once again eking out. There's these tiny advantages in the early game. They always compound into a much bigger lead later on. And Bonyth is just pulling ahead and ahead in every single regard. 85 supply to 71, now getting to snipe and observer for free. That is going to put a damper on OYG's ability to move out as he just pulls back into the safety of his natural, waiting for more units to come out of those gateways of the rowboat as well. Second Reaver has just been spawned as well.
Yeah, that's pretty important, and an observer can actually run away from another observer. So if you can spot their observer with your own, you guarantee a kill if your Dragoons can reach it. And now Bonyth has this. I mean, observers are powerful because they make your reavers better, simply because you can see further than they can. And that means when you start targeting with your reavers, you move forward, you can target, and it's just better to have an observer than
Did you,
like
by the way, if we're talking about reavers and fighting spirit, did you manage, or did you get to see Firebat's hero video trying to explain the different regions of fighting spirit and the interactions of reaver shots?
Yeah, I know. Bottom right, that there's an awkward position where reavers just won't shoot.
Yeah, this is the exact spot he used to like visualize what he was trying to say. We'll see if it comes into play. I didn't understand much of it, but we'll see. Just a little tidbit to throw out there.
So Bonyth, there we go. We see Bonyth with the extra range. Now he's targeting those reavers from Oya. Oya doesn't have a shuttle. One reaver goes down just before his shuttle arrives.
Now the shuttle of Bonyth is getting targeted though.
And actually Bonyth's reaver went a little bit far forward there. I think that was the bug coming into play, but no reavers left for Oya, only a shuttle. He's moving forward to target that reaver. It looks like we got one more scarab. It's gonna be close, but I think Bonyth just barely has enough here.
Yep, 75 supply to 62. Bonyth still 5 Dragoons in the natural of his opponent, sniping one, sniping another one. And it looks like this is all she wrote for OYG in game number 2 here on Fighting Spirit, as Bonyth is closing in on the natural pyramid. The probes have to be pulled into the safety of the main base. And things are quickly falling apart.
Now,
for our Swedish
Bonyth
flyer
isn't likely to kill this Nexus. We do have the reaver. Let's see if it's... Oh, he's got to be careful how far he goes down this ramp without Dragoon support. But it looks like he's just going to be able to hold on here a little bit longer.
Oh, there's more Dragoons coming across the map for Bonyth. Splits 3 off to try and target that Reaver. Not quite managing to get it. Taking a lot of damage on his Dragoons, but he's trading well so far. But it looks like OYG did manage to secure his natural once again. But still, I mean, this is 50 probes to 39. Bearing in mind the fact that there was quite a lot of mining time lost in the natural for OYG.
Yeah, Bonyth is on 5 gateways against 4 from OYG, but we see shuttle speed just finished. He already has Citadel, and he's going to go into archives right away. So Bonyth not only has the economic advantage, he also has the army and tech advantage, so everything's looking bad for OYG here. He does have 2 reavers to 1.
Yeah, but it looks like Bonyth is going to just keep the pedal to the metal. Still pushing in, trying to apply pressure onto his opponent.
Common tactic here is you use the shuttle to harass, and then you use it, you loop around to come back. Oh, that was a massive scare. 5 probes
Another
go
one.
down there.
Oh,
another one. Oya loses like 11 probes with just 2 scarabs. His own shuttle gets picked off. Reaver's at the front, very exposed. Bonyth is going to be forced to retreat.
Oh no, the shuttle of Bonyth is going to get sniped as well. What a turnaround for OYG, losing like 20 probes there in the natural. Well, he might not be able to collapse upon the army of Bonyth, but that was a good trade at the end there in terms of units. But again, you know, the game can't really be stabilized for OYG as he's down 20 workers. So as long as Bonyth keeps the pressure on, as long as he keeps trading he's going to keep pulling ahead. I think he's going for a third base as well at the 3 o'clock, if not mistaken. That's a Nexus. Yep, that's a pyramid being built. And he's going to keep pushing. There are DTs now joining the fray. Are there any observers for OIG? I can't see many. Oh, we've just been told by Zero that the last observer of OIG has been sniped by Bonyth. He's now trying to target his own Dragoons with the Scarabs to kill the DTs with Splash, but that is not going to work. And OIG taps out of game number 2 against Bonyth, who's going to advance to the winners match of Group D.
And just like that, the game ends. OIG was probably in a good position, he thought, and then all of a sudden, Bonyth's Reavers arrive, shoot his own down just before his shuttle gets there, and from there, it just became more and more difficult. And that's usually how games against Bonyth goes, just one moment.
Yeah, it was
one
a really
error.
nice closer there with the DTs, right? Coming in to snap the last observer that OIG had. Because, you know, in a situation like this, you have to keep remaking Reavers and shuttles to try and defend against the DTs. So, the Dragoons. So you're not going to have that many observers on the field. And sniping the last one, that was just a really nice close there from Bonyth. Really nice.
Yeah, nice touch there, nice finish.
Yeah. All right, so that does it for the first game of Group D. We've got one more coming up. That's going to be a TVZ between kogeT and kogeT. I think we're just about ready to jump in or have a look at the bracket at the very least.
So Bonyth wins his first match. He's going to be in the winner's match, and he's going to go up against the winner of this between kogeT and kogeT. And these two, I've never actually seen them play against each other. I've seen them both participate in tournaments, get far, play other players, but never each other. So I'm pretty excited. I have no idea how it's going to look. kogeT really mixes it up in TVZ as well.
Yeah, kogeT actually understands this matchup the most, I think, out of all the 3 matchups, because he used to play Zerg himself. He then switched to Terran, and from what I know, this is the one he really likes to play because he understands it so well. We're gonna have to wait and see if that comes into play, because kogeT, I mean, he's a really strong player himself. He surprised quite a lot of people, I think, in BSL 9 or something like that. When
I think it was BSL 8 when he got to the final.
Yeah, he had a really deep run that like most people didn't expect. So yeah, like his skill had fallen off like 2016, 2017. That's when he was at his peak, I would say, at least from my recollection. He then fell off a little bit and came back really strong in that BSL when he got to was it the semi-final or the final? I think the final, right?
Yeah, he got to one semi-final, I think in BSL 9, and BSL 8 he was in the finals against Bonyth.
Oh yeah, so 2nd place and 3rd place, really coming back strong. One of the best Zerg players we have in the foreign scene, so it is going to be a tall order for kogeT. But hey, I won against kogeT in Nation Wars, so if I can do it, then kogeT can definitely replicate that result, right?
Yeah, and kogeT's one to mix things up. He likes to go to port, he likes to go mech, he could still go bio, but he, more so than Danny, I expect to go mech. And we have a couple good maps
kogeT
for
is
it.
going to play mech?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is something in it. From what I know, kogeT is one of the players that kind of struggles against mech a little bit more than against bio. Ian Zerg being the other one. So there might be something to it. But from what I know, kogeT really likes his bio. I mean, we'll see. He's a versatile player. We'll see what playstyle he goes for. All right, I think we're just about ready to see what map has been picked for these 2 gentlemen. And it's going to be Circuit Breakers. Did they even have Reap the Storm in that hat, in that fedora? Because we haven't seen it once in this whole tournament.
Yesterday with Doc, we casted Reap the Storm 3 times, I think, and it was all from the random. No player picked it. It was all from the random ball.
I didn't watch the last 2 games of yesterday's broadcast because I had some schoolwork to do. But I guess there's something I need to catch up on.
So the map is Circuit Breaker.
All right, I think we're just about ready to jump into the replay, so let's do it. Game number 1 of kogeT versus kogeT. All right, here we are on Circuit Breakers, spawning as the red Terran in the bottom left-hand corner. He is kogeT, a Polish contender. And his opponent in the top right is the yellow Zerg, the Russian Grinich.
Cross map spawns on Circuit Breaker, and Gornich is going for something a little unorthodox with his Overlord scouting. He's going horizontally on Circuit Breaker, not vertically.
I think these spawns are, like, in theory, going to favor Grinich a little bit more, right?
Why do you say that?
I mean, it's just you can get a lot more room between you and yourself. I mean, you and your opponent. And if you're playing against somebody like kogeT, who is going to try and be aggressive, like the more distance you put between yourself and your opponent, the better for you.
8 racks in the middle of the map from kogeT.
Yeah.
So already something going on. And Gornich with a very, very fast scout. He's doing the gas trick scout. Now, he could go to the middle, or he could just go bottom. It looks like he's going to go bottom, but he's going to get to kogeT second. And usually when you go gas trick is because you're going to go for something like a 9 pool. But nope, he's just getting that extra jump for a faster scout, and he's probably going to go 12 hatch. Now, I think this still works out fine for Zerg. You can defend 8 racks to 12 hatch. It's not the end of the world. You do need good drilling options, but it's definitely possible. And here we go. kogeT sending out a second SCV.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how quickly kogeT confirms where his opponent is. He's probably going to send one to the top left, one to the bottom right.
And here comes that drone, and it's going to go to bottom left. He's going to see one SCV, and I think the Overlord might just barely miss that other SCV. There's 2 SCVs on the map. Whoa,
Oh,
that's
going to be close.
No,
yeah,
he misses it. But he's going to bottom right because he thinks this is a 12 hatch scout, and he's going to be misled there. So it's not going to matter in the end because he'll just reposition his units to go to the top right. But now we see Gornich going to get into the base, see a gas being made, and he should realize this is 8 racks right away.
Yeah, a little bit of a different approach than Dandy took against Rhett. He's just going straight into that gas, not pulling SCVs. So just looking to apply a little bit of pressure with these Marines, maybe pick off a drone or 2 here and there, but definitely not looking to end the game outright with this opening. That's
a very, very forward bunker. Usually you place the bunker like on the left of this little cliff here. It's very hard for the drones to get a full surround like this, but is he going to be able to cancel? Yeah, he cancels. And now with 3 Marines and 2 SCVs body blocking, Gornich using that drone, so he has an opportunity to drill towards that area, towards that direction. kogeT has to be careful, doesn't want to move too far forward. This bunker, if it's allowed to finish, it's actually a ton. Like it's way more difficult for Gornich to deal with. Look at kogeT avoiding the drill. Very nice.
Beautiful move there by kogeT, picking off 2 drones. The bunker finishes, gets 1 more drone at the tail end there. And this is actually turning into quite a lot of damage here being dealt to Grinich.
This is 4 Marines in that bunker. And now here comes Gornich. kogeT really wants to pull the SCVs away to repair. SCVs being targeted here, the Marines. If the bunker holds, this game's basically over.
No,
Looks like it's just barely gonna hold.
Best play ever. He just killed 8 drones with 3 Marines. How did that happen? I wasn't really expecting that, to go this way because, I mean, but like kogeT didn't pull any more SCVs to try and reinforce this bush. He only had 2, right? You don't really see that every day. I mean,
yeah, very quick match there. Very nice control. You saw how the kogeT was dancing around those drones. He didn't want to get drilled. He found a perfect position for his Marines above the bunker, so he avoided that drill, and that bunker was out to finish. And with that, very quick game and 1-0 kogeT.
Grin is definitely not happy about that, according to the chat and what he said. Well, these games happen. He's still got a shot. That's why we play best of 3s in these tournaments, so that you can't just cheese someone once and advance to the next stage. So he's still got a shot at beating kogeT.
You gotta cheese someone twice.
Yeah, you got to cheese someone twice. Exactly, that's the whole point. But we are going to be moving into Gornich's map choice now, as this is loser speak. So, any guesses as to what he picks? I'm saying Eclipse
I'm gonna
again.
say Polypoid. I'm gonna say Polypoid.
I'm saying Eclipse because it's just OP for Zerg. This is like the best Zerg map we've had in a couple of years, probably. Clips. Do we have it loaded up, Zero? I'm eager to find out if I'm correct or not. Have I made a fool of myself or not? All right, just a quick confirmation of the score there, as kogeT is leading in the series. 1-0.
And
you got it right.
It
Yeah. You win this time. You win this time. Yeah. All right.
Now, is kogeT gonna go for a proxy again? Proxy factory wouldn't be like it's in play. With kogeT, everything's in play. He has a very unique style of TC where he just likes to throw everything out there.
kogeT hates this map from what I know. Like anytime I try to ask him if he wants to play play on it in Nation Wars or like STPL, if it ever was in STPL. No,
Yeah,
not this
I don't
one.
think this map is
Not this one. Not this one. Well, we'll see if it comes into play there. But are you thinking he's going to go into mech here? Or
I think it's either 2-port or mech. And looks like we're ready to go into this game.
Alright, spawning is the blue Zerg in the top right hand corner. Currently trailing 0-1 in the series. He is Gorinich. And his opponent is the brown Terran in the bottom left. He is kogeT. So you think 2-pot Wraith? Can you actually get a tight wall here? Because I'm not
Yeah, you
sure.
can get a tight wall. You can get a depot barracks factory wall, kind of like bottom right Finding Spirit, where you do it just near the ramp and you get a link tight wall.
Okay.
It's definitely possible.
Alright. Yeah, kogeT likes his 2-pot Wraith. So we'll have to see. He often cuts SCVs to get it. He gets like 10 gas, 11 barracks or something like that, or 10 gas, I mean the other way around. 10 barracks, 10 gas, something like that.
Yeah, the faster tech, and it looks like he's already going for the line. And this is how you do. You get that depot right there, then you make a barracks to the low or to the bottom left, and then a racks or a factory between the barracks and the factory, and you get a fully linked tight wall here.
I never wall because I always mess it up. Always just mess up my walls. Alright.
And Gornage, again, going for that gastric scout. I mean, he's going to have 9 on minerals, which is really what you want to get up to. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Okay, never mind. He does. And he's going to go 12 hatch, but he is going to have this faster scout that's going to give him opportunity to see what kogeT is up to. Gornage, again, going for the unorthodox scout with the Overlord. I just think maybe this is what he does. He goes for that fast drone scout to do this.
Yeah, kogeT, meanwhile, getting that 10 barracks, 10 gas to go into 2-pot Wraith. As expected there.
And you can see where the factory's going to go, and he's going to get that nice tight wall.
Yep, gonna plug it in. Prevent anything from getting inside the Terran's base.
Now, Zerg going up against kogeT, if they see a wall, they should just assume it's 2-point Wraith, right?
Yeah, probably. Is there anything else you can do? If you get in, look at the gas. If he clicks and sees how quickly it was put down, you know, if it's a 10-10, you kind of expect that this is going to be 2-pot Wraith. But he's not actually going to manage to get inside at all.
He is going to see the wall, and he is going to go 2-hatch Muta. And this is a game I've seen a ton. 2-port Wraith against 2-hatch Muta, and it's just a micro war. It looks like kogeT is still mining gas with 3 SCVs, so this is definitely going to be Wraith. This is not going to be factory expand.
But again, the cross spawns, I think they favor Gorinich a little bit in this scenario when kogeT is going into 2-pot Wraith. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, he's going to have more time. And Gornage throwing down that lair. Nope, he still has the 100 gas here. There's the lair. He's getting 4 lings. kogeT does have a wall and already in position to make these starports.
Yeah, eager to get those Wraiths out onto the map. Now, it is going to get scouted, most likely by that Overlord, getting closer and closer to the base of the Terran player. So at least Gorinich is going to know what is coming. Now, he has to go for this Sunken anyway, because there's a Vulture out on the map. something you can't really skip.
He gets it out down at 330, and that's perfectly fine. Oh, kogeT trying to be super precise with his barracks lining to get the vulture out, but messed that up there.
What a show off. That's what you get for trying to show off. Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, okay, we do have the Hydra then. There we go. And this is absolutely necessary. And this is good against either 1-1-1 or 2-per Wraith.
I wonder if it's possible for Guerrillas to just skip Spire in this position. I mean, he's not going for...
I mean, if you go, for example, if you go 3-hatch Hydra against Wraith, you don't, like, your Hydras will defend from the Wraiths. But he committed to 2-hatch, and 2-hatch Hydra is completely different. You get the Hydras faster, but your economy is so much worse. Basically all in.
I mean, can't you go for like a Lurker Bust or something with a 2-hatch to counter the 2-bot Wraith?
It's just too slow. Like, these Wraiths are going to be out well in time. We see the Spire is on the way, and he's taking that second gas now. He's going to have a couple Hydras. He hid that Overlord at bottom right. You really want to hide your first Overlord that's out on the map. Don't want to get sniped right away. kogeT's going to really have to search for it. He's getting Burrow. So this is pretty interesting.
This might be in response to him expecting that kogeT will find an opening somewhere, you know, to get in, snipe a drone, and then he just burrows the drones to save them. If he happens to be caught off guard.
Moving around the Hydras, they don't have range quite yet, so the Wraiths have a little bit more range. But the Hydra number is growing, and it's going to be harder once these Hydras... Oh, looks like he does manage to get one Overlord. And again, he has to split his Hydras because he doesn't want to leave his main undefended. And kogeT actually never made the add-on, so Wraiths are coming in. Actually made the add-on now. So you have 2 Wraiths, now he's going to have 3, and then it's going to go 5, 7, and so on. He needs that cloak so the mutas can't just kill him with an immediate counterattack. kogeT is going to need cloak.
Yeah, mutas are just about to pop here for our Zerg player. And it looks like kogeT will need to pull back. For the time being, his cloak is only about halfway done. He's going into an armory, so looking to switch into Valkyries as well.
I don't think he's accomplished enough economic damage to kogeT. Like, he only killed 1 Overlord. I don't think he killed a single drone. So I think kogeT is fine here. Usually when you go for 2-per, you're on 1 base, so you need to get some kind of damage in.
Yeah, this is where the cross spawns really come into play, because if they had spawned like horizontally or vertically adjacent to one another, then those Wraiths would have made it to the base of the Zerg player much quicker. Maybe would have been able to pick off an extra Overlord or drone here and there. But now, see, here's the Burrow coming into play, currently blocking the natural location for Bonyth. Oh, sorry, for kogeT. Wrong series.
We also have a barrel lane here. Maybe that's used for a stack with the mutas. And there's an Overlord speed. And it's going to be critical he gets that upgrade. Now, kogeT doesn't actually have a ton of drones. He only has 1 on minerals at his natural. Looks like he's oversaturated his main here. He hasn't seen this yet.
Yep. Still staying on 2-hatch. Is the 3rd being delayed because he's got to go for Overlord speed, or is there any other factor?
Well, he just doesn't have enough. I mean, he's making a lot. He made a lot of Hydras.
He also went to Burrow. Right. That also costs money.
kogeT is going to transition. He's getting these Valkyries, and he likes to do this. There's that drone heading towards the 3rd. But as we can see, his natural doesn't have any drones on minerals. Like, if he had a better distribution of drones, because he has 16 drones on minerals, but 15 are in his main right now. Looks like he added a couple more. And kogeT, just in time, able to block this 3rd. Oh, nice Burrow usage, and I think it's gonna pay off because it's gonna save this drone, and he's gonna delay kogeT's natural.
Yeah, really quick on pulling the trigger there with the Burrow, saving the drone from certain death. Now we've got a massive flock of mutas and Scourge moving across the map to try and engage the Terran player. It's got 6 Wraiths and 2 Valkyries.
This is pretty hard to control because your Wraiths need to kill a Scourge so your Valkyries stay alive. And this comes down to Patrol Micro. And Patrol Wraith Micro is not that difficult. Neither is the move micro, but with Valkyries, I literally have no idea how it's done.
Yeah,
you basically
Valkyries,
have the
it's
Valkyries
like-
shoot and run away at the same time.
It's like a reverse patrol micro or something like that. I can't do it. I don't know how it works, but it's like a reverse patrol micro or something like that.
So 2 Overlords down. He has 3 Valkyries and several Wraiths. Gornage not really wanting to commit there.
Yeah, that's a lot of splash damage. 4 Valkyries could probably kill those mutas without, you know, the support of the raids. But he still has to contend with the Scourge, so.
Okay, this is gonna be annoying. I think what kogeT's gonna do is he's just gonna land it a little bit off center. Not a big deal. Oh, it looks like it doesn't even block. Unfortunate there for Gornage.
No, I think it is blocking. Couldn't he get it like 1 pixel closer to the north? That looks far. Like those mineral patches. I don't know.
Alright, zoning Gornage out of the map, and he's gonna be able to set up his expansion, and he's going into a bio switch. He also has a tank or an add-on at his factory, so he can add in tanks and more Overlords going down. Here we go. Let's see how good the Wraith micro is to target these. Look at that, he did it. He did it there with the Valkyries. I think he lost the Wraith there, but the Valkyries shot the Scourge and kept running away. I have no idea how it's done. It's always, I think because he knows how to do it, that's why he does this strat.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't do it, then playing Valkyries really, there's no point. They don't work as well, I guess. But as we can see, kogeT, really an expert user of Wraith and Valkyries, now finding those mutas unprotected, managing to get a little bit of damage onto those flying shrimp before having to skadoodle it out of there.
Gornage is having a significant number of Hydras, but these are unupgraded Hydras. And kogeT soon's gonna have a biosource now. Oh, nice scan there just to kill a couple of drones.
Definitely worth it. 3 more drones were just about to, or had just spawned from the cocoon, so managing to pick up like 4 drones for just a single scan, definitely worth it. Now Gornage needs to watch out because these mutas can't really fight against the Valkyries and the raids without the support of the Scourge or the Hydras. But as I
We
say,
see all the Valkyries did go down there.
Yeah, yeah. Gornage is floating a lot of money. There's 1,300 minerals and 1,000 gas. It's not doing much with it. It's
kogeT
entirely possible that he's got a bit of a lava problem.
Yeah, he's on 4 hatcheries and he has 2 fully. Okay, he's making lurkers now and he's gonna need this for his bio timing. And kogeT switching into vessel and bio with some tanks for support.
Yeah, with the tanks, he's going to be looking for some kind of timing attack because normally you don't really want the tanks to be part of your composition in the late game. So this is definitely looking like some kind of E-hand timing towards the natural, maybe the 3rd, although that is a little bit more difficult to assail.
And this looks like Hydra Lurker from Gornage, and he already has +1 carapace, so these are going to be very beefy units. We have a bunch of Lurkers on the field, and he's getting Hydra speed, so Hydra Lurker incoming, and that's a pretty good composition against Terran that goes bio with tanks. What Terran can do is if they can incorporate more tanks, the Hydra Lurker becomes a lot less effective.
Now, engaging this army before it reaches your base is really critical here for Gornage because but kogeT only has 2 medics with that. So anytime you force a stim on these Marines, he's gonna hurt. I mean, he's only got, as I said, 2 medics with that clump of bio. So finding it out and engaging it as soon as possible, the mutas at the very least, is of paramount importance.
Looks like Gornage is setting up to counter. No, looks like he's trying to flank maybe. And the Wraith's still providing value. They just picked off another couple Overlords. They're gonna come in here. There's Lurkers on this ramp, but these Wraiths can weaken them significantly. Looks like, oh, gotta be careful with the bio.
Yeah,
Looks like Gornage is coming in for that big flank. Bio stims, and here we go. The mutas are coming in, tanking a ton of fire. They're gonna be able to kill that vessel. Looks like the Lurkers burrow right up close to the tanks, and most of the bio gets eliminated, but looks like no. Looks like kogeT just barely trading well enough.
Amazing target fire in the Lurkers as they approach the bio. He now clears out all the mutas, all the Hydras. He's only got a few Lurkers remaining, but likewise the Terran army has been decimated there.
Yeah,
So,
now
I
we're
mean,
killing more Overlords. I mean, just ton of value provided by these wraiths.
But I mean, Gorinich did what he needed to do, and that was save his third as his fourth was being built. But it really cost him a lot to trade against that army. He lost all his mutas, lost quite a lot of Scourge, lost like more than half his lurkers as well. But he does have his fourth, and kogeT is still on just 2 bases.
Yeah, and Zerg's army is very powerful here. It's gonna have a lot of upgrades. I like that kogeT added that second eBay, and he's still mixing in tanks. Tanks are still effective until Zerg has Swarm.
Yep, definitely. When the Swarm comes down, you don't really have the time to unsiege and run back. So, as long as the Defilers, as long as no Defilers join the fray, tanks are still a valid addition to the Terran army. kogeT nicely scanning ahead, just making sure that there aren't any hold position lurkers scattered across the map. Or scattered around the map.
This is a nervous moment for Gorinich. He doesn't have enough here, and he's supply blocked because he kept losing over. Now he's moving in with these lurkers. Let's see how the targeting is from kogeT. The Marines are very clumped here. One of the tank goes down, but still 2 tanks alive, and the Marines get pulled back. But I think that's a decent trade for Gorinich.
I think it was a bit of a blunder from Gorinich because he had no lings to try and tank the damage, and he just ran in with the lurkers first. If he had like a couple more lings, he could have saved more of his lurkers. I would say that it was a decent trade for kogeT. But Gorinich does manage to stop the Terran in his tracks, and the attack has been slowed down. So again, he's doing what he needs to do all game long, basically.
And we see that was a 13 kill Wraith. We see +2 carapace finish in line with +2 weapons for Terran. Zerg is usually behind 1 upgrade, so being even is gonna make these fights a lot better for Zerg than normal.
All right, looks like kogeT is going to try and rotate towards the north of this ramp here. He might even try and run into the third, but no, it looks like he's going to irradiate one of the lurkers. The other one is going to get sniped by the tank, the one remaining tank.
Again, this perma supply block that Gorinich has been facing is really hurting him. kogeT going up to 7 barracks now. He's still producing tanks. This is very good macro from kogeT, like non-stop pressure here. Gorinich is on 4 bases, so Zerg is having a very nice economy here, but he's not going to be able to mine from this. Did that Hydra come out of the cave? What went on there?
So finding new ways to abuse StarCraft maps.
kogeT is below the high ground here, so he has to be a little bit careful. But he's keeping the bio far enough away from the ramp. Looks like Gorinich is trying to come in. There's a stim.
Yeah, he needs to clear this army out because there's more and more reinforcements now streaming across the map for the Terran player. The lurkers move in, burrow up on top of the tank, and the Terran army gets pushed back a little bit. One of the science vessels also gets picked off by the Hydralisks as kogeT needs to retreat a little bit to the safety of that one tank. Another one shows up. The 4th base is now being constructed by kogeT. Meanwhile, Gorinich is still on 4 bases himself. Only just finishing his Defiler Mound. Consume on the way as well. But he's running out of time. The tanks are coming in ever so close to this mineral-only 4th.
Here we go. He's gonna try to take out this one tank with this burrow. kogeT has to be careful. He's still on the low ground. The Marines aren't hitting every time, but he has a nice spread here, minimizing the amount of damage these lurkers can get done. And with 1 armor, these Marines are gonna die in 3 hits to lurkers now. Gorinich is only getting carapace and melee upgrades. He did snipe a couple vessels, so the amount of pressure that kogeT can put on is being limited. But
Gorinich
non-stop.
needs to buy time. He needs to buy time for the Defilers to come out, because that's when the tanks and the Marines stop being as effective as they are right now. And irradiate basically becomes the only way to break these positions.
One thing kogeT hasn't allowed Gorinich to do is to set up this base like this, very low on drones. Looks like Link killed the SCV that's building the 4th command center, but for kogeT to be 4 bases against 4, that's a very good position for Terran.
Constantly keeping the pressure up on this 4th base. Now the lurkers move too far back, and the hatchery is going to get sniped by the Terran player. Why is he moving in now that the hatchery has been picked off? That's going to be a mystery.
Yeah, where's his Defiler? His hive has been done for quite a while. Still no, there's the first Defiler finally.
But it might be a little too late. I mean, he lost his mineral-only 4th.
kogeT has a rally from a starport that ends up at this base because a vessel earlier went straight up there, and now we had a dropship.
Yep. That is not really going to be of any consequence right now, as he's realized that this is the case. He's now going to move up this ramp with the Marines. The Locusts are a little bit too far behind to try and take advantage of the ramp and how narrow it is.
And we don't have any Nidus there, so Gordon's just trying to come up this ramp. Trying to come from behind. There's 3 care base, but I think the bio is also on 3 weapons, so even upgrades again. Oh no, looks like Gornage is slightly ahead there. Gornage might have, kogeT might have forgotten that weapons upgrade. This might come into play if this game goes on a little bit longer. It looks like we do have Swarm here, so Gornage is going to be able to hold on.
Yeah, his bio upgrades are only just about halfway done here from kogeT. And see, this is the Dark Swarm that we were talking about. This is the moment you need to survive to as the Zerg to make these tanks much less useful than they were in the mid game. Manages to pick off a couple for free there.
Problem is now Gornage's economy is very, very weak. You did lose that mineral only, and why you say, okay, it's not important for Zerg to have mineral bases. You really want gas bases. The fact that his main is completely mined out means that he really needs that mineral income now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough gas to keep making lurkers and a couple of defilers every now and then, but it's not possible for a Zerg on 3 gases to like switch into like ultras, for instance, right? So he's going to be hard pressed to get, you know, more and more of these high tech units.
It's possible for 3 gas ultra to be effective, but not when you're going Hydro Lurker. Hydro Lurker really eats into your gas. And that's a lot of tanks for kogeT, but these tanks are better utilized defensively now. Offensively, they're just going to get neutralized by the Dark Swarm.
Yeah, kogeT's macro is just like the macro engine is blown ahead. 4 bases now looking to stay this 5th as well, if I'm not mistaken, at the 9 o'clock, and he's still keeping up all the pressure. And controlling SK Terran is...
Controlling SK Terran and macroing is very, very difficult.
Really
he's going to need a ton of barracks. We see he's actually adding a couple factories as well. He's making battle cruisers. Battle cruisers, interesting choice when Zerg already has Hydra upgrades, but Hydras aren't the best response. You really want to use the Scourge and Plague. And there's the Ultralisk Cavern from kogeT. Drop is spotted, and it's only Marines, no medics, so this is going to get easily cleaned up.
Yeah, no trouble there. Cleaning the 1 drop. But the 4th is exposed. Now there's a few lurkers now moving in to try and defend, but it's a lot of bio. Nonetheless, a good Dark Swarm saves the day as kogeT needs to fall back. But again, Gornage is really starved for gas right now. He's down to 300. He's only got access to 3 gas geysers. He hasn't taken a 4th or a 5th that would have access to another Vespene geyser. So that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, kogeT is just probing here with this bio group. He had a bio group at 3 o'clock to deny that base. He looks like he's setting up something at 9, and he's just slowing Gornage down as he runs out of minerals. And we do finally have weapons 3 for kogeT, and now we are moving out. This is a significant number of tanks. Tanks are a unit where the more you have, the more effective the other ones become. And we have another drop. This might go to 12. There's not that much defense here. There's a Nidus. It's like the dropship.
It's got a couple of lurkers being AFK at the ramp, now pulling them back. So this drop isn't really going to find too much damage as the Scourge do come in to clear out. Oh, actually, never mind.
I think. Okay, no, looks like we're using that drop to distract Gornage as we pressure this base yet again. Now we have 6 tanks. Looks like we were trying to hit 3 o'clock, but some lurkers on the ramp there are going to make it impossible. Defiler trying to get some sort, but it gets targeted. Now the Nidus is exposed, and this position is being broken. We do have a Defiler pop out just in time, but the mineral only base again is going to be killed, and this is a lot of the economy that Gornage just has.
Yeah, well, that also means that there is no lurker and no defiler at the 3rd. So once he picks up this 4th mineral only, he's going to run up to that 12 o'clock base, and that's not even going to happen as Gornage taps out of game number 2, and kogeT is going to win this series with a clean 2-0 to move on to the winners match against Bonyth. Meanwhile, Gornage is going to meet RCG in the losers match of this Group of Death, Group D.
That was very strong play from kogeT. Just very good macro and very good decision making there.
yeah, with how this game on Polypoid went in the early game, I was kind of expecting Greenwich to put up a bit of a better fight because he was in a much better spot in the early game than he was. Well, I'm not even going to say in game number 1 because he got killed with that 8 rags, but he was definitely in a much more comfortable spot than kogeT was after that opening.
Yeah, but very nice engagement there from kogeT and very good utilization of all his units. Like those raids provide value well into the game, well after the initial harassment, and that's going to leave us with Bonyth and kogeT facing in the winners match and Gornish and Oya in the losers match.
That is correct. But before that, we're first going to do Group C and then Group D. But before that, we're going to go into a short break. I think one of us is going to tag Doc Holiday in. And yeah, so how about we do a 5 to 10 minute break and we'll see you guys after that.
Dance, we do down Johannesburg way.
In exchange for coming all this way. What if I could offer you something you don't know you want?
Connection's still very laggy, but he told us this one never lags.
Are you sure? He asked not to use that as well.
He asked many things. Come on, I've already set up Op Studio. No problems here. Why can't I set up today's date?
November 29th, 2020? Who cares? Just leave as is.
It's an amazing location. Best organization, best players.
Yeah, pity that RCG2020 prize pool was not double, and we have just players today. Not too many games to watch.
Still, we want good times tonight. Let's get ready to rumble.
Perhaps what I am.
Bata is the name of a dance we do down Johannesburg way. Bata is the name of a dance we do down Johannesburg way.
Right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the 2020 Russian Cyber Games. I'm here with Duck Holiday this time. How you doing, Duck? You all right?
What's
you
up,
well?
guys? Oh yeah, we're doing real good. Dude, like yesterday after the cast, man, I slept for hours and hours and hours, and we got up, had a good productive day, and then yeah. So very happy to be back and ready to cast, man. I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's good to hear. It's good to hear you're hyper because we've got a TVT on our hands.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's the best matchup to start the day with, right? If you're you and you wake up and you're thinking, man, I really hope I get to cast a TVT, right?
A TVT? Oh yeah. That's my dream. TVT.
I really hope they roll like Circuit Breaker for game number 1, and then they pick Fighting Spirit for game 2 and Potty Poi for game 3, and they all last like an hour and 30.
yeah. Four corner base, like we want cross spawns too, 6 bases, you know.
Definitely, yeah. I haven't actually played too much TVT against Dandy, but I know SPX is pretty good at this matchup, so I wouldn't rule this possibility out.
Yeah, I actually really like SPX in general. I think he makes some pretty bold decisions in a lot of his games. I think he's one of those players who's not afraid to risk it all for a big drop and stuff like that. At least that's how I've seen him in a lot of tournament play. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to play this out.
Yeah, we're looking forward to finding out what he brings in this matchup. So that's going to be the first one for us, and then we're going to swap over to Group D, do the winners match of that as well. That's going to be Bonyth against kogeT, where I don't have to worry about being biased because they're both Polish. So
nice.
That's that. So yeah, I think we're going to start with this match between Danny and SPX if we're ready. If the
Let's go, man.
Tells us to do so. All right, the puppet master tells us we're ready to draw the map.
Oh, that's creepy. TVT. Just behind the scenes, man. He's just pulling our strings.
Exactly. What's it gonna be? Fighting spirit. Yes, fighting spirit.
Yo, she just got rid of that ball too. Just threw it out of the. All right, man. So, do you think we're gonna see some of the famous Dandy wraiths?
I don't think so, because I mean, you know, lag doesn't really come into play as much in TVT. But if you're playing wraiths, you probably don't really want to do this on like TR12 or TR16 or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. It becomes much more difficult to control and get them to fire exactly when you want them to and stuff like that.
Yeah, plus they're like really brittle. Yeah.
The paper planes, man.
Yeah, exactly.
They're surprisingly brittle. They just like fly into anything and die. There's like they fly past an overlord. The overlord looks at them weird and just up. All right, well, my raid's dead now. Yep.
Yeah. All right, I think we're about ready to jump into this game on Fighting Spirit. So without further ado, here's game number 1 of Dandy against SPX. All right, spawning as the yellow Terran in the top right-hand corner. Hailing from Peru, he is Dandy.
And of course, in the bottom right-hand corner, spawning as the magenta Terran, we have the IRK player, SPX.
This is the best color combination we've got so far.
It's not bad, yeah. I like it.
Today we had like white against white and gray against black.
Oh, jeez.
So, you know, it's a nice change of pace here for us as the casters.
You can actually tell what the units are.
What is happening on the minimap.
Yeah, seems good to me, man. Well, TVT. Certainly your wheelhouse a little bit there. What are we expecting as far as meta these days?
Most people just play super standard. Like, there's very little you can do in the early game in the way of aggression, especially in a map like this. And maybe you can make like 3-4 marines and then try and slow down the command center with two vultures. That is certainly popular in Europe. Happens quite a lot. So you know, this, if anyone was to do it, then I would say SPX. But other than that, I would expect both of them to go for a standard expansion with a gas. Could be a Rakdos expand because it's Fighting Spirit and it's a full play, well, basically a full play map, but wouldn't expect anything too out of the ordinary from either of these.
So, I have to say, Dandy is fearsome, right? He's pretty well known as one of the best Terrans in the world, if not, or not in the world, but in the foreigner scene, if not the absolute best. Of course, he's up there right next to my buddy Terror. Yeah, he's fearsome, especially in this matchup. I think he's very, very scary. Do you think SPX has much of a fighting chance in this, or you think it's really quite dandy favored?
No, definitely. I think SPX really brings quite a lot to the table. I mean, he's qualified for this tournament, right? He won against Babo, and from my past experience playing against him, he's no slouch in TVT either. So I genuinely think this is going to be a relatively balanced match. Not really leaning in favor of either player too much.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, everything seems to be going normal. We don't have any barracks in the middle of the map or anything like that so far. I don't know, man. You got to teach me here. I don't know too much about TVT. It seems like one of those really nebulous mirror matchups that everyone seems to dread playing. It sounds like it's your favorite matchup, though.
Well, it is. It's the working man's matchup, mate. I mean, it's just fun. It's just fun from my perspective. We're going to have to wait and see how many Marines both players make. Both of them did pull out of gas, as Zero is showing us, so that means they're going to be expanding relatively soon. Looks like normally you make like two Marines and then lift the barracks. It looks like Dandy only made one before lifting. That means he's definitely going to rush that command center, which leaves SPX with a little bit more room. He could make like 3-4 Marines and try to move out with those 2 vultures that he makes out of the factory, whilst delaying his own command center. But it doesn't look like that's what he's going to be going for, as his barracks has been lifted as well. So really standard stuff from both players. They're both going for... Oh no, actually SPX is going for a machine shop, so he's skipping vultures straight away.
Straight for a tank.
Going straight for a tank. Meanwhile, Dandy getting those vultures. I'm expecting him to get another one, because he's only made one Marine. There we go. That's the second vulture being queued up by the yellow Terran. And yeah, relatively standard stuff. Now, based on how they started, I would expect Dandy to go for something like 3-fat vulture, definitely on the table. Meanwhile, SPX probably going to throw down a starport. Now, he needs to clear out the SCV in his main base. He also has to worry about these vultures coming across the map. This often happens when you go straight for a tank, because you don't have those vultures to defend against the vultures of your opponent. But yeah, there's still an SCV in the main base of SPX that he needs to clear out before probably throwing down more tech buildings. Looks like he planted down a second factory there. So very standard stuff. We'll see if Dandy throws down a third one or not.
So 3-fat vulture, that is that build, of course, that we see Artosis complain about so much, where you go for just a overwhelming number of vultures to try to get damage done, because the tanks do take a little while to kill those vultures off. But overall, you have to get a significant amount of damage done with the early vulture harass, otherwise the tank numbers build up and are kind of become overwhelming for a counter push. Is that correct?
Well, we can see that he's not going for that because he made a tank.
Oh, there we go, tank. Yep.
The main thing about vultures is that you gain quite a lot of map control, and that's the most vital thing in TVT. Map control, not really, like securing an expansion, but securing a certain location on the map. And with vultures, you get that early map control, you get the speed, you get the mines, and you make it so much harder for your opponent to then move out and secure locations, like say halfway across the map with these tanks. But obviously that's not really going to come into play, as both players are just going to stick to these 2 factory plays. Now going to reinforce these little pushes with vultures also being streamed across the map.
All right, here we go. Well, we have 2 vultures and a tank versus 2 tanks. Oh, and a marine, I suppose. But wow, that tank is absolutely deleted.
Yeah, it's a massive pickup for SPX here as he clears out 1 tank, 1 vulture. Needs to watch out because that mine is going to connect, and he loses 2 tanks of his own. So what looked like a really good start for SPX in that trade ended up really costing him quite a lot, as he's now down 1 tank.
This is certainly a lot more volatile than I normally expect from the early portions of TVT. That was a pretty big miracle mine there. I'm surprised that it wasn't focused down, though, because SPX had all the time in the world. He saw it being planted. He saw it then popping back up, and we didn't have any micro away from it. We didn't have any focusing down of the mine with the tanks at all. So I thought it was honestly a bit of a sloppy play there.
Well, he was probably preoccupied with doing something else. I think a few vultures did run past, towards the natural SPX, so maybe that's what he was preoccupied with. But it's worth noting out or pointing out that Dandy is going already up to 4 factories. Meanwhile, SPX is only on 2, probably adding that academy and the armory, which is a little bit more standard to do. We don't see an armory on the way just yet. But yeah, this is a lot of factories very early on for Dandy here. He's going to put on the aggression very early on. Now he's only got 1 tank. The mines are the crux of this push here, because SPX can't really afford to just move out like that. Tanks are really trash at clearing mines.
It's really the Goliaths and the Vultures, right, that do a good job at, since they're, or well, I guess mostly the Goliaths that.
Yeah, Goliaths are pretty good at clearing mines, but tanks are absolutely trash. So yeah, and this is something you really don't want to do in a TVT, which is siege up in your own base, right? You want to get as far out onto the map as possible and then establish a defensive location. So the mines from Dandy really doing quite a lot of work here. Even though he's not really picking off units, he's buying himself quite a lot of time and quite a lot of space.
Wow, we have 4 factories and then a starport here. So are we expecting to see like a pretty aggressive push to try to keep SPX on 2 base for as long as possible, and then maybe see a 3rd base secured behind that? What's the idea behind this huge factory count so early?
Yeah, I guess he wants to really establish that location somewhere on the map. I don't know if this starport is going to be used for dropships, or maybe if he wants to switch into wraiths ASAP, but you know, I don't think you want to do that with just 1 factory. He doesn't have an armory on the way, so the longer the game goes on, I think SPX is going to get ahead in that regard, because again, +2 attack is possibly the most important or like most impactful upgrade in any matchup. Because when you get +2 attack, then your tanks, when they're sieged, pick off everything in 2 shots, right? It doesn't matter if you have +3 armor or anything. When you have +2 attack on your tanks, you kill everything in 2 shots. So you really want to rush that upgrade ASAP if you want to play positional TVT, both of them really are doing right now.
Yeah, looks like we have a group of units off to the left here for SPX. It looks like he's just trying to make sure that he doesn't get run past. He is got, oh, here we go. Kind of a little bit of a vulture battle here in the middle of the map.
I really like the 3rd base that Dandy is taking. He's getting as close to his opponent as possible to try and suck up these resources ASAP before then moving on to like his part of the map in the top left, right? Meanwhile, Dandy, SPX is gonna have to take that at 6 o'clock if he wants to expand. But it looks like SPX is going to try and break his opponent here.
Ooh, and this is a huge move out. Now the Vulture is going to come around here and get right on top of the tanks. If we have any mines left in these Vultures, it could be pretty dangerous. Doesn't look like we are really dropping any mines on top of them though. Yeah, looks like Dandy's going to hold here, just barely though, with only 2 tanks left in a tiny little minefield.
Yeah, unfortunately for SPX, the Goliaths that he had just made were sitting bone idle at the bottom, not really contributing in that fight. And even though he managed to clear out a bunch of tanks, he doesn't really secure a good foothold to try and assault this 3rd. Now he loses 1 more tank. This one is going to go the way of SPX, but the 3rd is still secure. That is what really matters. The 3 tanks still stand. There's a few mines still protecting that line. And as long as Dandy keeps reinforcing this location, SPX is going to be hard pressed to try and do something. Because remember, he's only on 2 bases, while Dandy already has that 3rd.
Yeah, SPX just finally now throwing down his 3rd CC, getting it started at the 6 o'clock. In the meantime, we already have had the big SCV transfer, so that is quite a lot of additional mining. Even though the workers are the same, of course, you know, that additional saturation that you're allowed with the 3rd mineral line does make a very significant difference in the amount of resources that you're mining. So yeah, Dandy's position's looking really good. I think that was a really cool point about how he took the 3 o'clock there. Because, you know, you're taking that base really early on, and that's going to be something that potentially could get contested in a really protracted game. And taking those bases that are like quote unquote like neutral bases as opposed to the ones early on that are on your side of the map means you don't have to fight for it later on. So it sounds like you've played against SPX a decent amount, and it looks like the chat's pretty familiar as well. Is SPX a pretty passive player in this matchup?
I would say so. He definitely needs to be passive right now because I don't see him breaking these positions anytime soon. I think the right way to approach this is to just try and macro up and accept the fact that you're going to be slightly behind. Now, we do have a bit of a drop coming into the main base of SPX. That's a lot of vultures picking off SCVs left and right.
A very lethargic response as well. It flies right past the natural expansion. Looks like it didn't get spotted, but we got a good amount of SCV damage here, and now we're heading on over to the third. Wow, this is a pretty nice little start to the game here.
Yep. Now, unfortunately, the drop is going to get picked up by the Goliath. They don't seem to have Terran busters just yet. Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Obviously going to survive with like 2
It's
HP.
just the cockpit. The entire thing's just on fire. Just, oh man. I think that even Dandy thought that drop died because it's just kind of hanging out now in the main.
Yeah, it was just left for dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a waste of APM there. But I think he hasn't taken as much damage, right? He's at 51 SCVs to 58. And considering his third was that much later than Dandy's, it's not really, that big of a deal. Now, he is going to fall a little bit further behind, but it's the position that really matters in TVT. And right now, Dandy has got a much better siege line set up in the middle of the map. He's now going to try and secure the left-hand side with a bunch of mines as well, to try and maybe move in with tanks later on. And it looks like SPX is getting cornered off into this little triangle that he's got secured right now. And it's really something you need to worry about in TVT. Like, position is key.
I'm very curious, how far behind are we on the upgrades for Dandy as far as the attack upgrades go? Because, let's see, okay.
All right, he's only just started +2.
Yeah, so he's about a third of an upgrade behind. So there is going to be a small timing, I guess, then where SPX's army is going to be significantly more powerful than Dandy's. You think we just sit on 3 bases and make a really big push across the map here with a super powerful +2 army? Because, I mean, a third of an upgrade is a pretty long time for an army to be able to get advantageous trades.
I would probably think of securing a more forward position out on the map, like leave the siege line on the right hand side and try and gain an advantage somewhere else when you've got this +2 for SPX, because he's going to have a bit of an advantage, like a bit of a window when he's got +2 and his opponent doesn't. But it's not as big a deal when you're attacking, because it only really applies to siege tanks, tanks that are already sieged. So I would probably think about moving out towards the left and trying to secure that location, and that's exactly what SPX is trying to do, but looks like Dandy is just one step ahead.
Yeah, he's being very proactive with his army. He's a huge army here actually on the left side here to contend with this pretty small number of tanks. We have some tanks now coming from the back to reinforce this, but this is a very advanced position here. Maybe even going to potentially cut off an expansion attempt in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, I think SPX was a little bit too passive in the mid-game. Like, he should have thought about moving towards the left a little bit earlier, because right now he's once again been cut off from the left-hand side, and Dandy, meanwhile, he's got his 4th base beat already completed, his 5th likewise soon to be started.
Alrighty, well, SPX with a double dropship up here to the 12 o'clock base. Now this base is so far completely undefended here, and we have a significant force, so this could potentially do a lot of SCV damage. We do have a base in the top left-hand corner also getting secured, but we have linebackers getting on top of tanks, and man, those are some pretty strong workers.
Yeah, Dandy is now moving in to try and defend this attack at this 12 o'clock. He's taking a little bit of damage, but it's really going to be inconsequential at this point. He's got 72 SCVs to the 53 of SPX, and he's just slowly but surely running away with this game. 178 supply to 137. I know it's not as big a deal in TVT, but looking at the position he's got out on the map, I mean, this is starting to look scary for SPX.
Yeah, it's so funny. TVT is such a weird matchup because, like, obviously in most other mirror matchups, a 20 worker advantage when you're not in a position to instantly die is crazy. But I mean, SPX is certainly still in this. This is one of the slower matchups, and you're right, it does have a lot to do more with the positioning than anything else. Of course, Dandy has also been able to secure quite an excellent position on the map and eat up pretty much all of his territory right off the bat, plus one of those neutral bases here on the right side. So everything is really going his way at this point. I like the idea that we're going to get into some very aggressive drop play here, because it's I think one of the better ways back into a TVT. But we'll have to see how they work out, because unless you do like pretty catastrophic damage, they're kind of inconsequential if you're just kind of getting a couple workers.
All right, I've got Dandy trying to bulldoze through the right-hand side. SPX was a little bit out of position, but he now gets back in time to defend. He's got all his tanks sieged. He's got +2 attack, and suddenly he's slowly but surely managing to push this back without losing too much. He's now slowly but surely once again evening out the supply difference as well, 143 to 149, and suddenly SPX is back in this game in terms of supply. But again, he's only on 3 bases, doesn't really have a forward position established anywhere on the map. Meanwhile, Dandy, 5 bases, still macroing up, and as long as he just doesn't overextend and lose his entire army to these tanks that are already sieged, he's once again going to keep extending his lead, as he does have those 5 bases.
Yeah, I mean, that was certainly an excellent trade there, but it doesn't look like we really capitalized on the kind of the lack of tanks that were there. I would have liked to see almost those that large number of dropships that SPX has at his disposal to load up a couple of tanks and really break that position on the right side when there were only a couple of them. Looks like we are going to go in for a huge drop though, and this again is pretty undefended, as we had essentially the siege line defending that up until now, and getting up on this high ground with mines and everything in the way is going to be very difficult. So it looks like we have a pretty busted base here right now.
Yeah, 3 tanks now sieged up at the top of the ramp. A few vultures also helping out, but I mean, it's going to get cleared out. Again, it did do a little bit of damage, right? Dandy is now down to 65 SCVs, so SPX is certainly doing the right things to get back into this game, but he's still got a long way to go.
I like it. I like it. And let's see, it looks like the main base doesn't seem to be too particularly well defended by turrets as well. So if we have, more persistent dropping here on the right side, and we eventually wear down this base, you could head right on in the main and do some more damage to the supply depots and all that.
So when you're Dandy and you're maxed out, I think you want to start trading, even though, your opponent's got this +2 attack. Well, hold that thought. It looks like we're going to have this massive doom drop going into the main base, just as you predicted. There's hardly anything to defend. A few tanks running back to try and siege in time. It might be a little too late. He's definitely going to take a little bit of damage here.
Alrighty. Yeah, this is going to be nice, but man, look how many tanks are sieging up to get this defense going. Man, and that drop is almost nothing here. And it looks like we might even lose some of the drop ships. That's actually pretty catastrophic, because that's the mechanism by which SPX has been trying to gain a bit of a foothold in this game. And he flies the last one back into the Goliath. He was like, "Oh, you missed that one. My bad, dude."
But he's now got a shot. He's now got a shot to try and establish a good forward position. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't come to pass. I think it would have been a better call to try and move towards the left, try and secure a few more bases for yourself. Because right now, it feels like he's banging his head against the wall. He's not really gaining much with these moves. Like, the ideas are decent, but it looks like Dandy is just one step ahead everywhere, except for that drop at the third that really caught him off guard once.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The real issue is that SPX is really trying everything he can to get back in this game, but Danny is not being, caught off guard very much at all here. He's got all the positioning he needs. I just feel like he can essentially continue to extend his advantage here with his earlier bases and things like that, and really grind this game out with consistent decision making and positioning. This is pretty nice, actually. Only 3 tanks on the left side here to make a defense, but holy crap, about 5 billion tanks here on the right side, just crushing on through the main defenses here. And there's only a couple tanks. Oh my god, are we taking control of the natural bridge? Oh, this could be just terrible.
Yeah, this could be game over. SPX forgot to keep tabs on Dandy's army. He didn't scan ahead, and that's going to be it. SPX taps out of game number 1. I mean, he was doing the right things, but unfortunately that one last move, he didn't scan ahead. He didn't know where Dandy's army was. And as soon as he tried to move towards the left to try and break that small contingent of units from Dandy, the Peruvian player just came in towards the natural and closed it out with a really nice surgical attack.
That's so crazy, man. Dandy was literally controlled the game the entire game. There was that one moment in the very beginning where the 2 tanks took out that single tank that really started the game off pretty solidly, but we had an immediate flip-flop with a rogue mine just destroying both of the SPX's tanks. And from then on, man, Dandy was 100% in control of the tempo. So that is not a good indicator for SPX's hopes in this next one, because, man, did he never really seemed to be out of control.
Definitely, getting that early game control in TVT really, pays dividends later on, as your opponent is, going to be hard pressed to try and push against those mines to try and secure a better location. And the super quick third also really came into play there for Dandy. So we'll see how SPX adjusts his play in this game number 2. Now remember, this is going to be his map pick, as we are in losers pick, so I'm really quite curious to see what he's chosen. I'm hoping it's going to be something like Circuit Breaker, but I think there's a chance for Sylphid also being picked. Oh, there we go.
Hey, speaking of, what do you know? All right, so Neo Sylphid seems like a particularly interesting map for TVT, considering that it's a 3-player map. And so obviously the early game positioning and getting a really solid foothold on the map seems to be much more important, like not more important, but certainly extremely impactful. How does the TVT usually work on it? Is it really as easy as just taking 2/3 of the map and just sitting around while your opponent runs out of money?
Well, the nature of a 3-player map is like a natural tiebreaker in a situation like this, right?
Yeah.
TVT, if it goes late, it's always a split map situation, and when you've got an odd number of bases, somebody always ends up ahead. So it's definitely going to come into play here, finding out who manages to get that early game control and whether they manage to keep it towards like the later stages of the game.
Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and get right on into it then. Here we go, Neo Sylphid.
All right, spawning as the red Terran at the 12 o'clock. He's the Russian contender SPX.
Alrighty, guys, and in the bottom left-hand corner, spawning as the blue Terran representing Team Soul, we have Dandy. Alrighty, man. So if it's you,
yeah,
how do you play this map? I feel like an early advantage followed up with solid decision making can really secure you like that situation again where Dandy or SPX is going to be on the back foot, and then obviously you have the 2/3 almost guaranteed for you as long as you don't make any mistakes. Are we like on a map like this, a 3-player map, is it worth going for some kind of gambit to secure you an early advantage?
I mean, I often play very aggressive openings. You know, sometimes make those 3-4 Marines, get 2 Vultures, delay my own command center to try and pull a quick one out and delay my opponent's command center likewise. But it's not really something you would do over and over again with a high degree of success. Right. So the builds they both chose were kind of middle of the road in that they were very versatile. And since it worked for Dandy and it really looked like it might work for SPX had he not taken that mine, I think we're going to expect something very similar out of both of them. Okay.
So I guess as long as SPX doesn't have a catastrophic mine, I mean that entire rest of the game goes almost completely differently potentially. I really like to see SPX get a more even footing in the beginning of the match, because I think the drop play that he does may be able to find him some very good success. On Sylphid, there's a lot of approach angles here into the main bases specifically as well, so the drop play could be very nice for him. The only thing, of course, is that he is going to be at kind of a little bit of a, not a disadvantage, but positionally dropping into the natural expansion is much easier than into the main on this with these spawns.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, you know, getting a good army out first is really going to be key. So drop play is something that you're going to have to worry about later on in the game, more so than in like any other matchup. Do you think we're going to see Starport play like one factory, one Starport at all from anyone?
I'd love to see it.
Something you can do if you know that your opponent's going for a super quick expansion. Well, it's not really the case here, but if you know that your opponent's going for a gaslit expansion, then like a 1-1-1 is something that works. Look at this. Dandy is now putting 2 workers back into gas as soon as he managed to push the SCV of SPX out of his main base. Ooh. Meanwhile, SPX doing the same thing. He's still mining gas, so there is a chance for some Wraith play here from both players, as we don't see a second factory being added just yet. Although, as I say that, there we go. There's the 2 facts from Dandy. What is SPX going to do? I think he's going into Wraiths. Now the question is this 2-port? Is this 2-port or 1? No, it's 1-port.
Oh, he's going to machine ship. Yeah, okay. That's the caster curse, man. As soon as you say it, they're gonna contradict you. It's so annoying. But yeah. So how does Wraith play stack up to this? Of course, with the additional factory, you're going to be contending with more units on the ground, but the Wraith obviously adds a ton of utility here. Are you expecting to see like another factory and go for very heavy Vulture play in the early portion of the game? And if so, that's pretty difficult for Wraiths to hold on to, right?
Are you talking like third factory from Dandy?
Yeah, I mean...
No, I don't think that's going to happen. He's just going to make a bunch of Vultures, I guess. And then as soon as he realizes that there's a starport being built, he's going to need to add an armory, I guess. Because it's the natural way to transition where you've got these two factories already, I think. But yeah, this is the build I was luring to, the 1-1-1. Although he doesn't have cloak this time. I mean, we'll see how it works. As long as he stays on the defensive here, he should be fine.
Yeah, this tank should, especially with the choke too. It seems like it's a pretty difficult.
Can we look at the barrack? Does he see the move out? As soon as he sees that there's units moving across the map, he's just.
Oh, he might have seen that Marine.
Oh, the Marines should move back behind the tank, get closer to the choke, to the main. See,
oh no!
Hurt. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but
certainly is quite a huge annoyance, though.
Yeah,
and then we're gonna count the factors too.
Yeah, he could have kept Dandy in the dark had he moved back to the choke between the natural and the main. But, you know, he's not going to end up taking any more damage, and Dandy's plan has been foiled. It's like he wanted to kill quite a lot of workers here, and that's not really going to happen. And now
are we really going to lose a tank to some Marines, though? Just hit the repair! Oh my gosh!
1 HP.
Literal 1 HP. Oh my god. That was very stressful. But we do have now the Wraith arriving into the base of Dandy here, and okay, well, we have a Goliath, so no one really taking too much damage here. I didn't really see too many SCVs go down either. How many did we lose to the Vulture run? Maybe like 2?
Probably something along those lines. Now, Goliaths are actually deceptively good at killing tanks, and he's got 2 factories, so we'll have to wait and see how many he ends up making. But it looks like he's going to transition into a command center as natural. This is really weird. You don't really get these interactions often in TVT, especially with a build that Dandy has chosen. You know, the 2-fact Vulture without any upgrades, not really something you would call standard by any measure.
Now these Wraiths offer some significant utility in the mid game here, especially now that his barracks is getting shot down, because they offer the vision for the siege tanks, right? So you can slowly crawl your siege tank line out against your opponents and end up doing damage to them before we have any other buildings or any scans to allow them to fire back. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely something worth considering, because he's now added a control tower, which indicates he's probably going to go into cloak to maintain that air advantage, considering his opponent has Goliaths, and Goliaths are pretty good at against Wraiths. So there we go. There we have that cloak research being started. I'm actually a little bit surprised that SPX is not being a little bit more aggressive after having killed those vultures in his base, and then having confirmed what his opponent was doing with the Wraith on the other side of the map. I would expect him to be a little bit more aggressive with the tanks he's made, but again, he might be worried that there's more vultures somewhere out on the map, and as soon as he moves out, those run in, kill, have your mineral line, and suddenly you throw your game away.
Yeah, it looks like he's checking the entire map real quick here and making sure that, like you said, there aren't units waiting to run past his defenses right now as soon as he moves out. But I mean, the Wraiths provide excellent scouting information. We should be able to confirm that pretty soon. And of course, he does have a pretty big tank advantage right now. That is a really nice point. I mean, he could potentially just secure that area outside of the natural expansion right now. The only threat really right now being the mines on the map.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That if you move out early, then you basically don't allow your opponent to get those mines, get those vultures out, and get map control. But it looks like SPX is a little bit more on the defensive side in this matchup, as he's looking to take this forward third that has a slightly reduced resource reserve, if I'm not mistaken there. But yeah, definitely a bit more passive than Dandy, as being SPX.
I think that the people in chat were mentioning that SPX is pretty well known for being a master at camping, per se. I don't know. I feel like being proactive in mirror matchups specifically is such a huge advantage. Here we go. some cloak wraiths coming in here. It doesn't look like we have any
Does he have an
turrets at
academy?
all.
Does he have an academy even?
I mean, I mean, you would think that we'd see some comm
Oh,
sets at least.
he lost his barracks. He's now remaking it.
Oh
So
my
he doesn't
gosh!
have any
yeah.
detection. This is gonna hurt.
Oh my gosh, this is terrible. And it's gonna be a slow and painful death as wraiths take literally forever to kill workers. But
They
when
do
you
that,
got
what,
plenty
6
of
damage
time,
per shot? Something
yeah, and then
like
you're
that.
fighting the world's strongest workers too. These guys have got, you know,
Yeah,
these guys have been in the gym every day.
His only hope right now is that the wraiths run out of cloak energy.
Yeah,
Well,
That's
that's going to be the case for one of them.
that's a sad hope though. I mean, let's see. So we're already down 7 workers essentially. Pretty rough start.
Yep. Still hasn't managed to complete his barracks.
Oh my
academy
God,
on the
there's-
way. He's now making turrets.
The turret's
Hit his
gonna get
main base.
canceled. Yeah, it's so rough.
But,
Are there any SCVs building turrets in the natural maybe?
no. Oh yeah.
No.
there's one.
Okay, 1. All
I
right.
mean, SPX's macro is slipping. We saw that he was ahead like 8 workers at one point, and now he's only 3 ahead, which means his macro was definitely slipping. He's at 900 minerals, 500 gas. He's only on 1 factory.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge amount of resources to be sitting around doing nothing.
Yep.
I mean, you can kind of bank for a little while here, but look at this already. The worker counts have evened out because, as you said, he just a little slipping, man.
Nonetheless, he did do quite a lot of damage with the raids, which is good to see. And he should probably start thinking about moving out towards the center of the map. Maybe not like directly between the third and the natural of his opponent, but like in a circular, like curve towards that third on the outside, and just try and get a good foothold somewhere out on the map.
What's actually nice is, do we have scans yet? Still, I mean, that's oh man, what the? Oh, that was so close. It doesn't look like we even have comm sets yet on the field here. So these raids are going to provide so much map control out in the middle of the map here. Just the ones with cloak are going to be able to, you know, secure all this positioning here because there's still no way to contend with them without having turrets already made.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to remember that it's difficult to actually build turrets at the third because there's a lot of like unbuildable terrain. So these 2 tanks are free pickings, and now SPX could even move the rest of his tanks a little bit forward towards that command center. Now remember, this is not high ground. This is a cliff, but it's not a high ground. It's like a full high ground. So there's no like disadvantage when you're attacking in this direction.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, I'm a little surprised that these raids didn't sit in between the natural expansion and the third here, because even then you could pick off, you know, a couple tanks as they transition. But man, these raids are really paying dividends.
Again, SPX's macro is really slipping at this point. 1300 minerals, 600 gas. He could be taking more bases, could be taking like building more factories. I think this is something he really needs to work on. Now, meanwhile, Dandy, he's content with just taking the left side of the map, and for the time being, just leaving those tanks of SPX in the center of the map without necessarily having to clear them.
This is so strange though. I feel like we need to see more activity with the wraiths, and as you said, it looks like SPX is really just dug into his bank now, so we should be seeing a huge explosion of production or something on the map here. Looks like we have another CC going down, a couple other things going down, but man, I'd really like to see these wraiths pick off like these just completely undefended tanks in the middle here. I didn't see any turrets or anything. You know, what are they doing? It's like a bunch of free damage.
Definitely something you could consider.
Look at these
Given
tanks.
there's like only one Goliath there or something.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
Could we take a look at the progress of upgrades for both players? No upgrades for either one of them. Okay.
I mean, we have to have comset stations now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there is detection now at least. But look at that. The race
But there's
just
no
killed a
Goliath.
Goliath.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at how many free tanks there are. They're just here, man. It's the Black Friday sale.
Yeah, and as soon as he should probably start unsieging his tanks at the top there and moving them towards that 4th base, mineral only, that Dandy is taking. A little bit late on the trigger, but still, he's got a massive lead in terms of how much ground he's gained this game. Look at how close the red line is to the base of Dandy. He's got a lot more room to move than his opponent, and he's now going to try and break this position towards the full.
Ooh, and it's going really well. He's got quite a chokehold on the map. This is kind of like the the mirror dimension of last game, man. Danny really had the upper hand, positioning wise, and I think this is a map that is, I think, potentially a lot more important for securing this type of chokehold, since again you're securing a 50% advantage over your opponent economically if you can hold on to the map for a long time.
Yeah, it looks like the tables have turned, and now it's all about guessing where your opponent wants to attack. So this is when the comms out stations really come in handy. You kind of need to keep tabs on your opponent's whereabouts, right? Because you've got like 3 potential locations that your opponent can break at this point. And look at this, he's got 2 tanks here, 2 tanks there, 2 tanks there. And guess what? 2 tanks don't really do much when there's 8 of them coming from your opponent.
Yeah, it is pretty hard. 2 tanks versus 8 tanks, not a winning battle here. And with the Goliaths out front tanking a lot of the shots, they're doing an excellent job allowing these tanks to move forward. All of a sudden, we're going to have a chokehold on the natural expansion, and Danny can't even reinforce his other 2 bases.
Yeah, it's really going to be difficult to recover here as the bases have become disjointed. Now, there is a bit of a counter-attack with these vultures moving towards the 4th base of SPX. Going to plant a few mines, pick up a few SCVs. But it's really not going to be as big a problem for SPX to clear it out. Now, these mines could kill a few units for free, but he's clutching at straws right now.
In the long term, too, it's like, how much does this really matter? I mean, like, Terran buildings can fly. It's not like they're going to get the CC. Of course, you lose the, SCVs and it's delaying mining time or whatever, but it's not going to be fatal damage that you do with a couple of vultures. Already been cleaned up by some of the random units on the map, and we once again have tanks just dying to wraiths. Oh my gosh, that's got to be so annoying. Look, they're unsieged. Now we have SPX's tanks sweeping up from the south entrance to this base, or they're not sweeping up, they're just hanging out there. Okay, whatever. Even still, look at this. This is so ridiculous. We have these wraiths just been doing work all game. Man, this has worked out so well.
Yeah, this is pretty much the last thing that SPX needs to do with that is close off the third from the south. Because Dandy, he's going to try, but he's not going to be able to break this position. There's too many tanks already sieged for SPX. A few Goliaths at the front to try and tank the damage. And even though it's looking like he might regain a foothold, he's taking a lot of damage. SPX has got more and more units streaming across the map. And I mean, it was a trade. It was a good trade, but it wasn't good enough. Now the 3rd command has been lifted. It's on fire.
Yeah, these wraiths could actually just sweep in there and kill that, I think. Because there's like one turret there. But, man, Dandy's move out there in the center was excellent. Even though, this may not be the move that he, needed to really secure himself a position into the mid to late game over here. He was focusing down all the tanks in the back, wasn't wasting a lot of siege tank fire on the Goliaths that were out front, and so that really did make a huge difference in the efficacy of his units. Here we go. Another big move out forward here. I don't think this is going to work. Now the tanks that are down by the 3rd are getting into the action here. And yeah, that was a lot of lost tanks for what seems to be a couple of centimeters of territory. And here come the wraiths again, just to come and kill everything. Oh no. And all the effort that we put into breaking out goes to waste as the siege tanks that were there are just getting slaughtered. Oh man, Dandy.
Incredibly surgical play there from SPX. Being
So
patient
good.
all game long. He didn't, rush into anything. He did things meticulously the way he needed to do it, and he needed to do them. And it really came back, in his favor as he ties up the series, and we're going to be moving to game number 3 here in this TVT.
It's so funny, man. Wraiths on paper look like terrible units. They do no damage to the ground. They're super, super easy to kill. And they cost essentially as much as a siege tank. But I mean, you have a couple of them and you can just turn a game around. So excellent play from SPX. So what is going to be our map? What do you think?
I'm guessing something big, something like Circuit Breaker, Polypoid, probably. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. This is the map I would choose, but Dandy might have a different idea of how to approach this TVT.
I'd like to see circuit breakers. One thing that I, am a little concerned about is the kind of the macro slippage that we saw in that game. I mean, certainly SPX played an excellent game and made a huge amount of work with his race there. But you were right, man. He was really dropping the ball. I mean, we saw a ton of SCV kills in the natural expansion with those race, and we never got any we never got a huge worker lead. So, I mean, if we go to circuit breakers and Danny's able to keep that up, it sounds like it'd be a nice way to go into a macro game and hopefully just out mechanic your opponent.
Yeah, this map has been in the map pool for so long and everyone really knows how to play it. So I'm expecting a much longer TBT here where it's a little bit more evened out. But again, Fighting Spirit is a similar map in that regard, that most people know how to play it. And somehow Dandy did manage to get a super quick advantage in terms of positioning. So this is definitely something that SPX is going to have to worry about. But he's shown that he's got what it takes to beat Dandy in a slightly longer game. So we'll see how it goes. I think we're just about ready to jump into this game, as the Puppet Master has just told us. So here we go, Game 3 of Dandy versus SPX. All right, spawning as the green Terran in the bottom left-hand corner. He is SPX.
Alrighty, and in the top left-hand corner, spawning as the, is that white or peach? I think peach, Terran. We have Dandy.
Yeah, something like peach is probably accurate. I thought it was like whitish pink.
Alrighty, well, okay, we'll have cross spawns. This is gonna be I think the safest type of, or not cross spawns, the vertical spawns rather. This is a little bit safer than horizontal, so everyone's got their side of the map kind of divvied up here. Now the center base, of course, is still going to be under contention here, and Danny showed a propensity to go just directly for that as his third. You know, if he is able to get an aggressive foothold, I'm sure we're going to see that again. So we'll have to see how this goes. Both of our players, though, seem to be pretty well matched.
Yeah,
very happy how the series is going.
This is interesting because in these spawns, if you get a forward location, you can actually suck up that third location much quicker, and like get your third as close to your opponent as possible. Because if they spawn like horizontally, you don't really see your opponent taking the 12 o'clock or the 6 o'clock as your third. Likewise, diagonally. Diagonally. If you spawn diagonally, you kind of take a slightly more defensive third, even if you get a good position out on the map. But when you spawn vertically like this, keep getting these directions mixed up. If you spawn vertically like this and you get a good position out on the map, you can actually take the 9 o'clock much easier than like say the 6 o'clock. And this is something that Dandy has shown a propensity for, like taking these aggressive bases, at least according to that game on Fighting Spirit. So we'll see if that comes into play once again. Now this time both players are actually going to go for a gasless expansion, so both mirroring each other's builds perfectly so far.
And what's the advantage? What would you say is the reasoning? Is it just because it feels very like a very big, safe macro map? Most people aren't really looking to cheese on this map at all.
Probably, yeah. I mean, see, if they had done something like this on Sylphid, then Dandy's 2 factory would have probably worked, and the game would have ended up slightly differently. But this is a map where you expect macro play from both players. You know, stay relatively safe no matter what happens. The rush distance is relatively long as well, so you don't necessarily have to worry about quick siege pushes, something like that.
Danny really showed to have quite a weakness to Wraith play. I mean, are you looking to emulate that again as SPX? I mean, sure, the race got discovered pretty quickly, and yet Danny still had an incredibly poor reaction to them, losing tanks all over the place essentially for free. We gave away the barracks as well, and so we had a lot of issues with detection. Is this like a lightning in a bottle, or do you think that we can replicate this again with some more race on this map as well?
It's definitely possible, because it wasn't that big of a commitment to raids, right? Like, he started out knowing he would want to make them, and he only ended up like making 3 or 4 of them, and it was just Dandy getting caught off guard. Yeah. So he didn't show his cards, like he didn't reveal something that he wanted to pull out once. Like, it was just standard 1-1-1, and he happened to find an opening that Dandy didn't really cover himself for.
Yeah, it really didn't seem like it wasn't like a 2-port Wraith, right? Like something that was like supposed to just be like a huge gambit. It was just pretty normal Wraith pressure, and it just took Dandy apart. in the last game. So, I mean, I would want to, as a competitor, to capitalize on what seems to be like a pretty glaring weakness in your opponent's gameplay.
I mean, it wasn't particularly standard what either player did on Sylphid, right? Well, hold that thought. We've got a couple of Marines coming into the base of SPX, as Dandy moves in with 4 Marines. Gonna have to cancel that bunker. More and more Marines streaming across the map. Going to deal a little bit of damage. Now, there is a Vulture on the way, so, there's a timer on these Marines, but how much damage are they going to find before this Vulture pops? Looks like 3 or 4 SCVs and maybe a Marine. Now, Dandy really moving ahead with his macro, 26 workers to 23. Getting ahead with his macro, 26 to 23.
That was so good, yeah. And we cancel a bunker and everything as well. So a lot of, early mineral damage, we'll say.
He's got nothing at home.
Yeah, that is a lot of Marines coming for the counter, plus a Vulture here. And the bunker's still not up yet. These Marines can turn the tide and snipe the SCV once again. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy.
The Russia becomes the Rushy.
Oh no.
The Marines do make their way across the map. Now, 2 Vultures do fortunately pop for Dandy to save the day. And all in all, it's not going to be too big of a problem for the proven player now.
Oh, the micro is so good, though.
He's got another Vulture showing up at the natural.
Oh my gosh, this is brutal. Oh, and he still saves the injured Vulture. So wow, these Vultures coming from the high ground though. I mean, look at all of a sudden the big swing in worker count is once again equalized.
How the turntables. But yeah, I mean, SPX now gets ahead in terms of supply, 30 SCVs to 27. Now, the only problem he's got right now is that he doesn't have a single machine shop, so he can't really afford to make any upgrades. But it's not going to be too big of a problem because he's switching into an armory and Goliath play. And, I mean, gonna get ahead. When you're ahead, get more ahead. Got 2 more factories on the way as well. Meanwhile, Dandy, I think he's switching into a starport, if I'm not mistaken, while sitting on like 2 factories himself. Only just now adding 2 more. If I'm looking at the minimap correctly. Yep, there we go. Oh, this is annoying.
Wow. What is... Oh, okay, that's just the... Man, alright, so... Do we not go in to try and see the Wraith? Or just to scout the main with the barracks here?
I don't know. I mean, if you do this, then you're kind of projecting the idea that you're going to be attacking. If you land this barracks in the TVT, in the natural, then you're kind of telling your opponent, look, I'm going to come in any minute, right? And this way, it might have just been a little bit of a mind game that SPX was trying to pull on Dandy. Now, we do know that there was a barracks of Dandy in the base of SPX, so that wasn't happening, but I guess that's what I would think, at least.
Okay, well, dropship is now out on the field. We do have a starport for SPX as well, though, and a this is not going to be up and ready, to provide any kind of wraith or anything like that to respond. We have 4 Vultures, including 1 just very injured dude in there, and he's going to drop behind that line.
Yeah, SPX is moving out. He's got hardly any units left to defend. There's actually nothing there. 4 Vultures getting dropped in the natural. If Dandy knew that there was nothing to defend, he'd probably leave 2 in the natural and move 2 towards the main base. And look at this, SPX has to move back to try and defend against this. Still no units in the main base. And this is going to end up hurting like a bee. Look at this, 38 workers to 33, still more and more SCVs falling. And this drop is actually going to get out of there. No problem, I would think.
Oh, well, never mind. It's going to stay. The SCVs get transferred once again. We drop a Vulture, and then now we're heading right back to the natural expansion. Dude, that is the world's luckiest or best dropship pilot ever, man. This guy is getting so much work done here. And there were so many Goliaths that he just completely juked there in the main. Wow, this is brutal. We're 10 SCVs behind all of a sudden here. We have stopped the push, by just distracting our opponent and forcing their units to come back here. Holy cannoli, Danny has got to be super happy with how well that did.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna sting if you're SPX, losing this many units. I mean, there really was no reason to move out with those Goliaths out into the middle of the map if he wasn't really planning on attacking or anything like that. Maybe he was expecting Dandy to move his ground units across the map. Who knows? But right now, Dandy really getting quite far ahead in terms of supply, 76 to 60 72 right now, so maybe not as big a difference as I thought. But still, yeah, I mean, 7 SCVs of difference, that's really going to compound to a much bigger advantage later on. As we've got another drop coming into the natural of the green player, picking off Goliaths left and right.
Oh
nice
my gosh.
micro there to try and save the injured Goliaths. And he's doing
they're
more
just
and more
focused
damage.
down. Oh man, Danny's drops have been excellent. The siege just
He's
ends
not
up
done.
going up.
He's not done.
We have one. Oh, okay. What the Goliath's just okay. Getting baited a little bit by the barracks too, dude. Danny is taking every little bit of his advantages here that he can possibly get. Looks like the dropship is gonna finally go down here, but we're gonna get a couple more SCVs, and this was so worth it.
Yeah, I think he picked up like 3 Goliaths and like 4 or 5 SCVs with that drop, so definitely worth it. And I mean, does SPX have? He doesn't have a position out on the map. He got nothing to speak for, to speak of. That would really be consequential in the long run, as Dandy is now going to move out with his massive army. He's got like nearly 20 supply worth of advantage here.
We're just picking off units in the middle of the map for free as well. We just lost a tank and a Goliath now. We have a Wraith to provide that vision as well for the units to come in here.
Oh, the tank's getting clumped a little bit.
Oof.
So taking a little bit more damage than maybe he would have wanted to. Dandy
Uh-oh.
was. Oh,
taking
that's
a
gonna
lot
hurt.
more damage.
Oh no. Well, that's one way to throw it. That's one way to throw it at TVT, because right, really you don't need to break your opponent here. As long as you get a good position out on the map, you've already dealt a lot of damage. You are ahead.
Here comes the first SPX right here to just poke away at these tanks some more. Do we have defense here once again at the natural expansion? Looks like there are some siege tanks that should be prepared to deal with the drop here now. And we do have the Wraith on the field to shoot down the dropship. So this isn't going to go quite as well as the last few have. And I think that we're not going to see any more dropship play now, as SPX does have the Wraith to help defend against that.
Yep. That's a good assumption here to make. Now, the question is, where is Dandy going to expand? I think it's going to be that 9 o'clock exactly. That's where the command center has been thrown down. So once again, this super aggressive third expansion, but it might come back to bite him. Now, SPX does have 2 dropships loading up units in the natural, and well, Dandy clearly not expecting this move from the Russian player.
Free tanks though, right outside the third here. The
another
only
one.
thing that concerns me, the tank line's so far pushed up past the bridges here. These vultures at the 12 o'clock could potentially get something done, since the rally has just been kind of cleaned up a little bit. But oh my gosh, this is a massive drop behind the mineral line, and there's only 2 tanks here. We could siege up and potentially just win this fight here at the natural expansion.
Yeah, this is going to hurt. Dandy wasn't expecting a move out like this. The dropship slipped past the expansion at the 9 o'clock. I think there's another batch of units coming in.
Yeah, here comes the reinforcement drop.
Here come 2 more tanks. Now, they're not going to do much, as the tanks of Dandy are already sieged up. But the idea was there. And suddenly, SPX is 6 workers ahead. He knows that his opponent is going for that 9 o'clock.
Dude, I love the aggressive dropship play here by SPX.
I think Dandy is a little bit too reliant on like ground-based attacks, and he's not taking into possibility. He's not taking into account the possibility of these dropships just absolutely wrecking his economy. Because
yeah,
I mean, he's going for round 3. SPX's. This time it's probably going to be this base that's going to be under attack.
Do we have any Goliaths? Should be. There we go. Yep, brought a bunch of Goliaths here to shoot down the CC. So this is excellent, man. This expansion attempt's going to get completely shut down, and we're going to even lose the CC here. Wow. SPX with the dropship play, man. I love how he does the aggressive drops.
Yeah, I think Dandy was a little bit too eager to take that base without having something like, I don't know, an eBay and planting down turrets to make sure that this doesn't happen. Didn't have the air advantage either. He lost his dropship, so suddenly he didn't really know what was happening, and SPX is turning this game on its head. He's now going to try and break this position. He's unsieging the tanks. The dropships are moving in to try and break that position. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of vultures coming into the natural of the Russian player, doing a ton of damage.
I've been waiting for this push, man. I've been looking at those vultures at the 6 o'clock base like, come on, let's go for it. And we did do a lot of damage here. I don't know if this is enough, though. I think these 3 dropships are going to provide plenty of utility. We can just drop right on the siege tanks and kill everything and then hop right back in and go for another attack.
Yep, but SPX lost, like, he's down 13 SCVs at this point, so this is definitely going to hurt. And the question is he going to be able to break the siege line? Now, we do see that there are reinforcements coming in from the base of Dandy to try and bolster this defensive siege line, or I guess the offensive siege line that Dandy has set up outside the bridges of SPX.
Man, to heck with that, though. We got only 1 or 2 tanks in the natural expansion once again. SPX, go for it, dude.
The mine.
Ooh,
sorry, the
that
mine.
was so close. Yeah. That siege tank driver is probably needs a change of pants, man.
Yeah, he's got PTSD.
Oh my gosh! Ooh, okay. Wow! Mine, good unit, dude.
Yeah, pretty damn good, eh? Tanks are trash at clearing mines. Probably the worst unit at doing so.
Mines are great, man. You buy 3 of them, you get a free motorcycle. It's really great stuff.
Isn't it the other way around?
Now, what are you talking about? You're paying for the mines, dude. No one cares about the motorcycle. That's the Costco deal right there.
Alright. Well, we've got a third already completed for SPX. The question is which one it's going to take. Looks like he's going to do that dandy move and take the 9 o'clock. He's got 3 dropships worth of units. Going to unload there, try and secure that location. I would surmise from what I'm seeing.
Oh my gosh, dude, Danny wants this base so bad.
This 9 o'clock has quickly become a point of contention in this TVT.
What he should do is he should just land this this command center on top of those 4 tanks, man. Just smush them.
I don't think you can do that. There was a quick tangent. There was a bug in SC2 like half a year ago where they patched it and you could load tanks into command centers. No one knows how. No one knows how that happened.
There was a bug very recently where you could load command centers into command centers.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty ridiculous. Oh,
anyway,
man.
Getting back to this TVT, Dandy's floating a lot of money. He's going to try and break this position once again. He's got a lot of tanks and vultures coming in, but they're all getting clumped up on that ramp, taking a lot of fire from the tanks of SPX.
Oh my gosh, this is so effective.
Yep. Now, it's worth pointing out that SPX doesn't have any upgrades so far. I'm not sure about the status of upgrades on
Dude,
Dandy's.
we
It's
lost...
got +1 attack. Yeah?
Dandy lost all the tanks that were there trying to push down that ramp. Every single one. Oh my gosh, and here comes a Doom drop.
Yep, 3 dropships headed towards the main base or the third base of Dandy. We'll see where SPX choose to drop. It looks like it's going to be the main base, but there are 2 tanks ready to receive this attack. Oh.
Honestly, it looks like that was queued up, because wouldn't you just want to drop right on top of the tanks? But even still, these attacks all over the place. SPX just being super duper aggressive here, and it has been paying off for him. This has been pretty efficiently defended. I would say not the blowout that could have potentially happened. I would have liked to see the drop maybe on the low ground instead. Have it work on delaying this third quite a bit.
I think setting your sights on that 9 o'clock was the mistake that both players paid for this game. First it was Dandy, then it was SPX, you know, being hesitant to, like, stubborn in like taking your 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock or whatever. But it looks like
it's
SPX
Dandy this time now.
Yeah, it's his turn to lose this command center. It looks like SPX is setting up to break this siege line. He's got a lot of tanks and vultures in position, but I mean, there's 6 tanks of Dandy already sieged. There's a few mines as well. Reinforcements at the back, ready to receive this attack. I don't think it's going to work. Although, as I say that,
the Goliath's coming forward.
It's close.
Going to make the big difference here. Oh, it looks like it just barely worked to secure a little bit. Well, the barracks though flying over here, allowing a lot of little bonus shots to get onto SPX's tanks. I mean, he has cleared this out for the most part, but he did lose a decent number of tanks for it.
I mean, he gained nothing. The siege line still stands.
Yeah.
It's just like a few pixels north. Doesn't have access to the 9 o'clock. He didn't really manage to do what he was looking to do there. But he's got a base being built in the bottom right-hand corner. The 4th also being floated to the 6 o'clock. So he is getting somewhat ahead in terms of economy. But Dandy is at 141 supply to the 103 of SPX. And he's now slipping these vultures past towards the 6 o'clock to try and throw a wrench in the works here for SPX.
And this is a lot of SCVs to lose already. SPX did have a bit of an SCV advantage, so you were not falling super behind in the worker count just yet. We're still pretty close to even, but that is still very nice to pick up nonetheless.
Yeah, but I mean, it still stands that Dandy has a much better position out on the map because he's halfway past. He's past the halfway mark on circuit breaker. He's got that 9 o'clock. Now the problem is he doesn't really have access to the bottom right. I don't think he even knows that SPX has gone for that phase because there's been so much happening around this 9 o'clock and now the 6 o'clock that SPX has taken that I don't think Dandy is just privy to the knowledge that the bottom right has been taken.
Yeah, honestly, if bottom right, if Dandy had any idea, I'm sure he would have just shut that down already with just a small contingent of units because there's nothing really over there to defend quite yet. We have a couple of vultures heading that way.
But it might be a little too late. It might be a little too late to try and attack because as we can see, SPX is moving his own units. So the best thing for Dandy to do here, I think, would be to just corral this part off and hope to take the 3 o'clock later on because he already has the 9 o'clock. So he's got access to more bases, potentially, than his opponent.
Yeah, and at the very worst, it's split map at this point, right?
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't secure that.
But I mean, he does manage to slip those vultures into the bottom right. So I guess I was wrong.
You can delay this. Obviously, you can just float the CC, so it's not going to go down with just vultures, but certainly going to be quite annoying and delay the mining on the 4th base here. And with Dandy being on 5 bases himself right now, that is pretty nice,
Yep. Now, I think SPX was expecting Dandy to go into raids because I think I spotted a Valkyrie somewhere. Or
there was one.
Already? Yeah, there was one. So...
No, you did see one.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, there it is. So I guess he was expecting Dandy to go into raids, but since they haven't shown up just yet, I guess that's not really going to be the case. Now, what do the upgrades look like? +2 attack already done for Dandy. SPX only on +1. This, if you know that your opponent only has +1 and you've got the eco advantage like this, I think this might be the right time for Dandy to try and break this siege line. Although again, he doesn't need to do it because he's not gaining much by it. But it's still, he's got the potential to get a good trade, knowing that he's +2 and his opponent doesn't.
Yeah, the nice thing about the construction of these maps here for SPX is even if, Dandy manages to break the siege line, he still has that circuitous route through the bottom of the map to be able to reinforce anywhere that he needs to on the map. So he's not just stuck in his base outside of a natural expansion like he could potentially be on Sylphid.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, huge tank number difference here. And it doesn't look like there's any rally or anything like that for a large number of reinforcing tanks. This is enough that I think we could see walking across the bridge here and potentially securing the natural expansion, and that would be massive.
Yeah, if he takes control of this high ground, he's going to cut off the bottom right from the bottom left, and that would be just disastrous for SPX. So I think as soon as this plateau falls, this is going to be all she wrote for the Russian player as Dandy moves in towards the 3rd base of SPX. And I mean, I don't think SPX is going to be able to recover from this.
Yeah, that is so rough. We have SCVs being pulled to try and contribute to the fighting effort here, but all the tanks except for one are already dead. We have tanks coming from the low ground here at the 6 o'clock, but that is not going to work out. There are so many tanks here still alive, and SPX taps out, and that is going to be Dandy's victory.
Dandy managing to close the series out.
Crazy, 50-minute stalemate things that can potentially grate on the nerves as the minutia becomes super important. Both of our players here ended up with some pretty decisive, let's say, mid-game victories. Looked very clean from both of them, and I really enjoyed the matchup, honestly. I think you were right. I was totally wrong. Dandy was not the clear favorite for this one. He did end up winning. But yeah, really, really great matchup between the two players.
I think what really cost SPX those two games, game number 1 and game number 3, is at the end there, he forgot to keep tabs on his opponent's whereabouts. Like he didn't constantly scan, because if you know that your opponent is going to try and break you, then obviously you don't send your units to the bottom right. You instead send them to that forward position to try and reinforce it. But unfortunately, that is going to cost SPX this game. He's going to fall to the decider match, where he's going to fight against the winner of Rhett and Babo later on today. But we are going to be swapping over to Group D for the winners match, where Bonyth is going to be taking on kogeT in an old Polish TVP, right? The Polish El Clasico of Starcraft.
TVP, another super macro focused matchup. I love to watch Bonyth play, man. He is so much fun. And of course, kogeT is just another excellent player. I would certainly say that he's kind of up on that plateau level where the foreigners really, like the true tippy top of the foreigners, battle it out on. I think most people consider Bonyth to be the apex of the foreign scene right now. So kogeT certainly has an uphill battle to fight. But should be a good matchup nonetheless. I think he's certainly got the chops of a very experienced long-term Brood War player. Should have a fighting chance in this matchup for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very competitive and entertaining matchup. But we have to bear in mind the fact that TVP is kogeT's Achilles heel. Like it tends to be his worst matchup, like at least compared to his TVZ and TVT. This is the matchup he sometimes struggles in. So that also adding to the fact that Bonyth is Bonyth, it might mean kogeT is in some trouble. But we'll see. It's a best of three, anything goes. And as you said, both of these players are at the very top of the foreign scene, so anything goes. I think we're just about ready to jump into the map draw. Oh, no, 2 minutes, says the Puppet Master. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. So you mentioned that, P is kind of, or PVT is kind of like the difficult matchup for kogeT. I don't think that that's really surprising. Pretty much that's every Terran that I know, at least, that's their least favorite matchup. Now, I've seen a lot of interesting things happen in the meta lately. How do you feel about the two-base playstyle that a lot of Terrans have been adopting for like just really big timing pushes in the mid game here, as opposed to going for anything larger out of Terrans?
I mean, it is to be expected, because you get to the late game and then you get arbiters and they freeze half your army for free, or you've got a defensive, you defend it everywhere, and then somehow the arbiter sneaks in, and well, guess what? You've now got 150 supply of Protoss units in your main base.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a Terran, you kind of want to avoid all that bullshit, right? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the best way to beat that kind of playstyle is just to not let the Protoss get to that point where you've got these arbiters floating everywhere and just freezing half your units.
I feel like the map pool is not too bad for Terran either, at least potentially. I think Sylphid is a pretty decent map for Terran, as well as Reap the Storm. I feel like both those are pretty decent Terran maps to kind of keep the game short and have some pretty excellent pushes on there.
There's one thing to remember, and that is Bonyth likes to play a super aggressive early game where he pretty much always goes for that Zealot and then sends it across the map, gets Dragoon, also rallies it across the map. So a map like Sylphid, I would say Bonyth is definitely favored because of that early game and the fact that you don't have a ramp to utilize as the Terran. So if I were kogeT, I would probably aim to play Bonyth on like Fighting Spirit, Circuit Breaker, something like that, where you know the map and you've got a ramp, so that you can at least go up to those two bases relatively easily, and then worry about the rest of the game from there.
Yeah, that is a good point, man. I was just talking to Rhoda before I hopped on the cast with you, and like Rhoda believes that Bonyth has micro comparable to, if not better than, some Korean professional players. Like he is truly the macro king or the micro king when it comes to Protoss players, and he gets so much done with his early units. Could be.
I mean, we'll never know until Bonyth actually goes to Korea and tries to compete. I don't know, the ASL, or we get a foreign team to the ASTL. That would be whack. We could get Net Wars. No wait, Bonyth doesn't play for Net Wars, so never mind. That plan is falling apart as I speak. But yeah, two Polish players fighting it out for a spot in the quarterfinals of RCG 2020. We're just about ready to jump into the map draw for the series, so let's roll the clip, Zero. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Polypoid. Rest in peace, kogeT. I'm so sorry.
It's been decided. It's been written.
Right, can we ignore game number 1 and jump into game number 2 straight away? All right. I mean, just as TVP is kogeT's Achilles heel, so is Polypoid. So that, I mean, this is things compounding to make this the hardest game for kogeT as possible. Fate is not on his side.
That's so rough too. And you know, honestly, just going into a series at such a disadvantage can be so tough on the mental state of a player too. It can really rock you, especially when you get in a later stage of this tournament. But I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can cope, man. Bonyth's a very scary player. So let's go ahead and get right on into it.
Alright, spawning as the red process in the bottom right hand corner of the map. That is Polypoid. He is Bonyth.
Alrighty, and in the bottom left hand corner, spawning as the blue Terran, destined for failure, unfortunately. kogeT.
Wow, that's rough. Jesus.
Look, we're just being realistic here. Oh man. Alrighty, guys. Well, no, I mean, okay, so this is kogeT's double Achilles heel, right? We've got Achilles heel on it. It's the Achilles heel of his Achilles heel. What's the plan, man? Are we going for something crazy? We're making some insane decisions here, trying to make this game real short, or are we trying our best to play the safest game possible and see if we can make it to the late game?
I mean, kogeT has been playing this game basically since it came out, like very early on. He's been playing it for so long that he sometimes pulls out these builds that, you know, for like, oh, this build was played in 2005 and somebody played against somebody who's pretty good, and he pulls out and he don't really know what's happening. Like it shouldn't work on paper, and yeah, he comes out, you know, pulls it out, and it sometimes works, or somehow works, I should say. So there's always something crazy to be expected out of kogeT. There's always this possibility that he pulls out like an old build that nobody knows and makes it work. So we'll see if that comes into play. But yeah.
Okay,
so
we have low ground barracks so far.
Oh, I forgot what I wanted to say. Never mind.
So this is going to be a Rax expand, assuming, with the positioning here. That's already kind of scary, man. I'm just so scared of every individual unit that comes out of Bonyth's gateways for the first couple of minutes here. He's just so aggressive, man.
Yeah. But I mean, this might be the right way to actually counter that. You know, meet him head on, get that super quick bunker, try and block the Zealot from running up the ramp. I mean, I don't think kogeT is somebody who really struggles against Bonyth's early game aggression. But, you know, you're always like living on a razor's edge because one Zealot swipe pretty much disables your Marine for the rest of the fight. You get another swipe off and the Marine's dead. So there's always quite a lot of risk involved in trying to micro against these Zealots. And there we go. There we have that first Zealot now making it across the map to try and foil kogeT's plan of expanding safely.
How do you like the spawn positions here? You know, kogeT's going to have a lot of opportunities to expand away from his opponent and kind of try to play it a little safe here into like the kind of third and fourth base range, whereas Bonyth will naturally want to expand towards him, but there are not that many bases in between the two of them for him to kind of creep towards kogeT. But I also don't know if I expect to see Bonyth go past, you know, 2 or 3 bases here. I feel like a reaver's going to come out here and gonna be the make or break moment for most of our games that we see between these two.
So when Bonyth takes his third, it's going to be that mineral only third, most likely. But either way, if kogeT wants to attack towards Bonyth, that high ground is actually a little bit easier to attack than if the positions were flipped, right? Because you've got a little bit of low ground closer to the natural if you're kogeT attacking into Bonyth, whereas the other way around, you would have to go up a high ground that is just unassailable. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of a run by, and this is what I was talking about. kogeT doesn't really struggle against Bonyth's aggression in the early game. Even though this is Bonyth and this is something he always does and everyone is scared of it, somehow, some way, kogeT knows how to counter it perfectly without doing any damage.
He didn't even lose the SCV that was building the CC. That was just a free zealot and a free shield on the Dragoon. Not bad at all.
Well, now comes the next step, and that is making sure the bunker is properly repaired against Dragoons with range, because we have to remember that he went for a gasless expansion, which means the tanks and the siege are going to be a little bit delayed.
Yeah, it's going to be poke time here, of course. We're just going to be poking at this bunker until the tank can finally get out and push this out. That's always a very scary time, too. You always have the opportunity to jump on the tank once you have the 4 Dragoons outside the natural expansion. So that could also be a very spooky time. But as you said, kogeT seems to be handling all the harassment and all the early game aggression quite well. I don't expect to see him lose his tank, and I don't expect him to see him lose right away.
Right, managing to slip that SCV past the defenses to confirm what his opponent was doing. He did see the robo, so we'll see what kind of a follow-up this is going to be. Now, considering Bonyth is only on 1 gateway, I would expect something like a reaver drop to come out, just as you were saying, try and harass the main mineral line, or maybe the natural. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so here comes the minigame of repairing your bunker in time.
So we're going to get the tank out here, obviously, but do you expect to see, a couple of Goliaths to try and snipe that shuttle out right away? Because I know that Nyokin talks a lot about getting Goliaths to deal with the shuttle very quickly, and it looks like we have the armory right away as well.
I mean, it's doable, definitely. He's going for that armory, so Goliaths are certainly going to be on the cards there. No, but we have to remember that he's only on 1 factory so far, and he needs to be making tanks. So it's really tricky to balance out, producing the right unit at the right time. Now, there was a time in Korea where reaver drops were so popular that Terran players just always built turret rings. No matter what happened, they always said, all right, it's just worth building those turrets, because you can't really afford to lose. Like, you would end up losing more SCVs than it costs you to build those turrets, so you might as well just invest in that static defense. But
so I really like the decision. I really like the decision we had from kogeT to just leave the tank on the high ground instead of bringing it down and try to play that footsies game with the Dragoons and try and poke them away from the natural expansion. I think that kogeT's very well aware of Bonyth's propensity to just go for the big play, right? So leaving that tank up on the high ground, just having to repair a little bit longer and just waiting for siege is a very, very safe play. I think it was really smart.
Yeah, 1 slip up and you lose a tank. 4 Dragoons can 2-shot a tank quite easily, so really quite sensible of kogeT to keep those tanks on the high ground. Now you've got the 2nd factory already complete, and there we go, there we have those Goliaths, just as you predicted, to maybe try and defend against any potential drops. +1 also on the way for our Terran player, about halfway done there.
Yeah, I think this is so good. I think the money generally invested into turrets early on could really be used a lot better on Goliaths, because Goliaths can assist with everything else as well. They actually shoot ground units. They are actually mobile units as opposed to little spinny turret guys that can't really do anything other than stop the shuttle from coming in. And of course, Bonyth very creatively uses all the angles possible. So you're going to need a ton of turrets in order to really deal with a very mobile shuttle. So I think Goliath is gonna serve him a lot better than having to put up gigantic turret rings like has been kind of the way that people have dealt with it in the past.
All right, so it looks like kogeT is going to be setting up for some kind of a timing, because he's adding he's going up to 4 factories, but he's also getting a starport. Which means he's probably going to go for some kind of a 2-1 timing after this, because he could potentially go for factories and then expand. That is also something you do when you know that your opponent is getting a lot of units and you kind of need to make more yourself to, just to stay secure and not lose. But adding that starport, I think it also indicates that kogeT is looking to go for some kind of timing of 2-1. Now, we did see that Bonyth added more Stargates and is going into carriers from this position, so I haven't actually seen carriers in a while in the current tournament.
Yeah, 2-base carrier can be very scary. With the ridge over that natural expansion and this kind of like ridge over kind of the main as well. I feel like it could be reasonably strong on this map.
Right.
Here comes the Reaver, though. Let's see if we can get anything done.
Oh, he didn't see
Oh
the
my
Stargates
gosh.
with a scan, but the shuttle is going to go down.
Oh my.
He's got one more scan. Is he going to try and scan again? Because he missed that bottom right corner. And the question is, does he realize?
Dude, the loss of that Reaver, though, that did literally nothing, man. The Goliath just shot that shuttle out of the air, shut that down right away. Yeah, the carriers, I think are going to go on scatter. I think he's going to scan the main again.
All right, we've got a bit of a move out for kogeT. Got a bit of a scuffle with Bonyth's army in the natural. Looks like he lost a couple of Dragoons there. Not sure how many units he managed to pick off in return. The Observer is also going to get picked off here for Bonyth. So far, everything is going according to plan for kogeT.
Yeah, looking really good. So much for kogeT's Achilles heel. Something, what happened? I mean, he is playing like a monster right now. Everything is going just, oh my god, he's going to get the other Observer now.
Oh my god, one more shot, and there,
Wow.
there it goes. Nothing going in the way of Bonyth right now, as the two Led Zeppelins have just spawned out of the Stargates.
Let's take a look. I mean, how many Goliaths do we have on the
Oh
field?
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
he sees
Zero
it though.
Yeah, he sees that the cyber core is spinning, which means that, you know, obviously something is afoot, because you normally already have your Dragoon range. So the only other thing you could be doing with that cyber core is getting +1
Air upgrades,
weapons.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love for Bonyth to just be like, don't worry. Oh, shoot, I forgot Dragoon range or something stupid in the chat. Just don't worry about it. I know you saw me poking the bunker, but I forgot range. Don't worry about it.
Right.
But man, that is going to be the trigger that says, okay, it's time to walk across the map. And of course, everyone knows that that is exactly what you need to do. You need to make as much use out of your ground army as possible before too many carriers are on the field here. So we are moving across the map. The Reaver micro is of course excellent as always, and holding this off for as long as possible. Not quite too many Goliaths on the field yet, so not going to see a really spectacular way to stop this army from getting killed.
But yeah, this is where the positions come into play a little bit. If the positions were flipped, kogeT would have to be attacking up the high ground, but this time he doesn't really have to worry about that too much. Now he does need to get a few turrets or maybe more Goliaths set up with this attack, because right now he's getting pushed back by just 2 carriers.
No.
And you really don't want to see that, you know, when you're Terran.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate. Really, you want to start trading out your tank vulture army to get some kind of damage here. Of course, Bonyth doesn't have like a third base or anything like that to attack, so there wasn't much hope of getting a ton of work done here. Now that the Goliaths are on the field, though, it looks like they're going to chase potentially down this one carrier. Oh man, that is a super weak carrier. 140 HP left.
Yeah, I think kogeT was a little bit too slow on pulling the trigger there, because when you scan, you either go in or you wait, and he went but didn't, kind of speaking. But I mean, I don't know. You either go in straight away or you wait for more Goliaths, and he just moved out across the map and didn't really do much with his attack. I think that might come back to bite him, because Bonyth, I mean, he's climbing back up in supply. He's already got 4 carriers going up to what, 3-4 bases. I think he's also building a pyramid at the mineral only, if I'm not mistaken. He's got a lot of money floating right now. So definitely needs to get back on making more and more units out of those gateways. So far, kogeT's aggression has been thwarted. Needs to get back on the defensive here as more and more carriers join the fray.
Yeah, I feel like this has gone very nicely for Bonyth as far as just like the timing that kogeT was able to find out that the carriers were coming out. It just was a little bit of a delay there, so we only had 2 Goliaths with the initial push, and so the carriers were able to be very effective at shutting that down, and that is pretty unfortunate for kogeT. But he does have +2 already for his Goliaths, so they're going to be pretty effective versus the interceptors. Not going to have any interceptors heading back to the carriers to heal up. So that is nice. They're going to be very effective at dealing with that. And we do have a very large mech army moving in here. And we haven't really been able to stack too many of the very important carriers right now. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a pretty successful push here.
But we have to remember that kogeT actually lost quite a lot of tanks in that first push. He's only got like 7 right now, or at least 7 that we can see.
That is true, and that is still a lot of gateway on the ground there that contend with the main mech army here.
Well, more and more carriers joining the fray. Speed for Zealots has only just been started, so that's not really going to be of any consequence in this upcoming fight.
Ooh,
Oh,
we're trying to
that's a
chase
nice
down a
volley.
carrier.
Not quite. I think kogeT is losing way more than Bonyth in these trades.
Yeah, these Goliaths actually, I think a lot of them were just move commanded to walk forward here and just weren't really cutting down on the interceptor numbers very much, and then ended up not really getting a kill on a carrier either. So there's a lot of wasted time that just didn't end up amounting to very much here. Gosh, that gateway army is so huge though. And with all the Goliaths attacking or being attacked by air units here, I have to say, if Bonyth pulls the trigger here, I am very worried for
There's no Zealot
kogeT's main
speed.
army.
There's no Zealot speed.
Oh my
So
gosh.
he's still got a window where his army is much stronger than the one of Bonyth. He just needs to pull the trigger here. But he's biding his time. He'll
Reaver
poke
shots
in.
being annoying. Yeah. Just trying to focus down whatever units that looking kind of isolated here.
He's
Dude,
losing so many Goliaths in the Protoss. Look at this. He's so expert at like sniping all these Goliaths. But like there's like 6 or 7 left, and he's
Yeah.
started out with like 2 control groups. Meanwhile, he hasn't lost a single carrier. Well,
Yeah, they're
as
so
I say that-
isolated. I feel like the vultures are really playing havoc with the Goliath pathing too. As you can see, they're just getting all stuck up on him. Those stupid long hot dog units that just, oh my god, all the Goliaths are gone. Like, wow, that is some crazy micro, dude.
Yep,
This
and
is
it looks
Bonyth.
like the aggression has been now turned on kogeT. Hardly got any air units or anti-air units left as Bonyth moves in up the high ground to try and take this army down, flying through the army of the Terran. But as more and more Goliaths do show up, and suddenly, is kogeT going to be able to defend against this attack? Looks like, well, not quite. He's falling sub or below 100 supply. And
Oh
this
man,
might be all she wrote.
Dude, watching Bonyth play is so dumb, dude. Someone should take his mouse away. It has to like control with a keyboard only or something like that. Because if he's allowed to micro, if you take his keyboard away, I feel like Bonyth could still be one of the top players. Look at his micro, man. He is just annihilating all of the anti-air. I thought there were so many Goliaths, and the upgrades were good. I felt that kogeT stood a very good chance at breaking that base, but Bonyth made it look so easy.
Yeah, he got as good an early game as he could have hoped for, and unfortunately not really managing to capitalize on that. Bonyth switches into carriers and catches the Terran off guard, now ravaging his natural, but just basically waiting for kogeT to tap out, because I mean Bonyth is doubling his opponent's supply as more and more Dragoons now stream across the map to try and close this deal out.
Yeah, that scan was so unfortunate, though. Could you imagine with that timing where there was only a couple of carriers on the map, if we had like 6 or 8 Goliaths as opposed to just starting production after we scanned that +1 air weapons coming out?
Yeah, the first scan, I mean, a few pixels down, and he would have known that carriers are on the cards. But,
Yeah,
you know,
unfortunately.
that's the way she blows sometimes.
Yeah. That being said, as far as dour and doomy as we were on kogeT, I think he played really quite a competent game here. He looked very strong. Got a little bit unlucky, of course, with the scan, and things could have certainly gone better for him going on to this portion of the game. But I certainly think that he stands a lot better of a chance in the next couple of games, because we're going to be on a map that he's not so uncomfortable with, and yeah, it's gonna be his choice. So I think our next game is probably going to be much closer.
Yeah, definitely. He played an amazing early game, an amazing opening. I'm not going to go as far as to say that he outclassed Bonyth, but he definitely did everything he needed to do to stay safe and not take any damage. So, I mean, there's still hope for kogeT to come out on top in this series. This is why we play best of threes. You know, these things sometimes happen. Sometimes you don't scan in the right location. Sometimes you miss a few pixels and you get caught off guard by these carriers. I think we're just waiting for kogeT to digest this loss. It's painful, you know, after an early game like that. it's sometimes difficult to come to terms with the fact that Protoss is just overpowered.
But we all know that it is, and it is one of the fundamental facts that we all have to accept.
Exactly. Right.
This is not. I don't think that's a fair analysis, though. This feels more like TVB than TVP. You know what I mean? This is
like
Bonyth.
JVZ.
Yeah, exactly. This is like the Bonyth exclusive, man. You can't really compare other people to Bonyth. He's unique. He's unique in the way that he plays the game. It's not just the level of skill and how good he is, but he's also stylistically very unique, super aggressive. Like you don't really play against someone else in the scene like Bonyth. His control is far and away the best in the foreign scene. Like, it's just a totally different matchup than it is against other Protoss players.
All right. There you have it. Game number 1 of kogeT versus Bonyth, going the way of our current reigning RCG champion.
Yeah, excellent game by Bonyth so far. If you guys in the chat want to put your eyebrows together for him, it was really nice. We're going to be heading on into the next game, and this is going to be kogeT's choice this time. What's the absolute best Terran map in the map pool?
For kogeT, I would say he's going to pick Fighting Spirit.
Okay.
I think he's going to pick Fighting Spirit.
The super classic then.
Yeah.
How
he really
how
likes
sure are
this
you?
map. At 95%.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what the map choice is.
If I guess incorrectly, then I'm leaving.
No, don't do that.
I'm taking a bath with a toaster oven.
All right. My gosh, we're getting dark over here.
Now let's find out if he did choose Fighting Spirit or not. Come on, Zero. Come on. Drum roll, please. Not yet. Still drum rolling.
God damn, kogeT looks good in that picture though. Look at that.
Yes!
Oh man, looks like you're gonna be ghosting your date with the Grim Reaper today. Very nicely predicted.
Death.
Well, you said it on stream, so then you have to do it. You know what I mean?
Is that how things go?
Watch it. It's like circuit breakers, and after the cast, he's like, "All right, Mom. Well, I did say that I was gonna kill myself on stream, so I guess I won't be there for Christmas this year."
God, that wasn't my intention. I was trying to lighten the mood up a little bit, and it just backfired on me so hard.
Bullet dodge. Look, that is an incredibly well predicted, though. We're gonna have to get right on in this game, guys. This is gonna be Fighting Spirit game number 2.
All right, spawning against the red Terran in the top left-hand corner. Fighting Spirit, currently trailing 0-1. He is kogeT.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Protoss, we have the man himself, Bonyth.
One step closer to advancing to the quarterfinals.
So completely random, but I wanted to let you know, back when we were casting that TVT and we were talking about all the weird stuff you could do with command centers in StarCraft 2, did you know you could actually load a command center into itself? And then it would disappear on the map, but still exist, so you could...
It was like half a year ago or something. I don't know how that even happens. Like, it happened when they were rolling out new maps, all right? They were resetting the ladder, which is something you do every 3 months or something. And they've been doing that for 10 years, and suddenly you log in and, oh, my command center's here.
I feel like that's a feature that we need in Brood War, so Terrans can never lose, and therefore we get the, we kind of get the end of the Terran whiner phase, you know what I mean, finally?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get that for StarCraft 3.
StarCraft 3, here we go. Confirmed right here today on the RCG cast.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Ziggy's part of the team, so 100% reliable information.
Of course, yeah. Right after release World of Warcraft 2.
Yeah, and Half-Life 3. Oh, man.
Right, so we've got another barracks being built at the low ground, so probably going to be that gasless expansion for kogeT. I mean, it went well, right? The opening was perfect for the Terran player. There's nothing he could have done better.
Man, if kogeT has that type of opening again and doesn't get screwed by his scan, oh man, I feel like he's gonna... I mean, he looked super good in that early game. He came out with all the advantages that he could possibly want.
there's not much to add. I mean, he didn't lose anything to the Zealot that came out, right? And normally, like, Bonyth usually ends games with that, at least when I play it. So it's really impressive to see how well kogeT handles all this early aggression that Bonyth throws his way.
Oh my gosh, people in the chat are now talking about StarCraft 3. Someone said StarCraft 3 needs to be a mobile battle royale. I feel like Big Game Hunters is like already kind of like a StarCraft battle royale. You know what I mean? Just we need 100 spawn points.
That would be pandemonium.
That'd be so good. Could you imagine? And then like the map just squeezes your bases together. The more people lose, that'd be amazing. I'd play that game all day, every day, man.
I probably wouldn't, but you know, I've got different priorities.
It's true. That's true.
All
I have
right.
no priorities. It's only StarCraft.
There's no bunker this time. No bunker, and there's a Zealot heading across the map. This is a tight wall.
Yeah.
I feel like I should know because I play Terran. but I
Yeah,
don't.
look at the SCV. He had to go around, so it looks like it's one of those. Oh, there we go. Here's a bunker.
But it's a bit too late.
I mean, he has to get that bunker, but I feel like the Marines can mic around through this wall. They are chasing down the probe right now, though.
No. Oh.
Oh yeah, see?
Right.
There you go. It's tight. Dude, walling in Brood War is so hilarious, man. There's so much that goes into it. Like every time there's like a new map, everyone has to learn all the new walls and stuff.
It's like a game in
such a fun-
itself.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a funny little concept. And then you have like nerds like Rhoda who have like an entire archive of like of images that show all the different walls and stuff. I'm so glad I play Zerg and don't have to learn any of that stuff.
Like when you play Dota or you play League of Legends, you get new heroes. We get a new map and we have to relearn how to build things.
True.
Because you don't know if that's a tight wall or not.
I am looking really forward to the 4th race being added into StarCraft, though. We're waiting. Come on, Blizzard.
What's it going to be then?
All I know is that we need to get rid of random. It's the worst 4th race ever.
Well, Flash would disagree.
Will he, though? Because
I heard he was thinking of competing in the next ASL as Terran again. He's tired of losing.
Flash is just like, he loses his first game. He's like, I've never done this before. This feels terrible. Is this what I've been doing to other people this entire time? Oh no!
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, we have the classic poke war here at the front of the base, and as we have seen, kogeT has been handling this quite excellently in game number 1. I expect to see the similar thing though with the tank. I don't think he's gonna risk it for the biscuit and try to push these guys out early. Well, the barracks floating says otherwise though, making room for the. Oh, okay. What?
It's probably going to build a Sura or something, right?
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't expect him to try to push these guys away. Although I think this is a map that he's probably comfortable doing it on. I think it was such a smart idea just to not risk the tank at all versus a player who is like literally 100% trying to think of how to kill you at every single point of the game.
Feels like these Dragoons are showing up at the bunker much earlier than last game.
Yeah.
How far along is the tank? Oh no, never mind. It's about to pop. Yeah, a similar timing. It has to be this. Never mind. Hallucinating.
Just Bonyth was like, all right, I'm gonna play 30% harder now. I'm gonna mine 30% more minerals with these pros.
My units are going to build faster. Just because I will it so.
Yeah. He pushes his eyebrows together, creates.
That's when you start pressing the buttons harder, and that's obviously when you play a racing game and you press the buttons harder, your car goes faster, and then you paint your car red and it goes even faster. All right, Bonyth is gonna try and break this bunker, but kogeT goes out.
Immediately shut down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Bonyth's like, all right, it's time. Oh, never mind, it's not time. I'm going home. I'm out of here. I don't even like that. But once again, we have the Robo. We got the Reavers gonna be on the way in a second. Obviously, we have an Obs. Hopefully, that one doesn't die this time. Because, of course, losing those Obs is pretty valuable in the early game. Getting all the vision that you need. But yeah, game number 1, I think certainly is going to encourage him to be a little more cautious with his units in the early portion of the game here.
I think kogeT's second factory was delayed a little bit because he's already got +1 attack spinning in that armory, whereas last game I think he already had a factory built, so there must have been some kind of variation introduced to this build, kind of variants.
I don't think anything ever changes in StarCraft ever, so you must be 100%.
Well, that's usually the case, so.
I mean, I guess the outcome never changes. I'm always losing, not gonna lie. Ooh, what? Already, the Stargate.
Turning into Stalk or something.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
good.
and the scan reveals it this time.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. No way, the other way around. No way, I was. Never mind. Well, that's a lot
Bonyth
of
is just like,
factories.
I don't even care. I just got scanned. I'm gonna throw down another one just to scare you.
Right, so we've got a proper like +1 timing this time on the cards here for kogeT. Adding more and more factories. Gonna go for that 6-fact closer. Really no transitioning out of this, I don't think. He's going to try and close this game out on 2 bases. But Bonyth, oh, he's trying to get in to confirm what is happening. He sees a 3rd factory, not quite managing to get deep enough to confirm that there's actually 3 more than that.
Well, we do have something else that's gonna get nice and deep in here, though. Got a big old reaver. Gotta throw some scarabs in here. Awesome. Just. Did you imagine being this part-timer, this dude who's just like in the turret, and there's like 2 tanks, there's a Goliath, and the reaver comes in here and shoots you. That's gotta just feel real bad, man.
Yeah, imagine being a StarCraft unit.
This is like the kid at McDonald's that like the fat lady decides just to like yell at. It's like you're like the one kid, and he's getting an earful. He's like, I don't even work here. I'm part-time, man. I still go to high school. Leave me alone. Yell at the tank. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't feel like this is gonna go Bonyth's way at all. We have so many Goliaths already on the field here. I feel like the carriers are gonna get totally wrecked, right?
Probably, I mean, maybe, I don't know, we'll see.
This got scanned when like the first target was like a quarter of the way done.
Oh,
This has
yeah,
got to be
but-
so tough. I mean, obviously, there's still, of course, a lot to.
That
Wow.
was nice.
See ya, Dragoon. But yeah, there's a lot of room for skill expression, especially with carriers. Oh my god, that's gotta be so scary being inside that bunker with all the tanks shooting at it. Oh man.
We're on the same team, Bob. Stop
Yeah, what the
shooting me.
heck? They don't even like let you get out. They're just like they just destroy it while you're still inside, and then it just explodes around you, and you're just like, oh okay, that went better than I thought it was gonna go. But man, there's gonna be, look at this. We're gonna be up to like 12, 14, Goliaths before the first carriers hit the field.
And he's got +1.
Yeah.
But there's a snail waiting for him.
Yeah.
And that snail is scary. Look at that snail. I would be pissing my pants right now. Oh, never
Did you
mind.
imagine you're
Sounds
like out in
bigger.
your garden and that's the snail that you run into?
I don't have nightmares like that. My nightmares usually go somewhat differently. Doc.
Oh, let's talk more about this. All right, guys, we should pause this game real quick and look. Can we all talk about Ziggy's nightmares? I want to know now. Oh man. Well, instantly push away all the units here outside the natural expansion. Gigantic mech ball here now moving around the middle of the map, dude. If I'm Bonyth, I'm pretty spooked. I mean, this is a lot of stuff, and you have only 2 carriers on the field right now. And they're not going to be able to contribute to the defense very much at all. Of course, we haven't even wasted very much time making vultures. Goliath's very sturdy, very powerful units in the army here as well. So this is like a super powered mecha army moving towards you. And you're going to have to put your Goliaths, your carriers to work against a gigantic Goliath ball.
Yeah, he's going to be hard pressed to actually stop this army from just rolling over him. Got +1, getting +1 armor as well. That's a ton of Goliaths there. He's only got 2 carriers. Oh, he's actually got +1 attack, but it's not going to be inconsequential considering how many Goliaths kogeT has. Plus, the Citadel has only just been started. That means Zealots don't have speed. It's gonna be hard. Though granted, if he does manage to stop this attack, oh never mind, kogeT is going for a 3rd, which is actually quicker than Bonyth's 3rd pyramid. So it's not as on any as it could have been. There we go. Now we have the first engagement. Tank sieging up. That's a really good volley on one of those carriers.
In it, no, that's an excellent volley. That carrier is dead. See you later, man. And that is not the way that you want to start out this fight. Bonyth looking to maybe even wrap around here and go for some kind of base trade here, because there's no way he's going to engage this army from this angle. Oh my God, what a terrible way to start.
Yeah, making the best of the mobility of his army. Bonyth is going to loop around the main army of kogeT to try and maybe cut off some reinforcements, force them to move back. And that's exactly what he's doing. kogeT is running back his entire army to try and defend against this attack. And very smartly, Bonyth chooses not to engage. Once again, moves back. Try and delay this attack for as long as possible to get more and more carriers out.
I feel like if kogeT was 500 IQ, he'd just lift all his buildings and then just go kill Bonyth with everything floating. That'd be so hilarious to watch. Like a classic BM base train.
I don't think he can delay this much longer. He's going to have to engage at some point. Because kogeT is getting closer and closer to that third pyramid.
Yeah. Once we get the tanks on that low ground there isn't a bunch of neutral airspace outside this third for the carriers to abuse. The Goliaths are going to do an excellent job of dealing with this. And look at this, Bonyth knows that he has to continue delaying. This is like the really slow version of like a 2-hatch muta where the units are just kind of like poking in here to try and stop the inevitable. But I don't really see any kind of anything on the horizon here that could really change the outcome of this. Look at how many Goliath missiles are in the air.
And the Terran boosters working overtime. Keep the missiles on target. Oh, it looks like Bonyth is going to move in for an attack. Well, the moment that kogeT unseized, Bonyth pulled the trigger. He had an observer, must have had an observer somewhere over the army. He's now going to collapse on the army of the Terran player.
Oh, no.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's a good trade. It's a really good trade for Bonyth. But kogeT is still going to be on the offensive. Has a lot of tanks at the back there. Going to move them forward now.
Yeah, I mean that initial attack went really well, just due to the decisiveness of the attack as soon as the unsiege came in. And yeah, a lot of units got picked off here, but there's still just way too much Terran out here outside the natural. And now the armies are split up. Of course, we can unify for a little bit of a sandwich attack, but this position I think is going to be very strong. I think there's too much here for Bonyth to be able to break, and now his main army is kind of split up, and he doesn't have the opportunity to go for another counter.
Yeah, I mean, kogeT is just getting closer and closer, tightening the noose. Now, the third is a little bit vulnerable, and it looks like Bonyth might be going for a bit of a counter there. Although, I don't think he even knows that there's a third.
Yeah,
once again, kogeT is moving back.
Be...
I'm not sure why he's moving back. He's got plenty of units to hold off these Dragoons.
Yeah. There's a huge minefield. There's tanks already there. There's got a bunch of Goliaths as well. That should be able to hold the front lines for the tanks. Yeah, I think we just siege up this natural expansion and call it a day. Just put your feet up on the keyboard, and pull a larva.
A little bit too timid with these attacks. Like, he's got such a massive advantage in terms of army strength. And he's just giving Bonyth time to climb back into this game. Now he's picking off a bunch of tanks and Goliaths for basically free, as kogeT is running around the map trying to chase his Dragoons. Now he is going to close them off here as they have nowhere to retreat.
Okay. And yeah, this is
Bonyth's last stand. He's going to have to fight here.
This is rough, man. This is pretty rough, skis. And now they're getting all clumped up here. We don't have tanks to really capitalize on it, but the interceptors aren't in the air, so the Goliaths are just murdering these Dragoons on the low ground. And there goes pretty much, the main fighting force of Bonyth's army here. All he's got left are the carriers, and there's still, pardon my French, buttload of Goliaths on the field. They're really not going to be able to fight this.
Well, there's a lot more units in the main base of the Protoss player, but they are going to get clumped up as they try to advance through this bridge to engage the Terran army. And this might be all she wrote. I mean, they are relatively similar in terms of supply, 150 to 147. And Bonyth is putting up as good a fight as he can. But, I mean, look at how many tanks he's got. Look at how many Goliaths are shooting the carriers.
Yeah, they're just... it's so rough. Now, the one thing that Bonyth does have going for him is when you're even on supply, it's usually not a good thing. But on carriers, it's a little bit different of a story, of course, as we know. They are the comeback king of units in Brood War. But man, kogeT has prepared so well for this. He saw the starports just as soon as they went down. Whoa, that's some mines. Anyways, yeah, things just went exactly according to plan for kogeT. Pretty much 100% of this game, and man, is it paying off.
Yeah, the problem is he's right now not fighting to get ahead. He's fighting to get even because he's on 3 bases, and so is the Terran. So in a situation like this, he usually wants to be at least 1 base ahead when you're Protoss, and you definitely don't want to have tanks sieging your natural pyramid. And this is exactly what is happening right now. Oh, Bonyth is going to try and break out once more. The Goliath count has been reduced quite severely in the midst of this push, but there's a few more turrets.
How does he do that? It's just magic. Look, there's 3 left all of a sudden. What the heck?
There's 2 more showing up. Are you talking about carriers?
No, I'm talking about the Goliaths. Bonyth just makes them disappear, man. Every time you mention the Protoss pyramids too, I always think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like Bonyth's here with his stupid little upside down pyramid necklace, like yo move. He's just blowing up all the carriers or all the Goliaths, man.
I summon Exodia.
Yeah.
Playing poker. All right. Well, more and more Goliaths now showing up. One of the carriers gets picked off, and there's hardly any cover for these Goliaths. Sorry, for the carriers. All the
A
Dragoons
stupid
get
amount of
mown down
Goliaths
as well.
coming here all of a sudden. What the heck? I thought it was gonna be like 1 wave of Goliaths. That's like 16 Goliaths that just showed up all of a
I think
sudden.
he's run out of interceptors at this point.
Yeah.
It looks like those carriers don't have any interceptors left. And now the pyramid in the natural is going to get broken as well. Then going to move into the into the main base. I mean, we're just waiting for Bonyth to tap out. Probably, right?
Yeah,
It's down to
I
what,
agree.
4 carriers, hardly any
mean-
interceptors, and 1 base mining at the 3rd.
Yeah, you can do a lot with carriers. I don't think you can do this much. If you look at the supply here,
we'll have to make
we're
up for, like,
approaching 3
80.
times. Yeah.
Yeah, 80 supply difference.
Oh man, that would be pretty insane though. But no, I don't think that there's very much room in this. One thing that I think a lot of people discount generally though, I think that if Bonyth knows he's dead, it's still worth putting in effort to just kind of be annoying and drag this game out, because being forced to play a stupid long game where your opponent is 100% dead can actually really wear on your mentality and your nerves. And when you're playing a series like that, everything counts. I personally think that as annoying as it is when you're playing in a tournament like this, there is certainly a lot to be said for just being a jerk and staying on 1 base with your 1 defiler and 3 lurkers until your opponent finally kills you, because that is super frustrating to have to deal with.
Is it safe to assume you lift your buildings on ladder games then?
No, but
blow them
Kix
into
certainly
corner.
does. I one time played a game against Kix where he had 1 base and he just blocked his ramp with cloaked ghosts, and then he made like 7 Valkyries and just killed all my overlords, so I couldn't get the stupid ghosts off the ramp. But no, I'm not that kind of player because I don't play in tournaments. But if I did play in tournaments, yeah, man, you'd be down to like the last drone. I'd be making extractors on the other side of the map and stuff.
All right, I think these are the death throes of Bonyth as he's struggling to defend his 3rd. All the probes get mown down. 1 storm comes down on top of these Goliaths, but it's not enough. There you have it. Bonyth, the reigning champion of the BSL and the RCG, tapping out in game number 2 against kogeT. The Terran manages to even things out a little bit.
Yeah. Bonyth. That'd be like my worst nightmare. It's just this like disgusting like hybrid of like the 2. You got like Bonyth's head sticking out of kogeT's neck, and he's just like,
Jesus.
kill me, it hurts.
That wasn't the image I was trying to project there. Well, but we are going to move to game number 3, and this time it's going to be Bonyth's map choice. So
Alrighty.
What do you think it picked?
Oh, something really weird and annoying. Dude, Reap the Storm. Let's do it. Let's just say it. I want someone to pick Reap the Storm in this tournament before it's over. No one has. It's always just been the random selection, but someone has to pick it. Come on, Bonyth.
You at least got to cast that map yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't
That is true.
just yet. So yeah, hopefully. But I don't think he's gonna pick it. I think it's gonna be something like Sylphid. Although maybe not. Seeing as how well kogeT deals with early aggression, maybe that's not something you need to worry about too much.
Eclipse might be interesting.
Could be, but Eclipse is more of a defensive map. Oh, there you have
Reap
it!
the storm!
Yeah.
Yes!
All right.
Yeah, Ziggy, you gotta cast it, man.
I get to cast it. It's actually quite a fun map to play.
I do think it's got.
TVT.
It has an overly edgy name, though. We have to be clear about that.
Reap the
Whoever
storm.
named this map takes themselves way too serious.
Wouldn't you say the same about, I don't know, Fighting Spirit?
I feel like Fighting Spirit's corny enough that it isn't so reap the storm. But alrighty, man. Well, let's go ahead and get on into your very first Reap the Storm game. Here we go.
All right, let's do it. Joining as the red Protoss in the 6 o'clock. On Reap the Storm, he is Bonyth.
Alrighty, guys, and in the top right-hand corner, spawning as the blue Terran, we have kogeT. Dude, I feel like kogeT, as soon as he heard that he had to play this on Reap the Storm, he must have been like, "Are you serious, dude? Like, come on, bro, come on. There's so many other maps. Why?"
I mean, it's definitely a map you want to pick if you're playing against somebody who doesn't play a lot of ladder.
Yeah.
Because he used to be in the pool for like, I don't know, 2 seasons, or at least 1. And I can guarantee you that kogeT hasn't played on it as much as he has on Fighting Spirit or Circuit Breakers. So maybe this is the way to approach playing against somebody who practices very specific maps, predominantly, at the very least.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point too. And Terran is the race that needs to be more particular about their map knowledge in the matchup, because they're going to be on the defensive much larger portion of the time. Similar to how, like in CVP, the Protoss really needs to know all the walls and everything like that, whereas Zerg, since they're not really dealing with anything like that, can be a little bit less knowledgeable about all the intricacies with the positions and stuff. So I feel like that is a pretty smart decision here. Overall, I'd really like to see how prepared kogeT's going to be able to handle this. But yeah, I mean, we've seen so little of this map in high-level competitive play just because people seem to avoid it. I'm wondering if Bonyth has anything particularly planned here, specific to the map that he wants to pull off.
Bonyth is already throwing a wrench in the works here for kogeT as he's forcing out that refinery. But normally, if you go for that barracks on the low ground, you're probably going to be going for sort of a quick expansion without any gas. But the fact that the probe made it into the main base forced kogeT to go for the refinery. So he's already going to have to switch things up a little bit. And it's just, annoying.
Gotta be annoying. I mean, that's what probes are famous for more than anything, dude. Is truly just being a huge pest.
Overpowered.
Yeah, they are an S tier unit according to Artosis.
Look at this. Your Protoss and your buildings build themselves. How is that fair?
Yeah, that's literally
Look at this.
be illegal.
Look at that building. Look at that cyber core. It's building itself.
Yeah, it's literally illegal.
Jesus. Somebody call a referee.
It is funny that like the whole idea, right, is like Protoss is like warping stuff that's already built in from like another planet. Like, why don't they just like warp in minerals? Like, come on.
Oh, there's a gap. Oh, never mind. kogeT manages to plug it.
Oh no!
Oh, he's repairing.
Oh, he gets the SCV though.
Yep, it gets
Oh my
one.
gosh, he gets 2 SCVs on a Marine.
Oh yeah. Oh,
That probe, what an MVP, dude.
So is that game over then?
Wow. I mean, I don't think so, but that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
But I mean, we have to remember that there's dragoons on the way probably as well. Already.
Cue the Benny Hill music though, as this
No,
zealot
no!
tries to. Oh my
How
god,
is
he
that
gets
even
another
possible?
Marine!
Oh, there's actually another zealot on the way, and kogeT is not expecting it because there's a hole that he's not plugging. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh my gosh! Bond does it once again. Oh man, this is really rough, keys. I don't know if you've seen that clip though of Gypsy playing where he's like running his Marines away and the zealot punches 1 Marine and 2 Marines die. So I mean, at this point, anything is possible when it comes to kills with a zealot. Man, it's pretty scary stuff.
kogeT tries to play it off cool by typing. Oops, misclicked. In
Yeah.
chat. So if you notice. But we are going to have a 2-fact from kogeT, another one being built about halfway across the map. So we're going to have to wait and see if Bonyth is prepared for this or not.
Ugh, that's really rough. I think it's time for kogeT to type, all right, Bonyth, time to play the real third game now. You know what I mean? We gotta pull something slick here, because this is basically as bad as it gets from an opener.
Yeah, I mean, he lost quite a lot. His factory timing has also been delayed. I'm not sure how far along we are on the range for Dragoons, but this bunker might be in trouble in just a minute here. Nonetheless, we do have that second factory already complete and out on the map, and the vultures are going to rally towards the base of the Terran player. Now, the question is, does he go straight into mines here? I think that might be the right call. Nonetheless, you do have to contend with the Dragoons.
Yeah, and this is going to take a very long time. You know, I mean,
I think you're going mines here.
Canceling a factory is like, that's so bad. I mean, that has got to feel just horrible. This is going to be the longest harass ever.
All right, he's pulling more. Can we check the machine shop? Getting mines? I think he's getting mines. Yeah. Okay, so the vultures are going to rally across the map towards the base of the Protoss player. I think he actually managed to get another STV into the main base of Bonyth. Yep. So he's confirmed what is being or what the follow-up is here for Bonyth. He didn't see the support bay, but seeing only one gateway. Oh no, that tank is going to get focused down. There we go.
Oh bye-bye. No, kogeT. Yo, I feel like kogeT must have like, you know, like smashed a mirror or something like that. This is literally everything going wrong for him. I mean, even with the sneaky proxy factory, I mean, these vultures, there's no way they get enough done to make up for all the mistakes in this early game.
I mean, they could, because I don't think there's a Dragoon back at the base. Yep. It's completely naked. Probes get pulled, so I mean,
my
probes
lord,
are pretty OP. But this is still going to be quite a lot of damage dealt to the Protoss player, and suddenly, well, how are the turntables? kogeT getting quite far ahead now in terms of supply. I mean, worker supply, right? Or about to, at the very least. No, never mind. Probes are OP. I thought he would actually end the game here. I mean, getting 4 vultures into your base when there's nothing, like literally nothing to defend.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate how much damage that. Oh wow, that's pretty nice. So this is gonna allow for a little bit more damage there. Now the Reaver is gonna one-shot this. Oh
no, the snail.
He gets stuck behind the pylon though. There we go. Okay. Well, that was a little bit less catastrophic damage than we were expecting here. kogeT's obviously still gonna play this one out, but yeah, that's pretty rough. Here comes the Reaver now. What do we have prepared here in the main base for dealing with a Reaver? I think almost nothing, right? We got 1 tank, looks like now.
Yep.
He doesn't even... Does he have siege yet?
I'm not sure. No, I have checked it. But I mean, he should be fine. Right? It's just like, what can a snail do?
Yeah, just one Bonyth Reaver, that's all. It's not like it's 2 Bonyth Reavers, you know? Because then we'd be in trouble.
Probably got another tank on the way. Anyway. Oh, never mind, snails are pretty good. Yep, snails are pretty good. Don't tell me he's going to end the game. It would be so anticlimactic.
See, you said he'd just be fine, and I was thinking, man, this is already over. The Reaver exists, and so... oh, man. Oh, but here we go. Wraith coming out of the starport. Bam! And this is a pretty low-health Reaver. There it goes.
He's fine. See?
He's fine. Don't worry. We didn't... Nothing happened. No big deal.
I mean, kogeT doesn't have a natural. Right?
Yeah, that is true.
He's not building one. There we go. But it still leaves quite a lot of room for Bonyth to get ahead economically. And one thing that kogeT doesn't have to worry about is another shuttle, because you probably don't remake it, right? You don't remake a shuttle with a reaver. It's too expensive.
Yeah, that's probably true. I don't really feel like kogeT needs to worry about the rest of the tournament either, you know what I mean? Because I feel like he's super dead, right? Doesn't Bonyth just take infinity bases from this point? He's gonna... kogeT's attacks have been just ultra mega delayed, right? Like there's like nothing he can do for like the next 10-15 minutes, and by that time I feel like Bonyth's gonna have everything he could possibly want.
Well, I mean, when you lose that shuttle with a reaver, you lose quite a lot of like initiative out on the map. So when you Bonyth, you're probably playing a little bit safer than you would be if that shell at least stayed alive, right? Even if you didn't manage to get it back in anywhere.
That's so
had a lot
sad.
more freedom. Yeah, it's dead.
Don't even get to save the
you do.
proxy.
Bonyth probably doesn't know. Oh, there's. But yeah, I was just about to say that. Oh, he's still gonna go in. Never mind.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, well.
And the one dragoon makes it through.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, he
because
snipes the
got it.
tank.
Oh, he knew that exactly. Look at
Oh
that.
my
Gets
gosh,
the
bunker is
as well.
down in the front now.
You can now get the barracks, get the supply, get the turret on the right as well. Why not? He's Bonyth. He can do whatever he wants. Look at that. Oh,
Oh, what? Oh, that's so cool, kogeT! I love it, dude.
that's
I love
cheeky.
it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he goes unnoticed, the thing is, Bonyth managed to get an observer into the main base of kogeT, and as soon as he realizes that there's money missing, he's probably going to go looking for proxies and whatnot in
Yeah,
bases.
I mean,
He's
I'm
on-
sure he knows. Or he should know, because he hasn't done, I think, significant enough damage for him to feel like this is a justifiable dearth of factories and all that, right? So,
Yeah.
but I mean, he could, just be like, "Man, I must have killed the heck out of him."
Oh,
this
this
know,
guy's
you-
pretty bad at StarCraft.
Yeah. have you ever been like, "Man, this guy has no army," and then it's like gone and checked, and there's a base, and it's completely secure, and now I just lose.
Yep, half my games.
Yeah, it's really rough. But I mean, I think it's really hard to say that kogeT's going to just be that far behind, right? So, I don't know. It's just a question of, I guess, how long it's going to take for Bonyth to realize there's a bunch of stuff missing. And he's a pretty smart
Wait.
guy.
He's getting a second starport.
What are we doing here? Are we doing rates or something? Or are we going for big drops? I don't understand. This is the world's latest 2-port wraith. What is happening? Are we researching cloak?
No? He's
What's
making
going
something
on?
Out of the starport. Making something out of the starport. So at least he knows he has one, so it's not a mistake that he's building a second one, right? As he... Yep.
He's just making wraiths. Oh my gosh. What is going on this game?
Does he know,
This is
does he
gonna
know
be
that there's
sick.
carriers? Did he scan these carriers or something? Oh, he doesn't have cam stations yet.
He just knows. He's just gonna do it again. He's just gonna go carrier again. Dude, if he gets the cloaked wraith cheese on these carriers, and he's able to just shut down Bonyth, what a game. This could be just insane.
Yeah, I'm waiting with bated breath to find out what happens. The carriers are now going to find this ninja expansion, so much for that.
That's so rough.
He had just finished it. It was like, crashing a car you just picked up from your dealership.
Oh man, yeah. Like you don't even get out of the parking lot. You just hit another car and you have to pay for 2 brand new cars.
No, you just open the door and it explodes. That's pretty much
That's awful. Oh
the
man.
right analogy to use.
Man, wow, that is very sad days. I wonder, I don't think Bonyth knew about that. Do we think that he was just pathing that direction to get around and get behind the natural expansion, just
No,
to?
he's not hacking.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
All right, confirmed. Got it.
But he still doesn't know about the raids, right? And like, do we know how many observers he's got? No, he knows about the raids. Never mind. He's constantly.
He's got
producing-
30 observers.
He's constantly producing these observers. Never mind. He's Bonyth. He knows everything.
Yeah, it's not fair.
All kogeT, man.
Dude, this is the
so cool.
worst
You-
way.
Like, you never get to see something like this. And it just breaks my heart to see that it never works.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it work, just not very often. But yeah, this is pretty rough skis, man. Everything has just gone so wrong for kogeT, man. He
Oh,
must
yeah.
have just done something terrible in his past life, because this feels almost karmic, right? Like, it doesn't feel like bad luck. This feels like someone's doing this to kogeT on purpose as a punishment for something.
His kids are outside jumping on cracks in pavement.
Yeah.
Make sure that he's got bad luck.
Yeah, exactly. This is rough.
I mean, yeah, no, never mind. I thought he might have a chance, but then I realized that the supplies were swapped. I think it was kogeT with like 140. Oh, he's still
like, oh, that's not so bad. Yeah,
he's... no, he's got 8 tanks and that's it.
All right. Well, so famously, as you can see, when the tanks siege up, the cannons point up in the air, right? So all we have to do is aim at the carriers, right? And then the splash damage from the tank fire should be able to kill them. Is that how that works?
No, that's the feature we're holding back for Starcraft 3.
Oh, dude, could you imagine? Was that a Corsair that I saw? We're even preparing for the race with Corsairs. Oh man.
She stopped making scouts as well.
Dude, get the disruption web. I want to see it, man. I want to see none of the tanks shooting and just like four dragoons ending the game.
I mean, kogeT is gonna put up a fight still. I mean, you don't tap out of a game like this, right? Zero is the puppet master is asking us whether this replay is broken or not, because I mean, arguably both players are floating quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
And there's very little.
And units
happening
are just kind of like
these,
chilling.
Yeah. Few carriers floating around. Alright, yeah, we've just been told that we're going to restart the replay just to stay on the safe side, because it's looking a bit dodgy.
Yeah, those banks are a little awkward. Not so weird for Bonyth though, if that was a ZVP, you know what I mean?
What if we reload and we find out that kogeT didn't actually go for those raids at all? We're just
like the 4 vultures killed like 30 probes. Bonyth's got like 1 zealot and he's like on top of his ramp.
Like collectively hallucinating. People in chat, everyone just imagining things.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man, that'd be so weird. Oh man. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, so worst case scenario for Bonyth, right? Nothing. I mean, nothing changes, right?
I'm waiting
like, we're
for
still
you to come up with something, and I see you visibly struggling to come up with a.
I'm trying to think of anything that could
worst
happen
case
to
scenario
change
for
this.
Bonyth, he dies. I don't know, while playing.
Yeah, in real life, like he actually died.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's really what it's gonna take for kogeT to come back in this game, man. There's no Goliaths at all. We have the Wraiths, but we've got literally Corsairs here to counter them. Oh my gosh.
Oh well. I mean, he's still gonna try. Maybe if he draws it out, you know, like plays a super defensive game. Bonyth is still getting so far ahead. He's getting his 4th now. The 3rd is the one that he took with the gas, whereas I think kogeT, no, he's actually going to go for the gas 3rd as well, not the forward minute only. That would probably be suicidal.
Well,
I mean, he's got 55 workers to the 55 workers of Bonyth, right? He's only 30 supply behind, which, I mean, arguably in a TVP it is a bit problematic, but considering their compositions, maybe not as impactful. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how these units interact, because you know you don't really get to see this every day.
I just feel like the big problem is that we have Sairs and Dragoons and a billion observers here to try and counteract this Wraith play, and we don't have a ridiculously sized Wraith ball yet. You know, we've got 10 in the air right now, and that's how many? Let's see, how many observers do we have?
Oh, he's going in. He's going in.
3. Oh, 1, 2.
Doesn't manage to get them in time. Although,
there's a couple of Wraiths left in the air.
6 of them left. He's
oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that's so sick!
No way, he's going to clear out the Corsairs. He's scanning ahead just to make sure that there are no observers coming in to try and save these Corsairs. Sorry, these
he did it, dude!
carriers. And now the Corsairs could also go down.
Me?
He was shooting his own Corsairs to try and kill those Wraiths with AoE. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was so smart.
That was amazing.
Oh my god, that was really cool. Oh my gosh, that was dope. Although I have to admit, I was sitting here watching this, I was like, oh no, but Bonyth has scans, so now he's gonna see the rates, and then I was like, wait
Oh,
a
no.
minute.
Wait a minute, that's illegal.
Oh jeez, everything else Bonyth's done in this game has been essentially illegal. I mean, his
kogeT
first
is
two
still
zones.
alive.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I mean, that is a huge play.
Yeah, and you don't really have to go back into race now, right? Because you expect your opponent to start remaking those carriers from scratch.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing.
It's
so-
Bonyth. Like, he likes the carriers. I feel like he's just committed to the. I feel like someone said something and be like, Bonyth, it's my birthday. Could you just only make carriers every game? And he's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. I got this.
Bonyth made friends with Storm. What Storm does, he just plays carriers every single.
Oh man, I cannot believe the wraith play worked out though. I mean, like Bonyth prepared very, very heavily for not dying to the race, and they ended up making it happen.
Yep, but I mean, 180, is that 84 or 64? Supply. 184 supply to 120.
Yeah.
How do you recover from this, Terran? How do you just not get run over by the ground army?
Dude, look at this zealot, man. Holy crap. It's like a Dark Templar. You never see a zealot like, dude. If you just attack with the SCVs, the zealot dies way before that. Like, man, wow! We have the marathon mine. What is going on in this game? This is crazy. But dude, the drop play has been excellent so far. We had an okay number of probes going down in the bottom right-hand corner, and now we have a siege tank and a bunch of mines being placed here. So this is going to do a little bit of damage. Of course, we have a lot of dragoons coming up here to deal with this now, but yeah, I don't know. Things are doing okay here.
Yeah, I mean, kogeT is doing his best to stay alive this game, right?
Yeah,
Given the tools he has, he's now evened out. Oh no, wait, Bonyth is ahead by one base. Never mind, but it's still not the worst position he could have been in, considering the opening.
Yeah.
kogeT, he's now, got +2 attack, getting +3 and +1 armor.
Yeah, he's making it a game. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about is the map itself, right? Because if kogeT has a 4-player map on here where he can play an extremely long game and really drag it out, he has a much better chance at, getting himself back into this game. But the thing is, he's going to be in his own little corner here in the top right, and Bonyth's going to eat up the whole rest of the map while this is all going on. I think it's excellent that he's securing this top left-hand base, but I do have to wonder, is there a timer? Is there enough time for kogeT to slowly make small incremental decisions that bring him back in the game, or is he just going to die?
I mean, as
that
long as
happens?
he's staying cost effective, the fact that Bonyth is getting ahead in terms of macro, it's not going to be as big of a problem. And so far, he has been quite cost effective, not losing too much in the mid game, except for those raids that he traded out for the carriers. And I think he's just confirmed that the oh no, never mind. He's got a lot of Goliath, so he knows that the carriers were being remade by Storm. Sorry, by Bonyth.
Dude, I am just mega impressed with how kogeT's been playing this out, though. We didn't think that this was going to be anywhere close to what we're seeing right now. He's at basically 160 supply now. He's stabilized on a very large number of bases now. The carrier count has come up once again here, and I'm not sure. I feel like defending these external bases is going to be very difficult with, kind of the Wraith once again. What is our Wraith count at? It looks like we have a couple of them, but not a huge number. We're transitioning primarily to Goliaths, so I don't think we were going to see this trick work multiple times, although you can use the Goliaths to focus down maybe these observers and make the miracle happen twice.
It looks like Bonyth is going to pull the trigger here, going for an attack at the third, after having killed the fourth as well. He's going to focus down the command center. Oh, there's the D-Reb! There's the
There we
D-Reb we
go.
wanted. Another one comes down, and these tanks are absolutely useless. Nothing firing upon the army of the Protoss
and
player. And Bonyth is closing in, tightening the noose.
Goliaths can't do squat here. They can't even get into the fight either. Man, yeah, this is rough.
And kogeT has no eco. He's down to one base in his natural, and that is it. He's saying that he cancelled factories at 99%.
Yeah, he canceled the first factory in his main right when it was about to finish, and that's why we were saying, like, it's going to be super difficult for him to come back. But you know, there we
No,
go.
That's the way she blows sometimes, yeah. And,
Literally so crazy bad for everything going wrong in the early game. The fact that we even had kogeT like in it at the point at which Bonyth was able to remake those carriers was spectacular.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. A few really crazy strategies coming out in this tournament, including that series between Gotenarg and Trutouch yesterday, if you can remember. A lot of builds that you wouldn't normally expect, you wouldn't normally get to see. That's what makes this tournament really cool.
Yeah, man.
You get to see things that you don't normally come across when playing ladder and the other tournament. So that's going to be it for the winners match of Group D. Bonyth is going to advance straight into the quarterfinals that are going to commence next week, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, kogeT falls down to the decider match where he's going to face off against the winner of RCG and Garinich. But before we jump into that, we're probably going to take a short break. Actually, we're taking the longer break now, if I'm not mistaken, the 30-minute one. We could get confirmation on that from the Puppet Master. Okay, confirms. So I think we're going to see you guys in about 30 minutes. Thanks a lot for tuning in. But before we go to that commercial break, please make sure to check out the RCG2021 webpage, because we're still missing around $2,000 in donations to make sure that we have another edition next year. So if you've got any money to spare, definitely make sure to check out Match Arena, check out that page, and contribute if you want to see more awesome Starcraft action. So that's it for us, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Adios, guys.